Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the Winner Stays On series, a new series here on the channel, which is going to be highlighting top competitive play. It'll be going on every single week, and it should be quite a bit of fun, of course, pending the availability of the players. All elevator music should be like this. Yeah, so it's pretty funny. Every single time I listen to like one of the main themes for the dwarves, for Breton, like I heard the Bretonia theme that we had like a couple minutes ago, and I was like, oh my god, I want to build the Bretonian army. And then, you know, obviously we had the dwarves after that, and yeah, it's just an absolute circus. So anyways, let me go ahead and show you guys some details pertaining to the series here. So let me go to the website, pull it up. We have a lot of fun tournaments coming up this week as well. So just checking to see how we're doing. Looks okay. The players are going to be loading in, and cool. So they're currently just testing to make sure, because the first match is actually a mirror match. So we're going to be making sure that the army abilities work for both players, because sometimes it doesn't. It can be a little bit funky for sure. All right, so it looks okay to me. And heading on over to Total Tavern, let's check it out. So here's all the details you need to know on the event. So firstly, we got a land battle tournament going on today, hosted by Human Boy. If you guys want to check that out, I believe he's going to be streaming it as well on his channel, so you can see the new player simplified land battles. Tomorrow we have a single faction tournament coming up, so I'm hosting that. Basically, it's best of one double elimination, so you have to lose 2 games in total. And you just play one faction the entire way through. So if you go, you can get all the details. Basically, you just join our Discord and you put the faction you want to play. You need to do that before the event starts in the correct section. All the information is available here as well. And yeah, it's really fun. So if you just want to play Empire, you just want to play whatever, you know, if you're a Dwarf fan, that's all you do. You just play them the entire time. And it's certainly a very fun format. Granted, there's probably going to be a ton of Slaanesh and Vampire accounts who've finally been let out of their banishment cages there. On Sunday, we have a standard domination tournament, another land battle tournament hosted by Human Boy tomorrow night, which is going to be kind of a US time zone tournament. And yeah, lots of fun stuff on the horizon. Now for the Winner Stays On series. New series here on the channel. The Winner Stays On series will be a weekly streamed best of 7 between 2 top 16 players on the leaderboard. So in order to be eligible to participate in this, all you need to do is be top 16 on the leaderboard. The winner will remain on. So if you win this event, whoever wins this, let's say Random wins it or Enticity wins it, they will be eligible to stay on next week, essentially. So they can jam. They can come back and compete again the following week, whoever wins. Now, the prize is going to be $50 cash prize, paid either PayPal or Steam. And if you want to participate, maybe you're watching or like, how do I get involved in this? If you're top 16, you can reach out to me and I'll add you to the queue. So the queue will appear here on the website. And basically, you'll be next in line to play the current, essentially, King of the Hill or the winner who's going to be staying on. We're going to have a scoreboard, all-time leaderboard, all sorts of fun stuff. So it's going to be a new cool series on the channel. You guys can follow it here. And that is how that is going to be going down. So let me go ahead and jump on over, see if the players are all ready to go. Looks like they are in a moment. And here we are. So players are on Black Ark for the first map, and they are going to be doing a mirror match. Yes, perfect. All right. Looks like they both have their army abilities. Yeah, because they're doing a mirror match in the first match. They both wanted to play a little bit of Tzeentch action, which is interesting. You know, these guys probably, you know, usually the really, really high-level players, you know, will have the sweatiest factions on lock, right? So you occasionally can run into mirror matches if they get their pool of factions and either of them are really like happy with the choices. Oftentimes going into a mirror isn't terribly uncommon. So all you need to do, he says, it's possible, man. So again, if you're watching, you're in the top 16 or, you know, you're planning on getting there, you know, just let me know. I can put you in the queues if you are in the top 16 at the moment. And we can take a look at the leaderboard real quick. Let's actually see who's there right here. So we're going to jump on over. And here we are. So essentially anybody who's here is eligible, right? So you got Enticity, Houseplant, Hadries, Moffat, Random Zone, Sandwich, Chubatai, Outer Region, Ulrich, myself, Tim, the Dokes, Drakens, Archer, and Valkanos. So if any of you guys are watching, hit me up and I can add you to the queue for following weeks. And if we can find like a weekly, like a sponsor for this event as well, we can get a bigger prize pool going too. But for now, it's just out of pocket. So not going to be too insane. We have the grand finals as well coming up for more announcements for Total Tavern Season 1. So basically, these were the top 16 players in Season 1 of Total Tavern's Competitive League. And you can go back and look at the leaderboard here as well. So we're going to be determining the champion very soon. That is going to be taking place on the 25th. So on the, is it the 24th or 25th? It's one of those days. Let me double check that. But it's going to be one of those days. Yeah, I'll post it in the comments after the video's up. But regardless, it's going to be great. It'll be a one-day tournament. I think it's the 24th. And it's going to be all these individuals just basically going fisticuffs, and really excited for that. What we're going to be doing, though, since, you know, Dom takes a long time, is we'll have the players play it out until we get to the top 4, and we're only going to be casting the top 4 as well. So that's that. That is that indeed. A dreaded sponsor. I did start early. Yeah, it feels weird. It feels weird for sure. We started a little bit early here. But really excited for the single faction tournament tomorrow. That's going to be incredibly fun. I'm going to be playing in it myself. I'm thinking about playing Empire Bretonia, trying to bring them back to their former glory. Yeah, Christopher, not a bad idea for sure. Not a bad idea. I've just played 3 multiplayer matches, so I think it's fair to say I'm on your way to the top 16. Hell yeah, man! Who are your favorite factions? What are you playing? You trying to punish yourself by playing the High Elves and Empire and some of those type of factions? Or are you playing the good stuff? Yeah, Tzeentch is interesting. Tzeentch on Black Ark, very, very skirmish heavy. Typically, you're going to be seeing a lot of horsemen against one another. Like, I would wager as we load into this battle that it's going to be, Enticity with probably 4 Marauder horsemen and Randommnix with 4 as well. I could see some weird tech, like maybe a ranged Soul Grinder to just kill models outright with this, like, Javelin of the Gods. Plus, also with the refund mechanic, you can, like, sell it once it's done its part, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's really worth it, to be honest. Yeah, a Tzeentch mirror match will be fun. Plus, they have very different banners, so I think it'll be kind of interesting, actually. I'm really curious how they're going to approach this. Am I going to stream it? Yeah, tomorrow I'm streaming as well. Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow's event. I'll be casting games. I'm most likely going to play tomorrow, which I will cast. But, I at the very least, I'll be casting other people's games. Oxmar, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Yes. How's the poll going for your faction picks? It seems like a lot of people want Skaven, interestingly enough. Yeah, so I'll have to see. If we're talking about the tabletop stuff. High Elves have been doing better. I have a couple really good High Elf replays coming up on the channel. They'll be going up in the next few days. High Elves actually doing pretty darn well against some meta factions. So I played in a tournament yesterday. I played against Randommnix in the first round, and he's a top 5 player in the entire world. And I took High Elves against him just because I wanted to have some fun, and I almost beat one of his really competitive factions with High Elves. It was razor close, that game. So, I think High Elves have more teeth than people are giving them credit for. Yeah, Cathay's doing a lot better, which is great. I'm happy to see range factions, like, almost, like, more or less, if you look at the domination, okay, they're loading into the game now, so we'll look next round. But if you look at the domination stats, like, Rush is very viable, ranged is very viable. The only factions that aren't doing well are factions that, in general, I think are just weaker due to balancing issues. Like, we're seeing Beastmen and High Elves and factions like that not do terribly well, and I just think that's because they're a little bit weaker overall in many regards. But, like, at the top, we see, factions like Khorne sitting around 50%. We see Empire around 50. Cathay is, like, closer to 60. The balance is a lot better now, right? You can kind of play multiple ways, and a lot of it depends on the maps you're doing. Wow, very different builds. It is going to be double Kairos, which is very, very Tzeentch for sure. Very, very Tzeentch. Yeah, with High Elves, one of the best ways to play is using the Arcane Phoenixes. They're pretty insane. They got explosion damage, got buffed in Warhammer 3, so the bombardments they do is really crazy, actually. It's very, very crazy. So, taking a look here at the builds of Enticity, the Kraken King. He's going to be going for a very, very, I would say, substantially more elite build. He's got Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch with Halberds, just backed up by Pinks. It looks like it's going to be kind of a slow push, and yeah, he's doing a little bit of a box formation. Interesting. I wonder if he's trying to avoid some sort of magic, or because normally you see people go wider with their formations to minimize the effectiveness of any enemy vortexes, but I suppose if you're expecting a pendulum, this might be a little bit better. Now, it's going to be a Tzeentch Halberd box with the Blazing Squealers, baby! Yes. The RORs, they're here, and these guys are pretty awesome. They regenerate ammo, so in new domination, they're actually very, very good. You can see they have the Conduit of Infinity, which can replenish ammunition of allies in range. That's pretty cool, so if there's other units that need ammo... Oh my god, I think I just thought of the power combo. Dude, these players are just, yeah, they're just pretty high level, right? This is cool. So what you do is, you use all your horsemen, okay? And then you pull them in, you stack them on top of the Blazing Squealers, and then you use the Conduit of Infinity to replenish their ammunition. Dude, that is a badass strategy. I really like that. Now, it's going to be Kairos for your boy Enticity, coming in with the blue and regrowth. And now for the forces of Randommnix, the Pride of Poland, it is going to be Kairos Fate Weaver up in the sky with blue, as well as Tzeentch's Firestorm. On top of that, he's got blues, he's got pinks, a little bit of a wider army, and some Marauders on the sides. And I had the feeling we would see a Soul Grinder. I had the feeling we would. Does that work on skirmishes? Yeah, it's going to be working on any range unit. So you pull those Marauder Horsemen in, and you're going to be able to replenish their ammo. That's really, really cool. So, for anybody just joining, this is the Winner Stays On format. Essentially, individuals who are top 16 on my Total Tavern leaderboard have the opportunity to sign up for this, and it's basically a weekly one-on-one competition where you can win a cash prize, which is pretty cool. So instead of having to play in like a 6 or 7 hour tournament to win a cash prize, you could just do one best of 7, and it's kind of a reward for doing well on ladder as well. And eventually we'll be getting sponsors and prizes and all that kind of good stuff. So We will see. We will see indeed. Somebody asking why Enticity is called why we call him Kraken King. So basically in Warhammer 2, he was the best Vampire Coast player, so I started calling him Kraken King during all my casts, and I guess the name kind of stuck. Who knows? But cool builds. I dig it on both sides. Blue Horrors are on the way up. Obviously, Randommnix has a little bit more of a shooting concave, and you don't want to get, like, even the Marauder Horsemen of Enticity, you don't want to get too close to the blues here. The blues are going to be able to kind of shoot at them and put some hurt on those bad boys. You know, of all mirror matches, I actually find this one pretty interesting. Like the Tzeentch mirror match, and especially with double Kairos, it's very much like an Inception battle here, which is quite a bit of fun. Now, do I think anybody's going to be playing High Elves today? Another question from chat. I do not think so. I would wager we'll see a lot of Warriors of Chaos. Global bans are in play, so as far as the global bans that have been done, you guys aren't going to believe the global bans. So we saw Slaanesh global banned. I think we saw Warriors of Chaos global banned. I can't remember. Vampire counts, I think, but one of them banned Empire. So Empire actually got a global ban today, which is super wild. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know if it was like a meme. It was Randommnix who banned out the Empire, like assuming Enticity would maybe play them, which is very strange to me. Okay, this is going to be a Tzeentch's Firestorm. I really do like this. Enticity immediately reacts to this, kind of. Okay, here comes the Tzeentch's Firestorm. And it's going to be doing a little bit of damage. Okay, that actually ended up being pretty good. And he uses a blue fire. Great harass coming out from Random. Now, that's a lot of Winds of Magic. You know, that's going to be like, what, 16, 17, 18 Winds of Magic? But that was actually pretty good. The Blazing Squealers lost, 20 models and took quite a bit of damage. You don't really see people use Tzeentch's Firestorm terribly often, but we will certainly have to see. Dude, I couldn't believe we had an Empire global ban. I was like, dude, are you mad? And here we see the response coming in from Enticity. He's going to be using Kairos Fateweaver to use the pink fire to shoot, or the blue fire to take out some of the Marauder Horsemen of Random. Random responds by bringing in blues, but there is a Chariot coming in. A Chariot is obviously a very good counter to this, and I wonder what Random is going to do in response. Probably pull up his Marauder Horsemen and try and take down that Chariot with a little bit of focus fire if he can. Now we get a Soul Grinder coming down. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, of course, does have some decent combat capabilities. Could potentially put a little bit of hurt on the Chariot. But man, look at the work that Inticity's Chariot is getting in there. It's just running over these guys. A little bit of shooting coming in the back, and we do see Marauders moving up, looking to press the objective. And it looks like Random is going to be trying to wrestle this point. While in the back, we do see the Screamers of Tzeentch coming in from Random. A very, very solid counter against the Chaos Chariots here. And the Marauder Horseman still not terribly active. Random needs to get those guys up. Yeah, he needs to get and make sure he's kind of poking and pushing his opponent back. Right now, they're playing very cagey. Neither player wants to commit to the big kind of fight here. More so, the combat is going to be taking place a little bit more on the side objective, which is very normal on this map. And then, for example, let's say Enticity were to lose this battle here and Random was to secure the objective. Enticity would probably maneuver his big army up top and go for like a big overload on the center, while maybe some of the Tzeentchian elements are down here. But of course, the blues doing good DACA. I mean, the blues of Randommnix are getting some good damage in. The Marauder Horsemen do lose some HP beyond their shields, which is certainly a pretty good feeling. And the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, he's throwing his mighty Zeus Tridents down here. So he does throw his Tridents, and the Tridents get in there and do kill a couple models. I'm always underwhelmed by the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. I always feel like he doesn't quite do much, but he's trying his best. Let's not make fun of him too much. Now, up in the high ground, Random actually looks like he's going to be pushing in, going for a triple cap. So Random does not have the objective. Inticity's doing a pretty good job holding on to this. If Random were to move his horsemen up a little bit, it looks like there's going to be another blue fire coming in. So blue fire does kind of tickle these guys a little bit, get some nice shots. I do think that the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch should probably move up a little bit and get on the objective. That would give Random the capture weight he needs. And now the Soul Grinder is going to be moving in as we see a second Chariot coming out. Wow, Chariot's going pretty hard in the paint right here. As far as value trading, Random is up on value. And Random's Kairos is up here. It looks like he's trying to focus down the Blazing Squealers. Yeah, he's been using those blues. And I mean, Enticity brought a really expensive unit, and it's been paying the troll. So, oh my god, nice bombardment coming in there from Random. Man, that is a brutal... Oh, and Enticity runs into it with his other unit. Oh no! Enticity accidentally ran his other halberd in, and that's going to be a massive value lead from Random coming in. But Random still hasn't been able to kind of secure the low ground objective, as now Kairos Fateweaver is just going to keep just a torrent of magic damage. And we're really seeing the power of Tzeentch magic, man, which is as it should be. Tzeentch magic is very, very good, and he's literally the god of magic, right? So gets in there. Kairos going to be dropping his cane. I would imagine Random will move up with his entire core and just blast this army off. The halberd's proving to be very ineffective here. They are not having a good time at all. And down here, Chaos Chariots and Enticity are holding on to this objective. It looks like Randommnix has been kind of routed off this point. Enticity has been able to kind of claim control here, using the Chaos Chariots and the Horsemen of his own. But that doesn't mean that Random's not going to just move up to the high ground and steal his home objective. And that is going to be what's going down. So Kairos pushes those guys back. And you can see that your boy Kairos pushing after the Chaos Warrior Halberds. And yeah, he's got control of this. So now Random does have the double cap. Enticity, of course, had the double cap for a while, so does have a little bit of a point lead. I wonder how he's going to play this. He's obviously probably going to need his own Kairos up here to do this. And the problem is that Random is kind of waiting like a little bit of a vulture here, right? So he's sitting and waiting for Enticity to leave that bottom objective. Then he's going to be moving up with his Screamers and his Soul Grinder and, you know, everything that he kind of has in reserve here. So very, very cagey play from these players. I love the tactics and the decision-making that go into playing the objectives and allocating resources. I always find that really, really interesting in pretty much every RTS game, right? So Kairos Fate Weaver going to be going after the Chaos Warriors, just kind of pushing him back, but quickly retreating before his shields do break, which is a classic Tzeentch tactic here. And now we see Enticity throwing in Chaos Furies, which I don't really agree with that decision. I feel like they're just going to get shot to pieces. Okay, never mind. It makes more sense now. Now that we're seeing Chariots coming up in tandem with the Furies, that makes a lot more sense. For a second, I thought he was just throwing those in, and looks like some Marauders going to be moving in after the Furies, and Random is going to be maneuvering up. Enticity fully giving up this objective. As a matter of fact, Random just throws some Haggard Marauders on that, and he's probably going to be able to cap that. I think Enticity is all in on the value trading now, and Enticity has closed the gap. He's only down by 1,800 now. It was a pretty substantial lead before, but he does get the really, really good Marauder Horseman concave onto the blues. Enticity going to be pulling back here with the Marauder Horseman, trying to get away from the Horseman of Random. And this objective is being retaken here by the Kraken King. Now he's moving up his halberds and his good units. And the big Alpha Strike and the home field advantage, of course, paying pretty substantial dividends, as we do see the Pinks being attacked by Furies once again. Halberds into blues. Obviously, the Halberds are going to be decisively winning that fight. And guys, we got a Kairos duel up in the sky, but Anticity's Kairos is establishing dominance there. He's a little bit healthier, breaks down the shields, and now Random is going to be re-maneuvering his entire army from the low ground. So we see the Soul Grinder coming in, we see the Pinks coming in as well, and he's going to be kind of trying to reallocate some resources onto this objective, as it looks like there's going to be another Tzeentch's Firestorm going down here. So Tzeentch's Firestorm, pretty interesting. Almost everyone uses the other spell, but that actually appears to do some good damage. It does rotate kind of the wrong way there, but still is able to do some okay work against the Halberds. And the Kairos battle up in the sky kind of pauses for a second as Random pulls his Horsemen underneath the fight and is able to push away the Kairos of Enticity. So Enticity does really narrow the value gap by about 500 or 600. He was down by a little bit more before. Another blue fire going in from Random. And Random does have those really, really nice pinks in position. So the pink fire, or the pink popcorn boys, the pink horrors back here, are getting some nice shots in. But is Random going to get this objective? This could be a big MLG play by Enticity. If he's able to get in here with the Furies and route these guys off before Random gets that objective, that would be very, very strong. Because now Enticity has reclaimed his home field objective, and points are going to start mattering. When they're in like relatively even trades like this, the points really, really do come into play. And yeah, we'll have to see how that rolls, my friends. Enticity really doing a great job with the Chariots, though. Those have been a big deciding factor. And will those Marauders get the objective? They won't. And look at this, Randommnix with a very uncharacteristic mistake. Again, it's the first game. He does have some Chaos Fury sitting back here not doing anything, so he's going to want to pull those guys in at some point. But it looks like Random's forces are going to be routed back a little bit. And oh my god, what is this? Chaos Knights of Tzeentch into Halberds? Is Random trying to throw the game? We'll have to find out. I've played a lot of games with Random, and pretty much every time somebody brings Chaos Knights, they lose the game. I don't know if there's like some hidden tech here or something, but we will certainly have to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as those Chaos Knights most certainly need to retreat. We do see the Tzeentch ultimate army ability going down and basically just eviscerating one unit of Halberd, so they are going to be paying the iron price. And now we get some Chaos Chariots coming out from Random to grab this objective, and also the idle Chaos Furies who are back here will be able to finish off the Chaos Furies of Enticity. And I would imagine these Marauders can move back onto that objective, because it's really important. If you let Enticity get that double cap on you for this long, it's going to give him the means to really, really get back in this game. Soul Grinder going after Chariots, a very, very smart choice. Soul Grinder is an armor-piercing beatstick, so he certainly needs to get on that. And now it looks like there's some sort of a big Horseman fight here. Yeah, so Enticity's Horseman able to counter-route Random's Horseman here. Random force back, so those Horsemen probably for Random will be unsummoned. Random going to be summoning in a couple Screamers, and I believe he does finally get the low ground objective. It looks like he does. So low ground objective is going to be going to Random. And yep, he's got that. So he's down by only about 200 points, not too bad. We do see some Halberds being sent out for Enticity here. I would imagine that the Marauders and then the Chariots coming around the back and the Furies maybe diving them could do the job. We see the Soul Grinder getting a little bit trapped up. So the Soul Grinder Random actually getting pinned in place by Marauder Horsemen, taking a little bit of damage, but this is actually a strong play from Enticity because he can use his own Kairos to get in there. And Kairos, even though he's not supposed to be good in combat, he's not terrible. 35 melee attack, 400 plus weapon strength. I mean, he's a fighter for sure. And we do see Screamers coming in as well as Randommnix's big scary lord. And Halberds of Enticity looking pretty bare bones. I mean, Enticity's forces up here are very, very weak. Random needs to get those Chaos Knights active. They need to be doing some work right now because that's a huge investment that's just kind of sitting idle and not really doing a whole lot. So Enticity going to be maneuvering about, using his Marauder Horseman to come in here, and he does get the charge on Randommnix's Chariots. Random kind of slipping a little bit here with these Chariots. He needs to get them away. You know, it's not a cheap unit. about 750 gold, give or take. So getting those guys back is going to be super important, and Enticity really showing just how tenacious he is. He's fighting from, you know, over 1,000 value behind. Granted, with Tzeentch, it can be a little bit weird in terms of value, but Chaos Knights do get a good charge. They're able to just crush these Exalted Pinks. That's going to be the last of the Blazing Squealers, so they will be dying rather quickly here. And Random is going to be pressing the home objective Enticity once again, and Enticity barely has anything left here. These Halberds, I guess 75 models here, but I suppose some good magic can get rid of them. And Enticity is going to be summoning in more pinks down here. Meanwhile, the low ground objective is going to be going to... Okay, it looks like the Kraken King has been able to take this back. His Chaos Warrior Halberd's pretty problematic. Looks like there's some more Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch who are going to be coming in to try and poke those guys, whilst his chariots do attack the Marauder Horsemen here. But Random is running a little bit tight on points. Oh, nice one. Gaze of Fate! Oh, beautiful combo there by Enticity. He uses the Gaze of Fate on the Chaos Knights, locks them in place, and then nukes them with the Army Ultimate, and now they're going to be charging into Halberds. So really the Chaos Knight investment proving to not be very good. Granted, they might be able to break these Halberds, we'll have to see. But overall, this is a very, very tense one. We see the Chaos... oh, Chosen. Oh, those are Chosen of Tzeentch with Halberds, man! Okay, Chosen of Tzeentch Halberds coming in. But yeah, I think that Random might have a good opportunity to get this objective. It depends. Chaos Knights moving in, and the Chosen are pulling back now. They do get a regrowth coming in, which is quite good. And this objective is now being wrestled by Random, albeit very, very slowly. Obviously, Chariots do have the capabilities of killing any sort of infantry, but Chaos Warriors with Halberds are going to be trading into them, you know, quite cost-effectively for sure. No reinforcements coming in here. It looks like Random is more or less all in on the high ground engagement. Random is up on value. He does get his blues here and is going to be chasing down those pinks. And that is going to be the Tzeentch Army Ultimate coming in from Random, which is going to be pretty good. It will probably do a little bit of friendly fire, but it does hit those Chosen, which is going to be accruing some pretty substantial value. And Random does have some horsemen standing idle. He needs to get those guys active. He's had that a couple times this game, a couple idle units, which could perhaps cost him the match if he's not careful. We'll have to see. Down here, more Furies coming in. We're not seeing any summons at this point. And it's just kind of a Marauder Horseman duel of fates over here, as we do get double Fury coming in from Random, going to be going after the enemy Horseman. But 2 Horsemen of Tzeentch coming in from Enticity should be able to kind of disrupt a lot of his game plan here, and also some of his Horsemen do get caught there a little bit. And it seems like Enticity's really closing the value gap, and Random is having slightly more micro mistakes, not too many, but just a little bit. But again, anybody's going to kind of look that way against the great Kraken King here. Chaos Knight's proven to be pretty terrible, only getting 578 value so far. I suppose they do break some of these units, might be able to cause a little bit of disruption here. But Random is falling pretty substantially behind on points. It looks like there's going to be some Forsaken of Tzeentch coming in and some Marauders. So I think he's going to start focusing on the low ground objective. It's getting to the point where it probably would have to be a triple cap, I would imagine. Triple cap is very much in the purview here of the game, and Enticity has been doing a very good job of keeping his Marauder Horsemen alive the entire game. So those bad boys have been very, very functional. Up in the sky, we do have the Kairos duel, so it's going to be Kairos on Kairos, both of them just kind of using magic, having a good old jolly time. And that is going to be another really, really nice Tzeentch's Firestorm, which is going to be tearing through these and also hitting into the Chosen. Man, Tzeentch's Firestorm, really good. That took those pinks down to about half health and did do a little bit of damage against the Chosen as well. But is Random going to be able to get the bottom objective? And then what's going to happen after that? Is it going to be a Helm's Deep? Most likely so. We do see Furies diving into the back of these Chaos Warriors here. Chariots trying desperately to finish off those Warriors, not going super well. But the Marauders plus the Horsemen and the Forsaken should be able to get this point. I think that Enticity is going to have to kind of give it up here once the Infantry get here, especially the shielded variants. Random going to be using the Arcane Surge for a little bit of Winds of Magic. Does also use a Pink Fire there, or a Blue Fire, excuse me. And the objective still in the favor of Enticity with the Horseman kind of sitting on it. And he's about to be 1250. Random pretty heavily behind on points. And what is his scheme going to be for getting this objective? You know, a couple inefficiencies in the build as well. Enticity's build was pretty much all the good stuff, except maybe the Blazing Squealers being a little bit of a liability. I really like the idea of them, though, like kind of what he was going for. But the Soul Grinder seemed a little bit weak, and the Chaos Knight seemed a little bit weak. Even though Random does have a bit of a value lead, I feel like those big expensive units just not carrying their weight really has been very, very tough. Enticity's basically doing everything he can to kind of hold on to the objective here. So you can see he's like throwing Horsemen up and just trying to buy time. He knows he's losing on value, but I think at this point it's very, very clear that he needs to win on points, right? So we get some Screamers coming in. Screamers maybe going to be diving. The remnants of those Haggard Chaos Knights do get on top of the pinks. Screamers going to be diving into the back. Yeah, Random is for sure going to have to triple cap here. And, he doesn't have too much time. He does not have too much time. Melody, thank you for the membership for 18 months. So happy to hear you're getting back into tabletop. Yeah, I never stopped. I've been painting and hobbying. I just haven't been playing too much. But Random's Forsaken doing a good job. And, I mean, this is even further spreading out the value lead. But he is really, really running out of time. We do see the Screamers back here. Screamers going to be diving in. Chaos Warrior Halberds, though, doing a great job. And does Random have anything else coming in? It looks like it's going to be some Furies of his own, but Furies obviously cannot capture objectives. Down here, Enticity using his Kairos Fate Weaver to break a lot of these units, and the Forsaken still fighting, but Random is going to concede, knowing he doesn't have got time. GG, well played. So the Halberd build ended up working well, even though the Halberds weren't the reason why it went well. Like, look at this. Enticity got like almost 0 value on his entire core army. 109, 63, 531, 164. But his Kairos and Horseman play was definitely superior to Random's. His Horseman play was so good. I mean, great value. 1400, 1200, 600. I mean, all of his Horsemen just paid massive dividends, right? And looking at his reinforcing army. The Chosen, I really love the Chosen pick. I thought it was pretty cool. Just to kind of like really anchor your objective in the late game. Random's army was neat. We saw, I don't know, the Soul Grinder's a little bit of a weird one. I haven't had too much success. I feel like Random might have thrown the game when he went with the Chaos Knights. Like if Random had come in with, let's say, how did he do on his Horsemen too? Yeah, he did pretty good. Enticity probably got a little bit more value overall, but I feel like the Chaos Knights kind of threw the game. That's for sure. So yeah, I think if he had just brought like maybe like 4 or 5 Marauders just to hold objectives and take objectives early. Like if he had just not summoned the Chaos Knights and summoned like 4 or 5 Marauders to take the bottom objective and use their shields to screen out the Tzeentch Harass, I feel like Random wins that game. I really feel like the Chaos Knights kind of threw that one. But again, as much as I hate to say it, Chaos Knights are just pretty terrible in my experience. So that's going to be 1-0. Obviously, players need to win 4 games in total to be advancing on. So let me just check the maps. It was a really good match, man. It was a really, really good match. So let me look here and look up, and the maps are going to be Itza for the next one. So me, Itza. Certainly a very good Cathay Dwarf map. I think we could see them here for sure. Cool, just got a message from the great Houseplant that he's ready to play in the next Winner Stays On series. So Houseplant will be the next challenger to the winner of either of these 2 players here. Kim C says, hey Turin, your Malekith video inspired me earlier to play him in my next campaign. I know, I kind of want to do the same thing. Malekith is such a fun character to play. Marauder Horsemen are very good, but there's plenty of counters to them, you know. I don't really have too many issues with Marauder Horsemen myself, but I do play Empire. You know, Pistoliers, any sort of bow or gun units, silver bullets just absolutely crush them. They're very good, but they're very micro-intensive. You have to realize the effort that Enticity is putting into micro those units is pretty vast. Like, he's working very, very hard to get that kind of value. Question for you, Turin. Do you think Keepers of Secrets can be competitive? They're very... Slaanesh usually gets banned. I don't think so. I think Inkari is probably better. Although the Exalted Keepers aren't bad. Slaanesh is just so overpowered that they get banned so often that you don't really get a chance to kind of see what the meta looks like for them because everybody's kind of afraid to play them. So typically in competitive environments, they use their bans. Yeah. Can we expect an AoE 4 stream? Yeah. When the new patch, yes, of course. When the new patch drops, I'll for sure cover some AoE 4. Gunline with Halberds. Yeah, Empire's not bad in Domination. They're not bad. I'm going to be playing some Empire tomorrow. I'm very excited. How did Houseplant get the Katarine avatars? Let me go ahead and show you guys real quick. So taking a look at the website, looking on the Old Tavern, you'll notice that Houseplant has a unique avatar. And he was awarded this avatar for having won the Summer Championship. So there's special avatars and things like that for like winning, you know, huge major events and things like that. We'll have one for the Total Tavern Season 1 Championship, which will be pretty cool. So yeah, there's unique avatars you can get, and I'll be putting up a page kind of detailing all that information later. So usually it'll be included in the tournament if there's going to be a special avatar awarded, but yeah, that's how we got that. What about Khorne? Khorne's a good faction. Yeah, the Khorne's solid. I mean, if we take a look, the old stats right now, we can look over. Where is that? Come on, brain, you can figure this out. Yeah, so Khorne's solid. They like, this is good. If you're sitting between like, I love how Slaanesh has like a bad win rate. It's funny because I think in like a lot of beginners will play each other. This is like so not accurate. A lot of beginners will play against each other and and pick Slaanesh and probably end up losing somehow. What are they losing to? That's weird. How are they losing to Nurgle? There must have been some weird shenanigans. How is Nurgle? I would love to see how this is going on. But anyways, if you're sitting between, you know. Also, there's a land battle tournament going on today. I need to make sure that the land battle isn't feeding stats into this leaderboard. If it is, I had a setting, but we just implemented it so that people could host land battles and it wouldn't feed into the stats. But it makes me a little bit suspicious seeing that Slaanesh is getting games played. Yeah, I'm going to have to make sure. I'll check later on because something seems a little bit off with the Slaanesh games because they're almost always banned, and I don't remember seeing that many games yesterday. So we'll take a look. Don't worry. But nonetheless, you know, factions sitting around 50% is pretty good, right? So Dwarves are at 48, Empires 49, Khorne at 49, Dark Elves, Vampire Coast, Tzeentch. You can see there's a little bit of a power, you know, spike, but yeah, like Rush factions, like Warriors of Chaos, Norska are both top tier. Like anybody who's saying, "Oh no, Rush is dead, artillery camping is meta," just go look at the data, man. It's not the case. Vampire counts, Tomb Kings, all that sort of stuff like that. So Slaanesh losing to Slaanesh and Nurgle, yeah, it's weird. I'll have to double check though. I'll have to make sure because land battle tournaments should not feed into the stats, but I'll make sure on the back end it works. We just implemented that feature, so it's something I need to kind of keep tabs in. All right, let me tell my dev real quick. Okay, 1 second. Cool. So, okay. Outstanding, ladies and gentlemen. So we have our next matchup of the day. It is going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. Ooh, this is some heavy hitting stuff. This is very, very hype indeed. Do you have a specific lord you'd like to be added to the game? Yeah, there's some Empire characters I would like. I think having like Luther Huss, so like a legendary. I mean, we already kind of have Volkmar though, so he's kind of like fills that niche a little bit. Guys, we got Warriors of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. Oh yeah, look at that. I am super hyped for this. Will we have separate win rate stats for land battles? Yeah, eventually I'm going to be adding that. Remember, all of the development costs for the website come out of pocket, and though I could have, you know, there's some other people who have volunteered to pay some of the costs. Like I don't want to do that. That can get a little bit tricky, you know, because in terms of like, yeah, that can just get a little bit complicated. So how do Demogryph Knights do in competitive? Pretty good. I use demis all the time for the Empire. Last night I was actually sitting up listening to some music, making an Empire build guide. So basically it's a build for every single matchup for the Empire. And you know, there was a couple matchups I hadn't played yet. Like I had never played Empire versus Cathay until I lost yesterday in the tournament with it. I had played it, I think maybe casually on one of the previous matches, but in this match I hadn't. So I've been adjusting builds, and yeah, it's going to be fun. I'll maybe put that up. Yeah, legendary heroes of the Empire. Demis are actually not bad. Demis are pretty decent. What is that picture next to your name? That's my dog. Yeah, it's Wookie. Yeah, well, it's Wookie. That's my late dog. He did pass away a couple years back, but he is a majestic creature that lives on. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. So we got Hadries signing up for the series as well. So now we have Houseplant and Hadri signing up for the Winter Stays On series, which is super exciting. More top players signing up from the top 16. You're going to be, it's kind of like a legendary duel series, right? You're getting duels between just these heavy hitter players, which is so much fun. Yeah, Dowie are great, man. They're good. They have a solid 50% win rate, and you can, again, we can go like revisit the data a little bit. I wouldn't take Slaanesh. I need to put a caveat about bans as well, because like the Slaanesh data is not accurate at all, since it's basically just being played in like lower brackets and things like that. But let me go ahead and look here. All right, so going to the news. So taking a look here, we can see dwarves are sitting at a 48% win rate. Very good. I mean, and you can also look at their best matchups at the top and their worst matchups in the bottom, right? So dwarves are getting absolutely crushed by Tomb Kings, crushed by Grand Cathay. But up at the top side of things, their dwarves are actually countering vampire counts pretty effectively. They've only played them 3 times, but they still haven't lost, which is pretty good. Yeah, so you can go and look at all this data here and see who the best matchups are for everyone. Always a pretty good time. Yeah, dwarves are doing great. Kislev is interesting. They're sitting at 40%. Now, you see like these factions down here, the pit factions, Ogre Kingdoms need a lot of love. They are just so bad. Greenskins, I'm surprised Greenskins and Lizards are down here, but High Elves, I understand. Beastmen, Nurgle for sure is very weak. Yeah. Nurgle's hard to play. They're slow, very vulnerable to being kind of picked apart. How would the tier list be now versus pre-launch? Oh, the tier list is completely different now. Now that we have like new domination as it is now, which I like a lot more, it's very, very different. Looked into accepting ads for the website. Yeah, I think so. I think eventually we'll put like a banner ad on the website just to help pay the prizes for the players and things like that. That's kind of the plan. Just put a bans counter like in Dota. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we'll do that for sure. Okay, just typing to my web dev real quick while we wait for the next match. Cool. Yeah, the Nurgle Bombard build was pretty good. I know I was playing a really strong player there too, and it almost worked. Like the double Soul Grinder, I think, has a bit of potential in a couple matchups. Plus, they're pretty fighty, and they also have like 75 speed, so they can get around the map and actually be pretty good. Which Faction Lord should you use for Nurgle in multiplayer? Even though Festus did get nerfed, and deservedly so, I think he's still very good. It depends on what you're playing against. Like, if you're playing against a faction with a lot of shooting that can snipe your characters, I would probably recommend going with a Rotfly character. So going with a Rotfly, you know, like Flying Herald or whatever, just to fly around and kind of do some magic and not die. If you're playing, you know, against a faction that doesn't have a ton of shooting, or there's terrain that can hide your characters, like in Black Ark, hiding them on the low ground, I think Festus is pretty good. Any Ultra Funds tournaments? Probably not in the near future, but it's something on the horizon. Skaven are really good. Yeah, Skaven are good. The reason why their win rate isn't like 60%, 70% is because Skaven are hard to play. They're very squishy, very, very position focused, very micro intensive. Like, I would say Skaven is an incredibly high skill cap faction. But like, if we look at the data on Tavern about Skaven, let me like look real quick. So Skaven have, you know, a 43% win rate, but I bet you if you looked at a player like Hadries playing against other top players with Skaven, there's probably a win rate which is like, his win rate's probably realistically closer to 60% or 70% with Skaven. I don't know. He's in chat. He could tell you right now. If Vizelin never got a DLC, who'd you want? I don't know. Yeah, Elspeth would be a fun character, I think. Getting a big Empire Dragon character would be pretty rad, especially with Death Magic. Yeah, I don't know why Bretonia's not played. I really like them. They're not as bad as people say. They're certainly on the weaker end of the spectrum, but Bretonia can win games. They can definitely win games. Or maybe a head-to-head campaign or co-op campaign, the return of Sparty. You know, I try and get Sparty to play games, but he just does not seem interested. I definitely message him quite a bit, but he's an elusive prey. I would love to do some co-op streams with Sparty or something. Some 2v2 campaigns, but yeah, he is elusive. All right, guys, loading into the battle. It is going to be the Warriors of Chaos with Be'lakor facing off against the Master Necromancer? What the hell is this guy? Hellman Gorst, of course, got nerfed into the Shadow Realm, you know, deservedly so. And you don't get to see too many vampire counts. It's actually very interesting, but I don't know how the vampire counts effectively kill Be'lakor is the question. Be'lakor is going to be unholy. John says, any plans for using the... You know, I heard mixed reviews about that pick and ban system, John, because the pick and ban system where you do blind picks, like you blind pick like 5 or 6 matchups, there's still a chance that, you know, one player can just get better matchups, and it's kind of like unfair. I personally think this pick and ban system is a little bit better. Obviously, players are still going to be playing stronger factions. Maybe for faction diversity, that pick and ban system's stronger too. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Oh, we're for sure going to get a Celestial Huracanum at some point. Like the Empire, everybody loves the Empire, so any sort of an update to them would be pretty cool. Not everybody, but a lot of people do for sure. For sure. So, taking a look, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the front line for Enticity, which is going to be Horse Masters. It makes a lot of sense. Vampire counts, like, you don't want to fight them up close. So having a big mobile core of horsemen to outmaneuver the vampire counts, pick off crypt horrors, all that sort of good stuff is very nice. It's going to be Forsaken and Marauders in the back with Be'lakor the Dark Prince, who obviously is just insanely difficult to kill. Enticity seems to have gotten a very, very strong pick here. He's got Pit of Shades and Shadow Shroud. Now, looking here at the forces of the vampire counts, going to be zombies, going to be skeletons, Graveguard, great weapons. Interesting choice. Yeah, I guess against Forsaken they'll do well. Crypt horrors are obviously very problematic. And this is basically a battle between, you know, 2 top-tier factions. Like, vampire counts are very strong, and so too are the Warriors of Chaos. Now, Master Necromancer does have a bound spell. He's got a free Lesser Raise Dead, Winds of Death, Raise Dead, and Invocation. Coming in with the Scroll of Power, which is going to be decreasing his cooldowns. Oh, that's cool. So Scroll of Power to double cast, like double Winds of Death and just nuke 2 positions. That seems like it could be a relatively heavy metal situation. Garland, wait, what? Gorst got nerfed finally? Also, whoa, yes he did. He finally got nerfed a little bit, which is good. He was very OP. Gorst literally was like a Mortis engine for like 600 gold that you could just keep resummoning. So even if they killed it, it just didn't go well. So yeah, this is pretty much like land battle, right? Like if you were playing against vampire counts in land battle, you'd do something very similar. It would either be like a really degenerate Mortis engine box, or it'd be like a ton of Marauder Horsemen. Now, my only concern is, yeah, there's like nothing here that can kill Be'lakor. And the problem is trying to kill Be'lakor with like Blood Knights he can Pit of Shades on top of himself and just like crush the Blood Knights. So really, I think this is going to be, for Random, a game where he wants to minimize horseman value. Enticity going to be doing a little bit of a charge in there and hammering some of the zombies. And he takes no zombie claws. Yeah, zombies are pretty bad at fighting, so they only have 5 melee attacks, so they're not going to be connecting. Like, you know, comparatively speaking, if you look at the ratio of melee attack to melee defense in the Horse Masters, they're basically like chosen when you look at them like fighting zombies, right? Which is pretty funny for sure. So Warriors of Chaos going to be moving up. Here they come. So they're going to be pulling back here, and old Bellicor going to be popping in. I think Crypt Horrors are probably one of the best things to maybe try and take down Bellicor. But the vampire counts, you can see there's only been 28 damage value. Like the zombies that have been taking damage, it's pretty insignificant if you really look at it in the grand scheme of things. They're very cheap, and you could just resummon those bad boys. So they're going to be moving up onto the middle objectives. Vampire counts probably just going to be trying to maintain a double cap and just win that way. I don't see the vampire counts trying to trade here. Maybe spamming out a bunch of Crypt Horrors could be pretty good. Because like right now, the Horse Masters aren't really getting any value. I mean, they've gotten like almost 40 value so far, even though it should be more. Zombies, yeah, it should be like 150. Pit of Shades going down. Interesting Pit of Shades. It's going to be going down and killing some skeletons and zombies there. So not... You'll notice that the damage tracker doesn't track like some Vortex spells. There are some bugs, so really take the damage value with a bit of a grain of salt. So far, the overall value accrued by the Warriors of Chaos is probably closer to about 300 or 400. So, wow, look at the Marauder Horsemen doing so much damage against those skeleton spears. Jeez, that was brutal. Those guys weren't braced, and that is for sure. So Skeleton Spearmen going to be moving up on the point, so that is going to be going to Random. And it looks like there's going to be a zombie summon coming in from the Master Necromancer, who's going to be certainly hiding while the other Necromancer strokes his Forbidden Rod in the bushes. And look at this. I like this tech. This is going to be a Hell Cannon. So Hell Cannon back here, just going to be thumping into the Vampire Army. So Enticity is basically probably going to be yielding the objectives initially, and most likely will be going for big, heavy-duty value trading, which is smart. You know, Vampire counts, you don't want to just grind into them. You got to pick them apart a little bit before you commit. Forsaken will kill these Skeleton Spears. Overall, I would say Enticity's placement seems just better. Like, he's getting better trades. Random is being a little bit too apprehensive on the middle objective, because in order to win this, Random needs to win on points. And it's not like he actually has like a good combat lord that's going to be able to kind of swing it back, like a Blood Dragon Lord or something like that. I was actually kind of expecting that. We kind of saw that in the grand finals of our last faction war, where Moffat came in with the Blood Dragon Lord, or not Moffat, but Alfredino, and was able to do really well against some of these like big, hard-hitting characters, right? So Spearmen have moved up. Spearmen grinding into Hellstriders of Slaanesh is like super cost effective here for the Vampire count, so they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank. That objective is taken, and now we get more Skeleton Spearmen moving up onto the middle. Random's going to have to hurry, man. He's letting himself kind of fall behind on points pretty heavily. Looks like he will be securing this objective. Spearmen did shank down a couple of Hellstriders there, which has got to feel pretty good. But another unit of Skeleton Spears is going to be paying the iron price, while Bellicor actually getting pushed back. The Dark Prince takes a little bit of damage, but he should be okay. Not the First Prince. He's not the Dark Prince. He's like the First Prince, right? So Enticity going to be pulling back with the Marauder Horsemasters, and the Forsaken going to be chasing down ye old Skeleton Spearmen. Side objective is controlled by the Vampire counts, but again, I really don't like how delayed he's been on getting up on these objectives. The Warriors of Chaos should not have had these objectives at like any point. Maybe the top one, obviously. Contesting all three is a little bit too risky against a faction that likes to abuse the overpowered Slaanesh cavalry here. And we do see the Dire Pack going after them. That's actually a smart play. Dire Pack might be able to get him. Hellstriders are faster than them, though. I wonder if Random's going to be summoning something up there. Dire Pack, though, should win this fight. They're infantry sized, and instantly you see the Hellstriders start to take some big damage. This is one of the first picks of the game that's been very, very good for Random, as he will be taking out this Cav unit, and his Dire Pack will be very, very formidable after that. Zombie summons being dropped here, and the middle objective is controlled by the Warriors of Chaos as the Hell Cannon continues to thump down. We do get some Königstein Stalkers coming in, so the ROR Skeletons, Crypt Horrors being charged by the Hellstriders here. And zombie summons from Random are quite good, but he needs to get more capture weight up here. You know, Skeletons have expendable capture weight, so they're not going to be super good. And there are some Marauders of Chaos, and oh my god, the Hell Cannon's actually going after the Master Necromancer. Oh my god. Good pick here. Hellstriders of Slaanesh being taken apart. This is an opportunity for Random to get a triple cap. He's going to need to do that like ASAP. I think in order to win this game, we see a Pit of Shades going down. That is going to be hitting Condensite Stalkers and Graveguard Grey Opens. And obviously Pit of Shades has a longer wind-up time, but it still hits like an absolute truck if you let it get in there. The Graveguard are on the objective. It looks like Enticity is going to be moving in, going for the kill, but the Graveguard should be able to fight off Hellstriders. And, ooh, nice summon here. We get some Vargeist up on the high ground. So the Devils of Schwarzhofen going to be coming out. And the Devils, yeah, will for sure be punching a big dent in these Forsaken. Those guys probably 100% dead. And I do really, really like this cap. The Dire Pack moving over here to take this objective is a big MLG play for sure. Vampire counts have let Chaos get pretty far ahead on points, though. Understandably, it's a little bit stressful. Marauder Horseman ammunition is going to become a variable as well. You know, obviously the skirmishing is all sunshine and rainbows until you do run out of ammunition, right? Then it's going to, your army's going to be a lot weaker. Dire Pack coming in. Dire Pack does get a nice jump on the Marauder Horsemen here. They're actually shaken. Dire Pack doing some big damage. Enticity is going to be responding by summoning in some Chaos Chariots. So the Chaos Chariots will do some great work against Hound size units. And looks like more Marauder Horsemen maybe going to move in and fight. Dire Pack paying huge dividends, though, so far. Now, down here, we see the Forsaken get ripped to shreds. Value is allegedly kind of even, but it's really not. Anticity's up by probably another 1,000 value on top of that. And the middle objective is going to be going to the Vampire Counts here in a second. They do have the capture weight, and they are effectively grinding pretty well. Bellicor being trapped in Cryptors is probably as good of an outcome that you could hope for the Vampire Counts, just kind of sitting there and holding that bad boy at bay, while Cryptors down here continue to trade cost effectively. It looks like there's going to be some Marauders coming out, but Vampire Counts showing that they certainly have some teeth, pun completely intended, and the Dire Pack just getting massive value. It's just like nibbling on all these different units, and Random is able to kind of close the value gap, which he's going to need to do. Yeah, he does have healing, you know, so healing's a variable. We get some more Direwolves coming in to attack the Hellstriders. Direwolves are a very, very good counter against them, and many of these Hellstriders are going to be trapped here. And the Vampire Counts now have the objective there. Now, Vampire Counts obviously could win on a 2-cap, but it's getting a little bit precarious for them. There's a lot of pressure coming on all sides, and Enticity seems to have pretty good control up on the high ground here. Chariot able to cause some serious disruption while the Skeleton Spears get broken. And where are the Devils going to go? Probably after these Chaos Chariots, I would imagine. Dire Pack chasing them down. Bellicor kind of struggling to find a home right now. He does a lot of kills. The Hell Cannon in the back is doing nice work. Enticity will be unsummoning that in a second. Looks like the Hell Cannon is trying to get pot shots at the Necromancer, who has been using invocations to try and stay alive. Vampires obviously don't want to be losing their lord, right? And here we get Cryptors and Zombies. Oh, Cryptors and Sternsmen facing off against Hellstriders of Slaanesh. Hellstriders of Slaanesh probably going to be pretty happy about that trade, and we do get more Marauder Horsemen coming in from Enticity, but the Vampires seem to be holding on to the side point. We're seeing Vargeist being used very well as like an anti-infantry, clearing tool, and the Vampires have a big, ugly mess on the middle objective, man. Skeleton Warriors, Königstein Stalkers, Devils of Swartzhofen coming out, and up on the high ground, we do have Chariots continuing to just penetrate through, getting really, really good value. Vampire Counts really need to get a triple cap, though, I think. I don't know how they're going to do it. Neither of them have a huge bank of resources. Random has a little bit more. It looks like there's going to be a big pit fight going down here as the Master Necromancer. That's a beautiful zombie summon right there. So he drops a zombie summon behind the Marauder Horsemasters, kind of traps them in place, keeps them from escaping, ties their models up in combat. Skeleton Spears are on their way, but Bellicor, the Dark Prince, is here, but it's going to take Bellicor like 15 years to actually kill these Vargeist, as well as the Sternsmen here, I think? No, those are just zombies. Sternsmen are fighting over here, and doing the work of the Vampires, that is for sure. Side objective was taken by the Warriors of Chaos, though. The Vampires kind of moved off the objective with a couple units, so Vampires are going to have to find a way to get that objective back. Meanwhile, up in the high ground, Skeletons, not going to do it, just getting run over by Chariots and the tattered remnants of Forsaken. Although we do get Königstein Stalkers, who survive that Pit of Shades, and Cryptors moving up there, which might give him enough to capture that objective. We'll have to see how this battle over here on the far side goes. Overall, it looks pretty good for the Vampire Counts. A lot of the Marauder Horsemen are just being chased off the map. We see a mass rout coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. The Exodus. You can see all of this. So the Marauder Horsemen are just fleeing the scene. And this is Skirmish Cav are very, very hard to pull off against Vampire Counts. Very, very difficult. And the Vampire Counts able to chase those units down. We see a couple Marauder Horsemen here getting corralled and pushed off. I would imagine, yeah, they are going to be retreating off the map. So that's another variable, right? There's a lot of healthy units running off the map, so that value isn't going to be coming into account. And honestly, Warriors of Chaos do have a fair amount of pressure coming in, but it's mainly just a Bellicor show right now. I feel like Randommnix might be slowly starting to take control of this game. He's had some really beautiful play with his Vargeists and some of those like flying big, punishing beasts to shut it down. Bats coming in, Königstein Stalkers on objective. Cryptors will absolutely crush these Marauder great weapons. So now we're starting to see a couple ineffective fights. We do see Gorebeast Chariots. What the hell is this? The dreaded Gorebeast Chariot is on its way in. Okay, that is interesting. And they're going to be getting into the Graveguard. And yeah, sure, that'll do great damage. I feel like Vampires will probably have some ample counters for that. Yeah, you know what? I think Vampire Count's got this one. Looking around the battlefield, Anticity is basically the Bellicor show right now. And Bellicor is good, but he can't capture objectives. And, value trading is really, really important in New Domination, but points are as well, right? So here on the other side, we do have the Marauder Horsemen coming in. I had, in yesterday's tournament, I had most of my games were decided by points and not value trading, actually. And that's generally a sign that you're playing against equally skilled opponents. But man, oh man, Random has just been a relentless hunter. He is the Dark Lord of the Dire Pack, just hunting down these Marauder Horsemen. The skirmishing playstyle of Enticity being punished very, very heavily by the mobility of the Vampire Counts. Chaos Chariot is there, Königstein Stalker is trying to capture it. He does need to get that objective at some point. Bellicor in the middle, causing problems, going after the Necromancer, obviously, which is fine. Devils of Swartzhofen, probably going to go after the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. And I mean, just look at the stranglehold on this objective. Look at the powerful amount of units. We got Cryptors, we got Zombies, Spears. There's nothing that Chaos can do to take that. Nothing. So maybe Chaos has to play the middle two objectives. They're certainly doing a good job of the high ground. But once the Vampire Counts maneuver over those Cryptors and those Vargeists, it's probably going to be game blouses. So check this out up in the sky. Random coming in, Master Necromancer, just cackling and stroking his Forbidden Rod up in the sky. He actually has a Wand of Jet, so he's stroking his wand. He's not stroking his Forbidden Rod, which sounds way better, but he's certainly trying his best. Vampire Counts moving up to the high ground. Devil's going to be very punishing here, but I think it would be a colossal mistake to land them right now. Although, never mind, you have the Dire Pack here. Okay. I didn't see the Dire Pack because, you know, Hellstriders will do very well against them. The Dire Pack collapsing in with their anti-large bonus and the Master Necromancer being unsummoned right now, most likely to just resummon him and just get his spells back and bring him back healthy, so you don't take the penalty for your Lord having died. And Be'lakor is a monster, right? Be'lakor is an absolute raid boss. He's getting in there and he's crushing, you know, wherever he fights, but you know, Be'lakor can't be everywhere at once. A lot of times people rely a little bit too much on characters like Be'lakor, and it's very strong. Like, we see that... you know, Tim the Wilder's a great example of this. He's a really, really good Demons of Chaos player, and he gets so much good value with Be'lakor in that roster and has been able to win a ton of games. So it can work for sure, but, you know, against Vampire Counts, it seems like the rest of the trading just started to really get rough as the game ground on here. So Enticity going to be pulling back with this Horseman. I think he's going to be realizing soon that he doesn't have the stopping power to get the objectives back. Random is going to be catching him in points, and he is just so entrenched here. I think Enticity maybe saves up and goes for like a big overload here, but it's going to take... Vampire Counts are such a hard piece to remove. So Be'lakor is just beating on chaff. And yeah, I guess that's how you beat him. You just kind of distract him with crappy units, right? I wonder if Random is going to be kind of focusing on just 2 objectives and saying, screw it, Enticity, come at my 2 objectives here and try and win. Because he certainly could do that. Like, I understand that maybe going up here gives Enticity an opportunity to get value and kind of claw his way back. We see the Devil's getting away here. And yeah, there's still a lot of pressure. Triple Marauder Horsemen, Hellstriders, Chaos Chariots, certainly very problematic. Now, some of you guys in chat might be wondering, why are we not seeing like Chaos Warriors and things like that? Well, if you ever played land battles, Warriors of Chaos typically cannot ever trade close quarters with the Vampire Counts. In my experience, even with some of the new stuff they have, Warriors of Chaos, if you try and go fisticuffs with Vampire Counts, you might start off okay, but they're going to just out-trade you in the long run. You know, they'll be using Fargeists and Cryptors to just kill all your good infantry. So you kind of have to play like this. You have to play a little bit more cagey and use Marauder Horsemen and like SEMs and play that way. Like back in the day, it was kind of, occasionally you'd see like an Archaon chosen Halberd box, but really it is a tricky pickle for sure. So in the middle, Be'lakor is trying to get his game back here. In the back, we do see Vargeist attacking Marauder Horsemen, and they do get them to the edge of the map, but there's only 4 models left, so they're probably going to die. Looks like Chaos should be able to kind of stabilize that. And here, we got Skeletons, we got Zombies, and Sternsmen just chilling on guard duty. Be'lakor is getting worn down a little bit. I would imagine the Kraken King is probably out of ammo at this point, and we do get Skeleton Spears moving to the side objective. I love that. It's kind of like the Thanos plays, I like to call it. It's the inevitable... inexorable play here, right? So eventually, those Skeleton Spears, they're occupying 2 Horsemen. They're absorbing ammo on their shields, and they're poking them down with anti-large. And the Chaos Goon Squad going to maneuver here, but Cryptors should be at the ready. Sternsmen are going to take a good 45 minutes to remove, but the 2 Chaos Chariot play, I really, really do like that. And we do also see Hellstriders coming in. Maybe they're going to be able to isolate these Cryptors. Cryptors actually get the charge on them, but that's going to be very cost-effective for the Hellstriders, that's for sure. Although Cryptor has proven to be pretty menacing. Devils of Swartzofen might be able to get there in time and stop this. Chaos Chariot's continuing to run through, getting some good damage into the Sternsmen, but I don't see that getting the objective. And up here, we see 2 Zombies. I would like to see the Zombies move to the objective. I think that'd be a pretty strong play. Skeleton Spears, they're just like owning these Horsemen up here, man. They're just like pushing them back, causing so many difficulties here, ladies and gentlemen. Be'lakor the Dark Prince, trying his best to be everywhere at once. I'm sure he's got a lot of value, but the Be'lakor show... the show must go on, in the words of that song is so good. Man, Queen has some really good like songs like that. Anyways, yeah, I digress. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. But the Feasters in the Dusk are up on the objective. Vampire Count's basically just throwing bodies so that Be'lakor isn't going to be able to get there. The objectives are going to be swinging into the favor of the Vampire Counts right now, and we see the 2 Zombies coming in from Random. So Random did spot that and is going to be moving in with his 2 Zombies here, getting up to the high ground objective, which honestly, if you're stealing an objective with just a bunch of shitty chaff units, that is a really, really good feeling for sure. Be'lakor trying his best down here. He's bumping and grinding, man. Chaos Chariots getting worn down, and that, you know, Chariots don't work that well against Vampire Counts. You know, Cryptors really give them the business. In my experience in the new meta, some of the factions which are really good against Vampire Counts are actually the Dwarves and Grand Cathay. You wouldn't think so, but like they have these like stalwart infantry lines and just amazing shooting that can really take apart Vampire Count armies for sure. Although not a lot of people are playing Cathay into them yet, but I do feel like Cathay can do a very good job. Middle objective is being contested by Chaos, and the reason why is because Vampires mostly have crappy units here. It's just Zombies who have almost no capture weight. But there are some Graveguard Great Weapons coming in. They're going to be moving here. Meanwhile, up on the high ground, the Zombies and the Dire Pack coming out once again. No Dire Wolves. Dude, Dire Wolves have just been MVPs this game, man. MVPs. They're able to move in there. They're going to be hunting down their prey, and they're they have it. Marauder Horsemen are going to be running for the hills. Here we do get the Marauder Horsemen also getting chased off here. Yeah, so the other unit getting hunted. And that's going to be a triple cap for the Vampire counts. And, you know, even though Be'lakor is extremely overpowered. Oh, I don't need to save the replay. That's going to be GG. So with that, Random ties up the series, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1-1. Well, Park Map, this series is meant to be a showcase of the top players in the world. So, you know, we have regular tournaments with all sorts of different styles. So here we go. Boom. Be'lakor with a casual 5,000 value. You know, no biggie. No biggie. Marauder Horsemasters did okay, but overall, Randommnix's screening abilities with the Master Necromancer were really good, but his Dire Pack was just 1,600 value on the Dire Pack. Great stuff. Yeah, and I'm happy to see it. You know, Be'lakor can be very cheesy. It's cool to see that, you know, Vampire counts can, you know, who are also very strong, can do very well with, like, things like a Haggard Master Necromancer. All right. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 series. I'm happy about that. That means we get more games. Now, the next map today. See here. Let's go there, see what the next map is going to be. GG, well played to both players. All right, and then next map is going to be Death Pass. You guys ready for some Dowie? You ready for some Vampire Coast? Some Cathay? Because this is their chosen map. I can assure you. Yeah, Be'lakor is like, he's like importing a campaign character into multiplayer. He just can't kill him. You basically just have to ignore him and win on points. Elite Infantry are doing better. I mean, Graveguard are quote-unquote Elite Infantry. They're pretty good. What other Elite Infantry are doing pretty well, at least in my experience? I don't know. I don't really play factions with Elite Infantry. I mainly play, like, Bretonnia. I play Empire. I play Dwarves. So I'm not the best metric or person to ask. I don't really play those kind of Chaos factions too much. Oh, Be'lakor is unholy in land battles. He's unholy. Yeah, the Master Necromancer did it. No, Be'lakor is overpowered. Yeah, he is. He's undercosted. He has way too much HP. His abilities are just super good. He's just OP. Yeah. Professor Pone says, "I'm so glad the Mass Horseman lost. I cannot lie." I think everybody kind of feels that way a little bit. Yeah. So what are they going to pick here? Let's see. All right. So we don't have the picks and bans yet for those two players. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. All right, outstanding. Cries and Hammerers. I haven't tried Dwarven Hammerers, actually. They could be good. Death Guard are amazing. Death Guard are top tier. I mean, yeah, so there are plenty of elite infantry that are very good. I would wager a pretty penny that Enticity is going to try and go Vampire Coast here. I don't know how it'll work out with the pick and ban process, but the thing is, this is a best of 7 showdown, guys. So players have they are going to be factions seen that you wouldn't expect. Probably Tomb Kings are going to be coming into play too. Tomb Kings are also. Oh wait, I think Tomb Kings got globally banned. So yeah, you guys are for sure going to start seeing factions that are. Yeah. So Empire, Vampire. Oh my God, Randommnix did a global ban on Vampire Coast. Oh, and Empire. So the factions that are not allowed to be played today are Slaanesh, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, and Empire based on the global bans. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so Enticity goes Vampire Counts, Cathay, and Dark Elves for his 3 picks. Very exciting stuff. I'm hyped for that one. I am definitely hyped for that one. I actually really do like the Cathay Elite Infantry. Like, I am a big fan of Celestial Dragon Guard. I think they're pretty badass. I think they have a lot of matchups where they're pretty good. Yeah, I don't know about the Empire global ban. That's a very weird one. Empire is definitely a weaker faction. They're not like super weak, but they're like lower tier. I would agree with Enticity that Tomb Kings are stronger than Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I think Tomb Kings are just super turbo strong. I do not know why the Empire got banned. Maybe it was a meme. I don't know. This is like this. The format of this is supposed to be like the sweatiest possible games you could possibly get. You know, it's top players in the world playing for a prize on a stage. You know, so it's a little different. It's a little different for sure. And again, thank you guys all for joining today. We are on Game 3 in this heavyweight duel of fates. Game 1 was a Tzeentch mirror match, which was won by Enticity. Game 2 was Vampire Counts versus Warriors of Chaos, being won by Vampire Counts. And now we will see what the Kraken King is going to do on his way back. I would have loved to see you play in this tournament. So the thing about me is I consider myself to be a pretty high-level competitive player, but I play bad factions. like, I don't like playing overpowered factions. I like playing factions that I enjoy thematically. So that's always been what keeps me from being able to get to that like next level is I just play factions that aren't very good, which is, I play just to enjoy myself. So that's just how it's going to be. But I could still probably put up a pretty good fight, even with like Empire Dwarves, Bretonia, who I've been trying to learn lately. But, your odds of winning are definitely hard against other top players. Yeah, Empire is definitely getting carried by Sunmaker, but there's other ways to play Empire. Like, Empire artillery in general is pretty good. Mortars, cannons, Hellblaster volley guns. War wagons are amazing. Yeah. I'm a little bit proud about the Empire being banned. Granted, I would have liked to have seen it. Grimgor could beat a Sunmaker? He could. You were in the top 16 at the moment, Turin. Join the queue. Oh my god. Well, yeah, if I joined the queue, you would just see me play Bretonia, Empire, High Elves, and Dwarves. That's like what I would display. Yeah, it's always a good time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what the picks and bans are getting set with. Oh, Khorne. Enticity banned Khorne, so he went Vampire Counts, Cathay Dark Elves, and for his single ban, he banned Khorne. Now, as far as the non-global bans, you can ban them once for the whole series. So, like, if Enticity bans Khorne in Game 1, he cannot ban them again in any of the other matches. So at some point, if somebody wants to play their main in a best of 7, if they're not globally banned, that's going to be the thing. But I think global bans will often be used to go after people's mains, which is, it makes sense. It's a competitive format. Oh, Randommnix goes Cathay, and he bans Cathay. Randommnix is a really good Cathay player, too. So it's Cathay versus Vampire Counts or Dark Elves? Ooh, man. How is Enticity going to deal with this? That seems like a pretty big power flex pick there. Cathay is so good on Death's Pass. Now, I've seen Cathay lose on Death's Pass against Vampire Coast. I've seen them lose against Dwarves. I've seen them lose against Khorne. Actually can do some good work against them because Khorne plays the back objective and then just like grinds on the side objective with good infantry and stuffs Cathay a little bit. Yeah, there's plenty of tactics. I would imagine he's going to go Vampire Counts though, because Counts can shut things down. Okay, I am actually really excited to see this matchup because last game I had a theory. I was like, okay, I think that Cathay will be good against Vampire Counts. I feel like they'll be okay there. So I'm really curious to see if Cathay can beat Vampire Counts. This is actually a really big test. Overall, Vampire Counts are a stronger faction, but Grand Cathay has been doing very well, and it is in the hands of a pretty high-level player here. All right, I'm going to go fill my water up real quick, guys. Where are we at? Perfect. And we'll do it. Bless you for all the great videos and streams. Hey, thank you for joining. How can I keep track of what tournaments you play in? So you can go to Total Tavern and just look up my profile and you can see my win to loss. The last tournament I played in, I lost to Randommnix, no surprise. He's like my kryptonite. I can take games pretty consistently off other high-level players and, occasionally beat them at times. But Randommnix is just, he's my kryptonite, man. I have a really hard time beating him. Like the last 2 times I played against Enticity in tournaments, they were 2-1 series. Like Enticity won, but it was 2-1. And then at the launch of Warhammer 3, I was able to defeat Enticity in a best of 5. But like typically Enticity will win more, right? But like Randommnix, I just like cannot. He is really my kryptonite. His play style is something about it, and the factions he plays are just so good against what I liked, like how I play. I can't put my finger on it. Yes, Polis, thank you. French Kiss Festus and Ticklish Chin. There you go, man. All right, there you go. Hey, to each their own. I ain't judging. Hadri says I lost as Cathay versus Vampire Counts on this map in a blind best of 1. Was like 7k damage up, but the zombie summons and crypts just kept Cathay. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, winning on points is still very possible. It was basically impossible before, but anyways, I'm gonna go get some water real quick, and we'll be starting in a moment. All right, guys, I returned. Looks like the players are still picking their army. So if you have any other questions right now, let me know. You can always tag me in chat at Turin, and I can let you know what's going on. Yeah, Cathay's a great faction right now. They're good. Fire Rain Rockets can do work. Vampire Counts do have a lot of Fellbats. You got to put some respect on those Fellbats, but you can always use like Horsemen to shut them down. I think what you do with Grand Cathay is you obviously secure the middle, right? You have a choke point. So you get Grand Cathay, you get some Jade Warriors and some crossbows, and you hold down the middle. And then on the side objective, you send like some more quality units, maybe like some Celestial Dragon Guard, and just use your artillery to kind of cover that. Cathay magic is super good too. Cathay has some of the best lores of magic in the game. Lore of Yin is grossly strong. Or Lore of Yang, the one that does the blue spells. Yeah. So the Ancestral Summon is really good. Talons of the Night is top tier. The Slow is really good. And then Lore of Yang, which is I think the fire one, is has word save, which is really good for dueling, and the fire breath attack is great for clearing out chaff. Yeah, Hadries, I think that's going to be coming on the future. There's been discussions of that, so I think there's going to most likely be changes to Crumbling. Any good Wood Elf builds for domination? Yeah, so Wood Elves have a lot of viable playstyles. You can do if you're playing Wood Elves, John, and you're playing against like an artillery faction, like somebody who likes to bring like Queen Bess or Sunmaker, you can go double Waystalker and use Arrows of Kurnus to snipe their artillery, and then creep up on them with Way Watchers and Prey of Anathrema, and then when they charge you, you Prey of Anathrema their cav, shoot them to pieces. Like that playstyle is still very viable. Also, Wood Elves can do rushes. It's not quite as strong, but you can use like an Ancient Tree Man with Dwellers Below. That's a really good anchor piece for a lot of builds. If you're playing a melee faction, that can really catch them off guard. Will you be doing tabletop on this channel or a new one? I probably will do it on a new channel. Yeah, because YouTube doesn't like it when you like put conflicting subjects on a channel. I mean, they're relatively similar. I don't know. It's something, I'll see what you guys want, but I think starting a new channel would be better. Because YouTube punishes you for putting up multiple videos per day. Typically, like if you put up like 2 or 3 videos, the later ones will always do worse, and it like doesn't like that. In my experience, it affects your channel. So I think like 2 videos a day is fine, but if I'm doing a stream and a Total War video and then a tabletop video, I think it would hurt the tabletop video. What do you think is up with the Lizardmen? I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like Lizardmen lose to a lot of the really top tier meta factions, and that's why people pick them into those factions. Yeah, like, I don't know. Something feels a little bit weird about Lizardmen. Robert says, glad to see your numbers go up with IE. Yeah, everyone's numbers have gone up. It's great. I love seeing like all the multiplayer, all the folks who cover multiplayer do better. It's what you need for a healthy, competitive community, right? Or a multiplayer community. Like you have it, we had it in Age of Empires 4 for a while. You would have folks like Grubby was streaming it, and EGC TV, and pretty much all the top players had their own, like a lot of the top players like Beastie Cutie had his own channel, and he still does, and like it's really healthy for the community to have that. What do you think about considering doing away with resummoning units? It needs some testing for sure. It would need some testing. Yeah. How would you typify Random's playstyle? Ooh. I mean, I would say that Random's playstyle, let's see, he usually goes pretty wide. But I mean, I would say he's a very like meta traditionalist in a sense, but he also goes very wide. Like Random, he rarely uses elite builds. He's always wide. Like in a lot of the builds I played against him, he doesn't even bring a Lord. He just like brings like a ton of good units. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. Love to see how much the meta changes in Dom. Would you have called someone crazy if they told you about this matchup before Immortal Empire? Oh yeah, before this matchup before Immortal Empires launched would be impossible. Cathay would be Randommnix is just getting some water, and he'll be back in just a second, and then we'll start as soon as he's back. Empire mortars aren't as bad as you think. I played Empire against Random's dwarves, which is a hard counter for the Empire. Okay, in a tournament yesterday, I just walked myself into it, and I was able to use 4 Empire mortars to great effect. Each of them got 800 to 900 value and killed a ton of his Quarrelers and Thunderers. They were actually very good. So they might be awful in campaign, but in multiplayer they're not. That's a really good tech too. Okay, so pretty much everyone who plays against the Empire now has pretty much a full-on erection for shutting down the Sunmaker. So if you don't bring the Sunmaker and you bring 4 basic mortars instead, you can get pretty decent value. Not as good as the Sunmaker, but it also mitigates your opponent's counter strategy, right? Packs, probably the hot dog water, yeah. On your new Batrep channel, will you play 40k as well? Yeah, I will. Thing is, I'm trying to talk Italian Spartacus into doing it with me, but he doesn't seem terribly interested. I've been trying to, because I'd like to have someone I know and a good friend of mine to play with at first. Did Total War Warhammer 3 feel like enough of a new game to... Yeah, it did. Not at launch. Like, I burned out really fast after launch because the Realm of Chaos campaign wasn't very fun after playing it once, and And, you know, the 6 or 7 factions were... And Domination was in a terrible state with the stupid comeback mechanic back then. And the limited faction. So at first, no, but now, yes. Like, my passion for this game has been rekindled. And yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Why are Tomb Kings stronger than they used to be? Changes to healing, yeah. Healing got, like, percentage-based healing, all that kind of stuff. Realm of Souls, the amount of healing it gives to your entire army is insane. On top of that, Lore of Nehekara's healing. So basically, Tomb Kings are just getting constant army-wide heals, like, nonstop. It's brutal. And obviously, there's some bugs in the game with, like, infinite ammo, but yeah. Oh, man! We're getting the Iron Dragon! Hell yeah, dude. Sign me up for that shit. What faction strategy hasn't been fully realized yet, in your opinion? Okay, factions that haven't been fully realized yet. That's a tough question. I'd have to look. I feel like Bretonnia. Bretonnia is pretty relatively not... They're like 1.5 dimensional. Not 1 dimensional, but 1.5. I feel like Bretonnia could do a lot better than people give them credit for. Do you think CA is going to do a 40k game? Yes. I would put money on that, actually. Why wouldn't they? Like, Total War Warhammer has been hugely successful, and 40k is like an even bigger intellectual property, so why wouldn't that? Yeah, the Zhao pick is badass, dude. Yeah, he's great because Zhao can just use those breath attacks, and he can use them in dragon form. So basically, as Cathay, you're getting a huge character that can fight vampire lords, and he can also clear things out with breath attacks, which is super heavy metal. Yeah, Random always plays very wide, so you can expect him to play wide, typically. Almost never goes elite. Jade Warriors in the front. It's funny, I know most players' playstyles. Yeah, just from having casted these tournaments, although I'm a little bit rusty on this. Kepler they do not have the armor piercing anymore. They got nerfed. Yeah, they're still really good, but they're not, like, broken. Yeah. So Jade Warrior crossbows, it's going to be 4 of those. Obviously, great against Cryptors, great against zombies, you know, anything lightly armored, these guys are going to shine. And if the vampires want to, you know, get a little bit nasty and fly over you, you have Iron Hail Gunners parked in your army, and the Iron Hail Gunners will just shotgun anything that comes close. It takes a little bit of micro, but it will do the trick. Now, what's going to happen is Enticity is probably going to go for his back objective here, so he'll maneuver this way. He'll grab that, and then he'll play this side objective like that. That's most likely what's going to be happening, because trying to go up the middle against Grand Cathay, dude, you are going to be having a very, very bad time. Matrix says, Dowie are missing a... Yeah, the dwarves could definitely use some new stuff. Granted, dwarves are pretty good in domination. This is I would say, a pretty good time to be a dwarf fan. Like, if you've ever, you know... Like, this is probably the best dwarves have been in the meta, like, almost ever. Yeah, okay, there might have been one time where they were better. When they had Tormentor swords on their Thanes and they could snare you in place, that might have been the best dwarves ever were, but I think dwarves are in a really good position right now, for sure. So, Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, he has the ward save ability, so he has the warding iron, so he gives ward save to himself and his nearby allies, but really just the Dragon Breath. I would have liked to have seen Final Transmutation, but I do think that this is enough, and it's a very, very clean build. A lot of shooting, a lot of Cathay, and that is going to be the jam. And now it's double Fellbats, backed up by Zombie Skeleton Warriors, going to be going for the side point, and the rest of the Vampiro army is going to be Graveguard, Corpse Guard, yep, Necromancer, stroking his Forbidden Rod, and another one, so double rod stroking. They're going to be stroking their rods together in the forest, and on top of that, it is Manfred von Karstein. Oh, by the way, you guys know about my John Madden drawings, by the way? How I like to do the John Madden drawings, you know, the fun stuff. One of my bigger streams I had recently actually got flagged by YouTube, and they partially shut down the monetization on it. I was like, what? Are you serious for that? Like, there's some horrible shit on YouTube that's monetized, and like that haggard stick figure drawing got flagged. I was like, are you serious? Anyways, that's why I'm not doing so many John Madden drawings, because, you know, I just don't feel like messing with it. Although, just, you know, maybe we'll do like the shaft, but not like the rest. We'll have to see. All right, guys. So, Manfred von Karstein, going to be flying about. He does have Fata Buna. Interesting. Fata Buna, of course, can do some big damage against, you know, elite things and all sorts of stuff. It was only one video, so it's not a big deal. It's just like, I was laughing about it. I was like, man, are you serious? I really didn't think that was warranted. But I don't know, man. Like, how did YouTube even pick that up? Did somebody report me? I don't know. That's wild stuff. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, guys. Don't worry, it'll be back. When there's like a very clutch moment, you know, it will return from the shadows. Now, Cathay is just so durable. Jade Warriors, even their Jade Warrior crossbowmen have, you know, decent weapon strength at 24 and 80 armor, so they can fight off Fellbats, especially with Peasant Horseman summons, right? We do get some Jade Warrior Halberds coming out, and Cathay is just going to be playing an objective game. They're going to be like, come at me, Vampire Counts, come have fun. And, you know, the Vampire Count's stroking their Forbidden Rods a little bit too hard. And this is what can happen if you stroke your rod a little bit too often, right? You can start to take a little bit of damage on the rod. So HP losses here. It does actually do damage. That's why it's forbidden. So it causes damage to yourself. But again, you could just unsummon them and use them as like mana batteries and things like that. So that is basically that. So here on the side, we do have Jade Warrior Crossbowmen sitting at the ready. Fellbats, Alpha Strike going to be coming in. I would wager maybe Manfred does a big push over here with like summons and Fate Abunas and shuts down the crossbows and causes some problems. Oh, Manfred, dude, you better watch out. Is Randommnix not paying attention? Oh my god, he could have just blasted Manfred for like 30% of his HP. Random going to be trying to get away with Iron Hails, but the Zombie Summon is going to be able to shut them down for a minute and a half, which is very, very strong. Now, Necromancer's moving in, but getting... Wow, what is he doing with those Necromancers? They are getting popped in the face. Now, big Fellbat Legion going to be moving in, and the Necromancer is basically just going to die. Enticity trying to do the sweaty jukes, but Iron Dragon is coming after him, looking to shut those bad boys down. They do have the free zombie summons on them, so Enticity's trying to get back here to drop the zombie summons, and the Fellbats do descend to the back line, but Cathay is, like I said, very, very durable. And what are they going to be summoning again? Looks like Jade Lancers, very smart. Jade Lancers will annihilate these guys, and both Necromancers actually do get killed. Yeah, look at that. So this one at 539. The Iron Dragon coming in with the steel chair, killing both Necromancers. What an absolute beast. So immediately Random is going to be very happy about that. Having shut down the Forbidden Rods, as well as some of the other tools. Jade Lancers also get in there. Do we have Winds of Death? Oh my god, a Winds of... Okay, that's not the best Winds of Death. It's going to do a little bit of damage. It was still pretty damn good. Okay, never mind. That ended up being very good. Although, it did just kill a couple of his Fellbats and his zombies as well. But Winds of Death is very, very strong. Manfred basically can get infinite Winds of Magic. So Cathay holding on to the middle. Value trading is somewhat even. And here we do have the old Jade Warrior Crossbowmen shooting in. And all the Fellbats and the Dire Pack and all the diving units are basically dying. Cathay did lose a fair amount of shooting, which is going to give the Cryptors a lot of agency to kind of grind through the front line. Manfred, of course, trying to help out here a little bit. And ye old Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, has not gone Dragon Form yet, which is very curious. Because he can cast that spell from Dragon Form, so I don't know why you wouldn't just go into Dragon Form and try and be a little bit more of a menace. Now, this is a good play by Cathay as well, pulling back their Jade Warriors and sending in their Halberds to kind of substitute here against the Cryptors. That's going to be very cost-effective, and this is what Cathay wants to be doing. Like, every Cathay player's dream is for you to just come in and battle them on, like, the middle objective where they're entrenched, right? And the Vampire Counts are doing an okay job, but really, I think it's a big mistake fighting here. I think fighting on the side... Cathay has a little bit of a problem. Like, I love the tactic of pushing the side objective, and then when Cathay overcommits, you then overload the center and do your Alpha Strike. Like, I don't like the initial Alpha Strike like this. Nonetheless, Halberds are grinding. Capture weight going to be going to Vampire Counts a little bit. Cathay did kind of get pushed off the objective a little bit. Oh, I love the Crane Gunner pick in the back, dude. The Crane Gunner is so nice. So nice. So check that out. Yeah, the Crane Gunners are just going deep. You also have to remember that your boy Zhao Ming does provide, I believe, a Harmony bonus, so he has the Master of the Elemental Winds. And I know he's got something pertaining to the Harmony. Let me check. Yeah, Harmony Amplifier. So this unit increases Harmony bonus for nearby units by 100%. So having Zhao Ming running around on foot gives that massive just... Oh my god, look at the stat buff, dude. These units that are nearby, they're currently getting... Let's see if we can find this. Oh, I can't quite click on it. Yeah, I think they're getting literally like 12 and 12 for stats. And he loses that if he does go Dragon Form. So that's one of the big issues there, right? Nonetheless, shooting is going in. Vampire Count's army is just being absolutely hammered. And on top of that, Grand Cathay does have the objective still, I believe. Yeah, Grand Cathay is holding on to that. Their infantry are just Chad. And Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, you know, getting those constant breath attacks, clearing out the Vampire Chaff. We do see some Graveguard coming in. The Graveguard are a little bit problematic, but Iron Dragon, of course, is going to be able to do some good work. And I'm fairly certain that if Zhao Ming goes Dragon Form, he does lose that Harmony multiplier. That, yeah, look at that. 12 melee defense and 8 melee attack because of Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, amplifying the Harmony there. That is a really, really cool tactic. I love that he has that. Now, bats are going to be coming in here. Very, very cute from Enticity, but not going to work super well because Cathay is just going to be summoning a Peasant Horseman, most likely, to deal with that. Although, yeah, there's the Jade Lancers. So Jade Lancers will kill those bats. And a Zombie Summon would probably be better because, like, the thing about a Zombie Summon back here is it would shut down the Crane Gunners, and on top of that, it would target the Cav for, like, a good minute or two. The Iron Dragon has emerged. He has had enough of this bald vampire, and he's going to be going in. The Iron Dragon is such a cool character, dude. I love to see him being used by, like, people who really, really play the meta. And now Iron Dragon's going to be hunting down Manfred. Manfred is obviously on the run. Middle objective is slowly going for the Vampire Counts, though, so Cathay could be in a situation where they do lose control of the middle. They got to re-secure their shooting. And the Vampires appear to be getting some momentum as, yes, the Devils of Schwarzhofen come in. So the Devils are here, and they punch through those Cathay units. The Jade Warrior crossbows are on the run. Iron Dragon, of course, in dragon form. Manfred shutting down many of the missile units. We're starting to see the Cathay formation, despite being a little bit up in value, that's very deceiving. You don't want to really take that into account because Cryptors heal, you know, Manfred's going to be healing. There's a lot of healing on the roster, so it's really not the most accurate metric. Jade Lancers crumping these guys down. We still do have some Peasant Long Spearmen moving in. Iron Dragon going to be helping to clear out the Sternsmen, of course, a very strong unit. Necromancer's on its way back in. And now Cathay has to wrestle back this objective. They have a little bit of time. I believe the Crane Gunners got killed or unsummoned. I'm not sure. They might have gotten routed off. Maybe some Longbow Riders could be kind of an interesting choice against those. I feel like it wouldn't trade super well, though. Iron Dragon going to be going after Manfred. Looks like, no, he's attacking on the ground. He's hitting the Sternsmen to the back. And the Sternsmen are now crumbling down. So we see the Sternsmen at negative 23. And look at this. The dreaded Cathay flank on the side. Oh, this is a power play. This is a power play from Random. Because Vampires are just so rock hard at committing to the middle. And 3 Peasant Horsemen will heavily outcap 2 Zombies. Zombies have expendable capture weight. I guess so do the Peasant Horsemen, though. Let's actually, yeah, they do. Wow. So we'll have to see who captures this. Okay, looks like the Horsemen are going to be able to get it. So he's just going to juke about and really force the Vampires to respond to this. This is a great counterplay by Enticity, though, bringing a Black Knight. Maybe he was expecting something like this, so the Black Knights are going to move over here. But look at how quickly, yeah, Zombies have dogshit capture weight. So probably sending one of the Peasant Horsemen to go fight the Black Knight would be a smart play, but it looks like he is going to steal that side objective. And, you know, this is taking pressure off the middle. Like, the fact that the Black Knights are coming over here means that they're not going to the middle. That's going to give Cathay the opportunity to push back. And Zhao Ming now kind of has free range. Vampire counts are looking very beat up here, ladies and gentlemen. We get more bats coming in the back. Is there going to be anything for Grand Cathay to protect this, or the Fellbat's just going to get it for free? Okay, Random might have just thrown a Fire Rain Rocket for free. He did send all of his cav over here to get this objective, and we do see the old Black Knights coming in. Maybe it's time to kind of peel out and just flee the scene with these Peasant Horsemen. That's 1,200 gold, and the Fire Rain Rocket being shut down is really bad. I mean, that's a big investment. Cathay really needed that. Breath Attack coming into the Graveguard, doing some decent damage. Jade Lancers moving in as well. Vampire counts jumping on top of the crossbows here, and the Halberds are doing their business, but this was potentially a big throw here. The Fire Rain Rocket would have been super good, but Random sent all of his defensive elements on the other side. If he can salvage the Fire Rain Rocket, you know, peel these Fellbats off, then he might be okay there, but overall that could have been a throw. Back objective controlled by Cathay, but not for long. We do get the Direwolves fighting Peasant Horsemen, and it looks like 2 waves of Peasant Horsemen are going to be trying to escape through zombie summons, and Cathay's holding on to that objective, which is going to continue to kind of give them a little bit of a value lead. Fellbats here are weak in binding, and Cathay might have to send some forces from their side point to start contesting the middle a little bit. They have a lot of time, though. Vampire counts are obviously far away from the victory, and we do see the value being closed by the Vampire counts, which is not good. The Fire Rain Rocket there getting caught there is very unfortunate. So Fellbats are crumbling down, -3 leadership. Fire Rain Rocket most likely will come back online. We got some crossbows once again trying to shoot. And Cathay, are they going to ninja the point? They got the two infantry units moving on. Vampire counts looking a little bit beat up here. They have overextended a little bit. And Iron Dragon is being attacked by Manfred and Vargas. Uh-oh. Iron Dragon might actually die here. There's a lot of units beating on him. These guys have 100 weapon strength to pop with tons of armor piercing. So Cathay is going to need a little bit of love. And the Fire Rain Rocket's now back online, so that's going to start shooting. The back objective, of course, has been resecured by the Vampire count, so Cathay, I think, needs to go back and start to focus in the middle. Huge Breath Attack by the Iron Dragon, once again, going to help to crumble down some of those Graveguard and other good units. Jade Lancers probably need to get in here as well. Get those Jade Lancers to come save the Iron Dragon, because if Iron Dragon dies, that's probably game blouses. Fire Rain Rocket's back online. Only 2 charges, and it looks like it's going to be shooting over here against the Graveguard. A little bit risky, considering he has his own Cathay units bunched up there. And it looks like Winds of Death coming down, but I think Random is going to be partially dodging that. So it looks like the Jade Lancers are going to get away. Iron Dragon still just trapped up here, but tanking like an absolute Chad. And now we do get the Jade Lancers coming in. I really think rescuing Iron Dragon, but oh, looks like he's trying to go Dragon form, but he keeps getting knocked over. Crane Gunners should be able to accrue some good value. Here we have Crane Gunners in the back hill, and as long as the Fellbats are monitored and you have some Jade Lancers in reserve to kind of protect him, that's going to be big. He's trying to go Dragon form, but he keeps getting knocked over. Here he goes. He's got such a cool transformation. Oh yeah, dude. Cathay Dragons are just like the coolest thing ever. So he transforms. Middle objective owned by the Vampire counts. Point lead still very much in the hands of Grand Cathay, as the Graveguard push is being buckled here, and we're going to start seeing Cathay with a counter push. We're now seeing a fair amount of gun. Oh, Iron Hail Gunners coming in. Look at that. Iron Hail's come in and blast the bats, but the bats are potentially going to be shutting down 2 units. So some of the summons here from Random have been a little bit odd, perhaps allowing the Vampire counts to get back in the game a little bit. And the Iron Dragon is dead. He has fallen. Oh no. Look how sad he is. His poor little dragon eyes are closed. Oh no, they're still open. Okay. Well, yeah. The Iron Dragon has been taken out. The back objective is owned by Grand Cathay, but it is being pushed by Vampire counts. And it's starting to look like the Vampires are taking over the game, and with that, it's going to be a GG. I think a couple mistakes, like the Fire Rain Rocket, the Iron Hail Gunners, it seemed like it was winnable for Grand Cathay for sure. But losing Iron Dragon in that blob too, like I think if Iron Dragon's healthy and you have a longer game where he can grind for, 5 or 6 more minutes, I think maybe he can come back. But overall, Vampire count's shown, they're still a heavy hitter. But so is Grand Cathay. Cathay was in that game. It wasn't one-sided by any stretch. Just came down to his character being caught, and Felbath shutting down Fire Rain Rocket. It feels pretty bad to have like a 1200 gold summon, right? And then just have it get karate chopped. So yeah. Rip Xiaoming, indeed. That's 2-1 for Enticity. Now, to win, the players need to get to 4 games. It is best of 7. GG, very well played. Great game. Remember, it's best of 7. Just reminding the players so they don't disappear after the next game. Yeah, all these games have been great today. Very competitive matches. Very competitive matches. Enticity was on point with that backline harass. Yeah, a lot of people say like you can't harass backlines anymore, but that's simply not true. I mean, some factions are better at it than others, especially units with flying, but there's plenty of ways to shut down artillery. You also got to pick around it too. Like if you're playing a faction that can't effectively shut down backline artillery like Norska, you probably don't want to pick them on a map where somebody is able to do that. It's part of the meta more so than anything. Yeah. All right. These are so much fun to watch, but I got to go be productive. I know, don't you hate that? I do love to hate on the vampire counts. Everybody loves to hate on vampire counts. The vampire counts have been the heel of Warhammer multiplayer for 3 games in a row. Like vampire count mains are always I'm not saying either of these guys, but typically people who main vampire counts like exclusively are the people who barely followed the rules in land battles and would often be caught cheating. They've just always been the villains faction. They're just not fun to play against typically. I think in Dom it can be okay to play against them with the right factions, but yeah, they are the villains of Warhammer. Crumbling needs to be nerfed. If Crumbling gets nerfed, I think vampire counts could be in a very balanced state. It's funny because vampire counts are very cool thematically, so a lot of people start with them, but what's the meaning of Winter Stays On? Let me go ahead and show you guys. So now that we're waiting for the next match, we can head on over to the old tavern. So let's go here. Thank you all for joining in today's showcase event. No, Pone is like the opposite of it. He's like the most honest player ever who plays the coolest builds. All right. So Winter Stays On, you can go on totaltavern.com and you can go to the Winter Stays On to get more information. It's a weekly series where 2 top players in the top 16 of the leaderboard are going to play against each other. The winner will stay on and remain eligible to compete next week. So whoever wins this series will be basically the king of the hill. So he'll be there next week. He's eligible to just keep winning these cash prizes, right? Because there's going to be a $50 cash prize at every single stream. And if you're top 16 on the leaderboard, you can basically reach out to me. You can queue up, and I'll put you in the current queue. I haven't updated it yet, but Houseplant reached out and Hadri's reached out. So they're the next 2 challengers, essentially. And in order to qualify for this, all you need to do, no biggie, is be top 16 on the leaderboard for domination tournaments. So yeah, pretty cool. That's that. We got a couple ones coming up tomorrow. We have a single faction tournament where you play only one faction. And then on Sunday, we have a big Sunday Royal Rumble, which is going to be very fun. So I just posted them. People are just getting signed up. So yeah, all good. All good. Pone is a professor. He has to, yeah, it's true. He is. He's wise beyond his years. Now for the picks and bans here, they're getting a little bit deeper into the series. Let's see what Random is going to do for his picks and bans. Quite curious. Is Daniel any good? No, he's overcosted. Yeah, the Demon Princes all need like a 300-400 gold cost reduction. Vampire counts are enormously overpowered in campaign. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear it. They're kind of overpowered and everything. Crumbling is just too, it's not, having your units just fight nonstop and generate value till they crumble away is just so good. Okay, so picks and bans yet? Do we see them? Okay, so yeah, that game was, let's see here. The players are struggling to figure out who's doing the picks and ban, whose turn it is. That's pretty funny. Oh my god. Counts and Kings are basically 2 unbreakable factions because they have tons of healing. Crumbling does nothing. Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm pretty sure Crumbling's gonna get like it's gonna, I'm pretty sure there's been discussions. We've been giving a lot of feedback to CA about that, so we'll see. It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Yeah, if you have a little bit of a heal, you can basically just ignore Crumbling. That's right, yeah. I don't know why they buffed vampire counts. I have no idea why. It's so weird. What are the current S and A tier factions? You can just go to Total Tavern and look at the highest win rate factions, and that'll answer that question for you. We have like hard data now, basically, so we can actually see who the best factions are. It's not like Warhammer 2 where we just had to speculate based on anecdotes and single tournament experiences. Yeah, Vampire Coast isn't as bad. No, they're not as bad. They have their weaknesses for sure. So Warriors of Chaos, Norska, and Dark Elves. The map. Oh, yes, that's right. I got to change the map. So the map for the next one. Wait, banning Nurgle? What the hell? Why is there a Nurgle ban? Oh my god. Random with the wild-ass bans today, dude. Okay, so we got Crossing of the Sea of Claws. Oh, it's a brawler map. Okay. So this is a map that's certainly a lot better for melee factions. We're on the Crossing of the Sea of Claws now, so it's going to be more like kind of grindy fighting, all that sort of stuff. So one instance of the queue is just filled. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kevin. I'll fix that. Appreciate you pointing that out. How would you feel about it if certain legendary lords would have unit-specific buffs like Gorgers? Yeah, like Scrag. I think that's kind of cool. Like if Karl Franz buffed up like Empire Knights or something in Greatswords, I mean, I wouldn't hate that in multiplayer. You'd have to balance it, obviously, and, you know, require a bit of testing, but I think it's kind of fun. I like how Scrag buffs Gorgers. I think that's cool. I don't know why you would ban Nurgle. I guess Nurgle's not bad on this map, though, to be fair. Yeah, Nurgle's not terrible on this map. All right, so we got greenskins, I think, versus someone. Enticity looks like he's going on greenskins. This is what's really good about Best of Sevens, guys. With global bans and Best of Seven, even if they play their sweatiest factions first, you're always going to get to some less played factions as you progress, which is very exciting. Got it, Christos. Thank you. Is there any chance we could see Kislev today? I don't know. It would have to be a pretty niche situation for that. Kislev is not the strongest right now. Yeah. They're not the strongest. So we have greenskins for Enticity, I think. Let's see. He's looking at them. I think he's deciding if he wants to play them. He's like evaluating the roster. So Warriors of Chaos, Norska, and Dark Elves are random choices. So I think Anticity's going to go... No, Anticity's going Cathay and banning Dark Elves. So this is going to force random onto Warriors of Chaos or Norska. That's for sure going to be a Warriors of Chaos pick, in my opinion. So it's Cathay being picked and either Warriors of Chaos or Norska on the other side. Yeah. We'll have to see. I'm waiting for the elf tier factions to come out. Elves, you know, dark elves are good. Dark elves are solid. I think wood elves are niche, but high elves are just a little bit harder. High elf infantry just sucks. Yeah, the high elves need some like infantry buffs. Rangers should be cheaper. Like if you're dark elves for like around 600 gold, you can get like Blackheart Corsairs, which have like a ton of armor. They have like a bonus versus infantry. They're fast. They have missile resist. I think they have some missile resist. I can't remember, but yeah, they're just so much better than Rangers. The Empire counts are just durable, tons of healing. They can like shut down shooting super effectively with zombie summons. They just have so many tools. Yeah, Kislev's not terrible. They can be okay. I've had success with Kislev, but in my experience, Kislev struggles with other gunline factions since they can't play artillery very well. Kislev is not bad against like lightly armored. I think Kislev is fine versus Skaven. I think Kislev is fine versus like greenskins. I think they're okay versus beastmen. Like those are matchups Kislev likes, and Kislev has one of the best lore passives in the entire game. So I think, yeah, I think if you give Kislev a couple more units, maybe, then they would be actually really frightening because they hold so well. Kislev is so hard to break. I'm pretty sure they have missile resist. I'm not 100% sure. Could be wrong. Okay, so we got Norska versus Cathay. Wow. Anticity's sitting on greenskins for some reason. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. Is he building a greenskin army? Let me just double check this real quick. Hold on. Is he playing greenskins? Is it greenskins versus Norska? He's sitting on greenskins with a fully built army, so it's kind of making me think, okay, now he switches to Grand Cathay. There you go. Okay. For some reason, I thought I was just like reading the text wrong. The days of oppressive bear sleds are still really good. Bear sleds are amazing. Kislev can win games. They're solid. Bear sled spam is really, really strong and abusable for sure. Yeah, Norska, I'd say Kislev can fight Norska okay. Like your infantry trade okay into theirs with the armor, and then like Zargard front line is pretty good, and then but you have to watch out for Wolfric's boat because he just like annihilates one of your elite Zargard units, which really sucks. So it is going to be Grand Cathay versus Norska. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to see a fully armed and operational fire rain rocket battery position. Because I would wager Enticity. Let's have the over-under. I bet you Enticity comes in and comes in with 2 fire rain rockets. and just starts pounding the Norscan army. Like this, Norsca has line of sight on this map. They have like terrain they can abuse and hide behind and things like that to line of sight a lot of Cathay's action. But I always felt like Cathay was pretty good against Norsca. I'm curious how this will go. Are we going to see like Marauder champions with great weapons to come in and like try and punch through the Cathay infantry? That seems hard, especially with crossbows shooting them and bows. Thoughts on high elves in the new meta? They're weak, but they can still win games. I almost beat Randommnix yesterday with them in a tournament, and that's saying something. If they can compete with him, then they're definitely not the worst. Beastmen feel very hard to play though. Beastmen feel very, very hard to play. Yeah, they're fun. The fun thing about Beastmen and Domination is Vanguard. Like everything they have has Vanguard basically, so you can get some cool tricks with that. But it's a tricky pickle for sure. I wish Marine says I just wish GA made Nurgle more like they are in the lore. All units and Mortis engine. Oh god, don't do that. Nurgle in tabletop doesn't have Mortis engine in all their units. But they have abilities called like Cloud of Flies and things like that like debuff enemy units. Like Death Guard, for example, in tabletop, which is the Nurgle Space Marine army. They have a special rule where they any unit that's like within a certain number of inches in range of them loses toughness. So they like wither away the toughness of their opponent. Like I wouldn't hate it if Nurgle like had abilities like that, where they basically lower the enemy armor or melee defense nearby because they're so foul. You know, like those kind of things are pretty cool. Although Nurgle does have that on characters, like the Cultist has like a couple items that do that. But like I think that could be kind of be a neat thing. Because right now the way it's done in the game is Nurgle has Cloud of Flies, but it buffs the melee defense of your units when they're in combat, which is okay, I guess. Yeah. Hey, Cena, welcome to the stream. Yes, we've had some good games, very sweaty games. We had a Tzeentch mirror match. We had a Vampire Counts versus Warriors of Chaos. And then we had Cathay versus Vampire Counts. Now we have Grand Cathay versus Norsca. It's first to 4, essentially. So whoever gets to 4 wins first is going to be winning our first Winner Stays On series. What are some quick tips for somebody who wants to get better with Bretonnian multiplayer? Let me 3 words: Blessed Field Trebuchet. Yeah, that's how you get better with them. But all jokes aside, Blessed Field Trebuchets are going to be your best friend on a lot of maps. One of the most annoying things for Bretonnia is dealing with good quality infantry, especially with halberds and pointy sticks. So using trebuchets to pound them down is really, really good. I also highly recommend using Alberic or King Lewin. They're very, very strong. Fey Enchantress isn't as good as she once was. But yeah, aside from that, like Peasants, Men-at-Arms backed by Questing Knights, I think is a big staple. Like I think Questing Knights and trebuchets are like the 2 best things that Bretonnia has. Questing Knights are just really good against almost everything, except, you know, halberds and spears. Yeah, they're just a great unit. They're a great, great unit. Yeah, Nurgle's pretty weak, but you guys have to remember all the Chaos factions are going to be getting like DLCs and updates and shit. Like Nurgle's eventually going to have like Tamarcon and like all kinds of wild crap, so yeah, who knows. And also people don't really, I don't know, Nurgle has some unexplored stuff, I think. How to get good with the greenskins? So greenskins, I would say Wurzag is super good as a force multiplier, so if you have a wide army, I recommend Wurzag. He's really good. Like, he has a snare, Foot of Gork is pretty decent, all of his spells are decent. Azag is also very good for sniping. I think Squigherds are your best friends. Squigherds and basic Orc Boar Boys, I think, are your best friends. Nasty Skulkers are also really good for stealing points and things like that. The Fae is just like, her Mortis Engine doesn't do that much damage. It only does like 5 to 12, whereas like Festus does 12 to 24, for example. The strongest Mortis Engine, I think, is the Vampire Counts one in Kugath. I think they do 24 to 36, if memory serves. But yeah, the Fey Enchantress is definitely just not as good as she once was. Because like now, like land battles, you know, a lot of land battles can come down to like a couple characters left with like Fey and her Paladins versus like a blob of enemy infantry. So like the Mortis is much better there. But Domination encourages more like spread out play oftentimes for the objectives. I mean, blobs are still very prevalent. They're prevalent in Domination. We saw it last game with Vampire Counts. That's just how Vampire Counts play though. But the Fey can't be everywhere at once, right? Whereas like Lewin can like fly up to an objective, terror out their shit, like punch something down. You know, so but that's not to say Fey isn't viable still. Fey is a very powerful lord and is still incredibly viable in my opinion. Nurgle had a 52% win rate in the last, yeah, that makes sense. Because in the last patch, you know, Nurgle could just mouth breathe and sit on the objectives. They didn't have to like interact with their opponents. They just like sent bullshit on objectives and healed, and that's it. Do you think Glotkin could be Be'lakor 2.0? I don't think so, because you can't fly, right? Does Morgr have the same strength as Kugath, Zora, Vile Transmute? So in multiplayer, Morgr does not have a Mortis engine. Yeah. He does not have it. Yeah, no, I think Fey Double Paladin is viable. I also think solo Fey Enchantress isn't bad. Like, having Fey Enchantress ride with your Knights is always pretty good. You know, Mist of the Lady lowers melee attack too, so she can support, and she's got some stuff. Lewin is the man. I agree with you, Loopy. Yeah, like, I can't tell you how many land battles I've won with Bretonnia back in the day with, like, my whole army's dead except Fey and, like, 2 Paladins and maybe, like, 1 other unit, and then, like, my opponent just crashes on me with a bunch of shitty units and just they have to deal with the Mortis engine. That's why Be'lakor is better in land battle too, even though he's really good in Dom, is because, like, you have to kill him. Like, you can't escape him. Whereas in Dom, you can play the objectives. So you don't necessarily have to fight these really egregious characters like that. Any chance to see dwarves? I think it's possible. We've seen Cathay, and I think depending on the maps, we could see some Dowie. Yeah, these builds are wild for sure. Well, these are 2 of the best players in the entire world going at it right now, so. I'll get back to covering Age of Empires, yeah. I'm just having a huge, huge amount of fun with this game right now with Total War, so. Obviously, I'm going to prioritize what I'm enjoying most, so. When Age gets some new factions, I'll start covering it again, probably. I'll do some streams here and there and, you know, give it a try. All these throwing axes, he's planning for something? I'm sure he certainly is. Players loading in here. Yeah, Enticity is a dwarf. He likes dwarves. Dwarves have a lot of similar, you know, aspects to the... let me make sure nobody crashed. This is an unusually long load time. I think Enticity might have crashed. Okay, what's going on here? Oh no, what the hell is this? That was weird. Can restart. Same armies. All right, so we're going to load in. Players will bring the same armies, and we should be good. Yeah, looks like it might have crashed. One of the players did. All right, so let's go to intermission. So I will close this. Firstly, I'll send it to my second desktop so it doesn't like freeze me up here. And let's force quit that bad boy. Okay, so let's do this. Force quit. Look at that. Power of technology, baby. I've learned over the years. Okay, so stream it. And back to Total War Warhammer 3. Thank you guys for your patience. Sorry, yeah, Warhammer has its crashes here and there. Enticity is restarting his game. I will rehost the lobby. We will be all set. Once again, thank you guys all for joining today. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. How about Rapunz? Oh, she's viable, yeah. She's not the best, but she's got some good abilities. Like, her buffs are pretty crazy. She gives a lot of combat buffs. Bretonnia, like I said, has a lot of unexplored elements that I think people need to give a chance to. Oh, crap. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. All right. Great, so they'll get back in here. We're on the crossing of Sea of Claws. Oh, something else that's pretty fun that I wanted to kind of share with you guys while we have a little bit of time is that we are doing a map making contest. So if any of you guys have map making experience, go ahead and join you can join our Discord by going to totaltavern.com and using the link in the top right, or asking some of our mods here in chat, which could help you out. But we're having a dominate, because you can make domination maps now in the new assembly kit. So we're having a contest for map making, which is going to be closing on October 10th. So we're giving the participants a long time. I'm giving a $100 cash prize to first, I think, and then 50 and 25 for second and third. So what we'll do then is we'll evaluate these maps after the contest, and we'll see which ones are actually balanced and fair and don't have any bugs. And then we will start to play them as a map pack. So we'll make a map pack that you can download for our tournaments, and we'll have new maps in DOM. Because, we don't need to wait for a creative assembly. It could take them 10 years. I mean, obviously they're more focused on single player, so, and getting us new factions, which is whatever. I'm fine with that. I'm down. Give us Chaos Dowie, please. But, yeah, so we're going to have map packs, which is going to be super fun. Are there any noob-friendly factions for multiplayer total beginners? Yeah, I would highly recommend Khorne for you. Khorne and Norska Like Norska is a really good beginner faction because they are just very simplistic and can do a little bit of everything. And then also Khorne is a very good one for beginners as well. Turin, making a map right now between matches. Right on, dude. You're making a map? Cool. Thank you, Puling and Melody. Greatly appreciate you both. I think Hellskirt's chosen. Just give them a little bit of AP and they're fine. Like give them like 8 or 9 AP or 7 or something. Okay, chatting with the players real quick. Random says he might be stuck. Let's see if they come. Okay, so let's do this. Random is having some issues connecting there, but we'll get him back. Players more or less have the same armies as before. Hopefully we should be fine. Beastmen are awesome too. They're really fun to play. But yeah, Beastmen are a hard one. They're definitely in the weaker end of the meta. But again, you know, maybe some Beastmen player will rise from the ashes and do super well. Who knows? Hellscourgers definitely shouldn't have 0 armor piercing. Like literally, you can get like a greenskin goblin with like a wooden stick, and he has like a peasant mob has more armor piercing than these guys. Yeah, do it. Random's gonna reset real quick, and we'll be getting started in just a minute. I need to make a playlist of music for the streams too that we could just put on in between games. I think I'm just gonna get all of my favorite soundtracks from Total War. Like Total War soundtrack is so good. It's so good. Like I think the Bretonnian theme song. Okay, looks like Random's back. Maybe, let's see. Oh no, he's back in the game. Great, that was pretty quick. He must have a really fast computer. Okay. So these favorite theme. Okay, so Koshanti, Ogre. I'm trying to think what my favorite themes are. Probably dwarfs. Yeah, between these three. I feel like it's kind of unfair to the Bretonnian one because it doesn't have like the same kind of production there. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Are the you know, I honestly just use Citadel paints if you're asking for recommendations, because you know most of the tutorials I follow are just from like G-Dubs videos like that were done by Duncan and stuff. So I usually just use those. Yeah, I know they're a little bit more expensive, but yeah, the Koshanti is so good. I figured the Koshanti would win it. I'm surprised to see the Bretonnian theme doing almost as well as the Ogres. But yeah, the Bretonnian theme is just like, it's very magical. And plus I feel for a lot of us who've been playing this since Warhammer 1, it's like, it's very nostalgic. When I hear the Bretonnian theme, it literally reminds me of like the times when I was like first going out to, you know, spend time with my wife in Poland. And, you know, so there's like associated memories and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think anything can compete with the Vampire Koshanti though. Yeah, the Orc theme is good too. Yeah, the Warden and the Paunch trailer was really good. Like I find myself like on some nights I just go and I just watch like all the old Total War trailers, like, you know, the DLCs from Warhammer 2 and 1. I just like go and watch them. Some of them were really haggard. Like the way they did the trailers in the beginning with like, you know, the Grim and the Grave and the King and the Warden, or the Warden and the Warlord, or the King and the Warlord. Like those trailers were kind of lackluster, but then when they found their new style after that, dude, it was so good. The Dowie Shanty, oh my god. Yeah, the Empire theme is really good as well. It's really, really good. Okay, loading into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Random was able to find his build, so we are all set. Hey, who called it? Who is the prophet? I called double fire rain rocket. I knew that was going to be it. So it's double fire rain rocket, the righteous lances of Wei Jin, the Iron Dragon, and double mammoth coming in from Norska with the shaman sorcerer of death, probably to spirit leech the fire rain rockets. Holy shit. Double erect mammoth build. Oh my god. Is he going to probably Buna the righteous lances of Wei Jin? I wonder. Yeah, the rat predator trailer was very good. Skaven throat singing is really cool. I agree 100%. That's I forget. I think the theme. If you guys are looking for the Skaven throat singing, it's in the okay, tournament chat. Seeing with players. All right. Sorry, I just had a quick question. But it's in the song is called "The Horned Rat," I think, and it's like a theme song from the game. It's one of the original soundtracks. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are. It is going to be double fire rain rocket, which is obviously very, very good at just pounding into infantry, and you know, much like the Empire, it's like the Walmart version of the Empire ones. The Empire actually is superior to Cathay in this way. Cathay has better infantry for the most part, you know, shooting, but the Empire Hellstorm rocket batteries do have 480 range, whereas these things have 400. Yeah, I think 400. So Righteous Lances of Wei Jin just looking to go peel, and these things are armor-piercing long riders. They're certainly not messing about. And once again, it's going to be Iron Dragon with breath attacks, super, super good against like Norscan infantry, right? And looking at the Norscan army, it's going to be double Warshine Mammoth, guys. Oh my god. Double Warshine Mammoth. So yeah, this thing can give physical resist to nearby units, and on top of that, it does give leadership, and it looks like he's got another Mammoth on the other side. So what I think is going to end up happening is, I think Norska is just going to play the two side objectives and maybe use throwing axes against Cathay in the middle. For a second, I thought that they were going to rush in and go after the fire rain rockets and just bull rush them with like a double Mammoth push, but this works as well. I mean, Norska 100% can play the side objectives, and Mammoths for Grand Cathay, you know, if Cathay can get Iron Hails near them or any sort of like heavy duty shooting like that, I feel like they might just get wrecked. Would be cool to see these best of 7 if they somehow pre-selected matchups. Yeah, so B-Master Umais, I actually am planning on doing that. So today, I'm trying out today's format to see what the players think. But in the future, I think what I'm going to do is have the players line up 7 matchups beforehand with a drafting process. That will make it a little bit cleaner. They'll have their builds ready. There will be less downtime in between games. But honestly, one of my favorite things on streams is just chatting with you guys in between games. So I don't mind it, but I think from a viewer's perspective, it is a lot better. So Fire Rain Rocket shoot again, and the Warshine Mammoth is on its way over, and it is looking to hustle on that objective. Dude, look how cool that thing looks. It's so badass. A couple rockets do hit the Mammoth, not doing too much damage, obviously. And we do see your boy, Shaman Sorcerer. Does he have Buna? He does have Buna. Okay, so he's got Buna and Doom and Darkness. Most likely, we're going to be seeing a Buna on the Righteous Lances, because the Righteous Lances could come in and cause a ton of problems here. Low ground objective is going to be taken by Norska 100%, and you can see on this map, like, there's a lot of artillery line of sight blocking. So the Fire Rain Rockets wouldn't be able to effectively cover this objective. So probably you just send 1 infantry here and get this, and then play the middle with throwing axes. And you can hide like right in the center here from the Fire Rain Rockets and still attack into the middle. So this map is much, much better for melee factions. Granted, Cathay is still very good here. As a matter of fact, I lost to Cathay yesterday in a tournament match on this map. They're very strong. Breath attack coming in from the Iron Dragon from Enticity. So he gets a nice one right there, is able to poke down on ye old Marauders. That was probably overcasted, so I'm going to be taking a little bit of Winds of Magic, but not too much for sure. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, going to be screaming across the map. A little bit of lag coming in. Sometimes players do pull the dreaded lag switch to try and get an advantage. I'm just joking. But the Fire Rain Rockets don't really have too many good targets yet. They're trying to get in position to shoot. Norska hasn't really given them too many opportunities at this point. Shaman Sorcerer of Death going to be lurking about. Looks like he is waiting. Maybe going to be trying to ninja the middle objective. I think we're just going to see a Buna coming in. So there's going to be just a fat Buna here. Yep, here it comes. So Faded Buna is just basically a hard counter against these type of units. So he's going to be dropping it. I love the laugh. Oh, oh, oh. It's like it sounds like Jabba the Hutt a little bit. But it does hit those units, and that is going to be doing a shit ton of damage. It still has another 12 seconds, and you can see how much damage it's already done. So that is a huge win for Random, obviously. Taking down a big, expensive centerpiece like that has got to feel pretty good. So side objective is going to be going to Norska. Norska is a little bit scared about this point, I think. Like, the Fire Rain Rockets are in position to shoot and help. We see some of the Norscan Marauders kind of sitting back a little bit. And the big Chad Mammoth is going to be getting in and maybe trying to get the objective on his own, which is going to be interesting. We will see. They're moving up. Mammoth is on its way in. It's on fire, which doesn't really matter since it doesn't really have the capabilities of healing. And it looks like Norska maybe wants to contest the middle a little bit, so we're going to be getting the Maws of Savagery. So these are armor-piercing condom wolves, basically, right? So is he going to be diving in with those? It's very risky with Cathay shooting for sure, but the Mammoth is going to be coming in to contest this point. We do see some crappy Marauders moving in as well up on the objective. Now the capture weight is going to be going to the forces of Norska. So very, very cagey play. Just kind of using these Mammoths as like a giant distraction piece, although now that, you know, Cathay has its shooting here, Mammoth isn't going to be super happy. And we do see the Condom Wolves moving in. They're going to be jumping on top of the Jade Warriors. And these Jade Warriors are going to get absolutely shreked. Who doesn't love seeing just a giant erect mammoth getting in there and just running over these units. It is so good. And yeah, the Jade Warrior's having a pretty bad time so far. Objective is almost back into the favor. Looks like they're going to be retreating back as the Iron Dragon does his thing. Capture weight belongs to Norska, but Iron Hails are on their way. And this is where it gets problematic. How in the 7 hells are they going to be dealing with those Iron Hail gunners? It looks like there's throwing axes coming in. More Skin Wolves going to be used on the flank. Dude, look at the damage this Mammoth is doing, though. Man, it is running over these Jades, but I really do like the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin here. They are going to be very problematic. But the Mammoth does, of course, have crazy leadership coming in from the favors of the Ruinous Power, so it's actually relatively tough to break, that is for sure. Marauders circling about. We do have the Marauder Chariots, and Iron Hail Gunners could be shooting into the Marauders here, doing some very, very solid work. In the meantime, Shaman Sorcerer of Death and company do get the objective, so Norska does have a pretty solid little double cap. And they got a little sneaky coming around. Norska's got some funny business. I'm not sure what they're up to here. Maybe they're going to go back into the spawn. I feel like that wouldn't go terribly well, but it still is a distraction that Cathay eventually needs to address, where they could be losing a little bit of work in the backfield. So Skin Wolf's on their way in. Mammoth is just still rampaging through infantry. Sorry for the lag, guys. One of the players must be having some lag issues. I just checked my internet, and I have solid internet. Obviously, we weren't lagging earlier, so one of them must be having some problems. Could be me, but I doubt it. So, Big Mammoth is in. Skin Wolf's going to be charging in. There's not much shooting here if you really think about it. It's just those peasant archers, really, and the Fire Rain Rocket. Norska going to be getting their hunters around the side, perhaps. And it looks like Norska might be potentially getting a triple cap here. The side objective hasn't been taken by Cathay yet. Wow, so Cathay never even got the side objective. Norska going to be getting some infantry up on the point, so Norska is going to be able to kind of get their claws on that. And the Big Mammoth has gotten into the... Oh, no! This is a throw! Oh, my God! This is like every Cathay player's power fantasy. If you're a Cathay player, this is when you're laying in bed at night and you're wondering about, like, you know, life and your struggles. This is what you fantasize about, 100%. A giant monster standing in front of your shotguns and just taking it. Oh my God. So that, I mean, I really liked Random's play up until now. I feel like that was a pretty colossal throw. Like, I feel like pulling the Mammoths back and maybe rerouting it up here away from the Iron Hails and then waiting for the Iron Hails to come through here and then ambushing them with hounds. There's a lot of like play you can get there, but that Mammoth getting karate chopped has got to feel pretty bad. So here we do have the War Mammoth, the War Shrine doing some great work. Skin Wolves, of course, fighting against these Jades. And this fight is pretty good for Norska here. I mean, they're getting a decent little trade. Fire Rain Rocket potentially could be shut down as well. We get throwing axes coming in, and even though this is a double cap for Norska and they are up on points, like, you know, Cathay actually has time to do things now. And that Mammoth is just dead in the water. Here comes a really nice breath attack coming in from the Iron Dragon. Enticity showing that, you know, his Vampire Coast chops are coming into play here with another shooting faction as the Iron Hails just get massive work. Yeah, I felt like Random's doing a great job. I liked his trading. I kind of liked his tactics. Having a Manticore on top of the Fire Rain Rockets is a really, really good call as well. It's going to take Cathay a ton of effort to get rid of that. I would probably just leave the Manticore there and just let the Horsemen kind of bog down their own Fire Rain Rocket. But overall, I think that is just so painful, man. Norska might be able to kind of secure the side point here. Let's see what the players are saying. Are they saying anything in chat? Yeah, I don't know why it's laggy right now. A little bit strange. Somebody's probably downloading something. I know Enticity streaming as well. And if you don't have good internet, streaming and, you know, playing can cause lag for sure. So I don't know how good Enticity's internet is, but something to think about because he is streaming as well. But here we do see ye old Righteous Lances of Wei Jin coming in. And the Fire Rain Rockets still generating decent value, but with the Mammoths getting karate chopped, I don't think the double Mammoth was the way. It was a really cool, ambitious idea. I actually thought it was going to be more of a bull rush up the middle, maybe using some magic to kind of bunker bust the position. And yeah, on the other side here, of course, we do have the Marauder Hunters on the side point, but I really don't see Random coming back. He's basically getting Last Samurai on every front. We see Norskins just kind of scattering to the hills here as the Fire Rain Rocket is going to be shooting in and just hammering into these Marauders here. And now you're seeing Cathay. You know, these are two of the top players in the world, and Cathay's doing very well, right? You can see they have chops. Certainly have their bad matchups where they lose. I think Khorne is very good against Cathay actually on this map. Khorne, in my experience, has consistently defeated Cathay here. But yeah, that's going to be game there. So we'll check with the players, see what's causing lag, and we will see. We will see indeed. GG, well played. So that is going to be game 3. Going to Enticity. Now, it's best of 7, so Enticity would have to win the next game. Randommnix does have the opportunity for a reverse sweep. Zhao Ming did good. Fire Rain Rockets, honestly, it wasn't even really the Fire Rain Rockets, right? Like, we had 1,000 value here, we had 295 here. It wasn't that. The Fire Rain Rockets didn't even really do that much. What it was the Iron Hail Gunners just absolutely massacring those Mammoths. Yeah, where did all the value come from? Who killed the Mammoths? Maybe the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. Oh, it's these ones too. Yeah, 900. So Yeah, the Mammoth's just getting karate chopped. I mean, if you spend that much on big, expensive monsters and they just get focus fired, it's, yeah, not as much value as you would think on Iron Hills. 900 plus the other one had, I think, 700, so that's probably close to killing the Mammoth, I suppose. Kind of weird. Anyways, let us get on to the next match, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it's going to be Broken Lake Gully. So we're going to scroll up, see what we got here. And let's go to the maps. The map for the next game is going to be Arnheim, actually. Okay, so we're back to one of the more traditional domination maps that we see quite a bit. So Arnheim is here, ladies and gentlemen. Iron Hills did some work. Yeah, both these players are top tier for sure. Random tried something very ambitious and didn't work out. I definitely got mad respect for that. GG. All right, very good. Great, outstanding. So let's see what the players are going to do. We got another pick here. Arnheim is very good for shooting factions. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dowie pick. Now that Enticity is up, I think he would be willing to take more risky picks here. Random said he was saving Warriors of Chaos in the back pocket, so he's probably got them kind of hanging out a little bit, waiting for this here. Hopefully it subsides. All right, very good. You think we're going to be seeing Kugath on this map? No, this is more of a like hybrid. So there's certain map qualifications, I would say. You have things that are like, I would say, hybrid maps where factions that have a little bit of shooting, like greenskins, can be very good on. There's like maps that are like pure shooting maps, and then there's maps that are what I like to call brawler maps, which I think are very good for melee. This is definitely more of like a... Yeah, this one's kind of hybrid, I suppose, because although it is hard to get... Yeah, shooting is really good on this map. It's very, very good. Although I've seen it lose quite a bit. Like greenskins can... Because the thing is, you have to move very far up to those middle objectives, so shooting factions often overextend themselves and get run over on this map, so that can happen. Yeah, we'll have to see. Chaos Knights are pretty terrible. They need some buffs. Like, I don't know what it is. Their damage output sucks. Does Winter Stays On mean Enticity has to stay on Cathay? No, it means that he's eligible to play again next week on this series. So he'll be eligible to play, yeah. Okay, let's get this for one. Just updating the title to indicate that this is the first one. Yeah, there's a link in the description. So Dark Elves, Greenskins, and Norska banning dwarves. Dude, the dreaded dwarf ban. Oh my god. Isn't it kind of cool to see like Empire and dwarves getting banned in games? It makes us feel like we're part of the cool kids club now. I do like that. I would love to see a Kugath campaign. I don't know, would that actually be fun? So Random was waiting on Warriors of Chaos. So he's going Warriors of Chaos banning Dark Elves. So it's Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins or versus Norska. I would love to see Enticity play Greenskins here. I think that'd be super fun. Yep, looks like he's going Greenskins. He's sitting on them, looking at them. Greenskins are really cool. So I know there's some WoW enjoyers in chat who probably wanted to see this. So here we are. And we obviously saw Warriors of Chaos in action today. They're almost always banned, but for some reason they wanted to ban Empire, and Randommnix used some of his bans to go after Anticity's mains, which was Vampire Coast, which is strange. I would rather play Enticity on Vampire Coast than probably him on Warriors of Chaos. I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, the dwarf ban is here, right? Get him in the book, man. Yeah. Get him in the book. Probably not, Ryu. Yeah, it's a lot of effort to get people to install mods, and the game it's got balance issues, but it's not horrific. Yeah. Okay, cool. Super excited for the single faction tournament tomorrow. So, what signups do we have for the single faction tournament? We have a High Elf, a Dwarf, an Empire, a Tomb King, and a High Elf. Wow, there's actually a lot of High Elf players playing tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see how that win rate goes. Satisfy the grudge. There's a grudge that we'll have to carry on over to the next week for sure. It looks like it's going to be Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos. Yeah. That's the plan. We get the WA coming in. Of course, Greenskins do have a low win rate on the old leaderboard. They're sitting around 30-40%, but I think they're a faction that's also very hard to play. But in the right hands of a specialist or a really high level player, I feel like they can do very well. How about getting stats for the different maps going forward? That could be something cool to do too. There's so much I want to do on the website, and you know, it's all out of pocket cash to a web developer, so I'm trying to just get the main features out before I really do like stuff like that. I might go beastman, but I'll sign up only if I'm... Oh, park map. If you can't finish it, then don't worry about it. Like, I can drop you mid-event. You just let me know, and I can advance your opponent or whatever, and you don't even get a loss. I can just do that and advance your opponent. So let me know. So yes, Warriors of Chaos. I would imagine there's going to be a shit ton of horsemen. I have to appease my curiosity right now, so let's go here and see. Where's this at? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. It helps more people find multiplayer. Get into our glorious community. I'm so glad I don't have to check the builds for like rule breaks and shit anymore. It's just, oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. Yeah, pretty much as I expected from both players. Oh my god. That Warriors of Chaos meta is pretty ridiculous. Okay, perfect. Gotta go. Take the girlfriend to dinner. You do it, man. Priorities. Hey, take care, JX. Take care. Yeah, greenskins are good at New Dom too, though. They have excellent skirmishing tools. They have really, really good skirmishing tools. I really like the greenskins quite a bit, actually. You're gonna go Cathay in tomorrow's tournament? Ah, hope to see you there. I spent last night scheming builds because I'm gonna be most likely playing Empire tomorrow because I want to farm my Empire avatar. So if you guys are newer, you haven't seen how it works, let me show you. So as you get wins in tournaments, you can go to your profile in the top right. And you can unlock avatars, right? So you can see your match history. So you can see my match history, like, and who I played against and the outcomes and all that. It's always pretty fun. But you can also go here and look at your avatars, right? So let me see here. And yes. So I'm like on my way to unlocking. I have, I think, 11 or 12 wins with the Empire. We're going to add something where people can see how many wins they have. So we're going to update that. But currently, I'm looking to get, you know, the Great Sword. That's the one I really want. We do have the Steam Tank. So as you get more wins in tournaments, you can basically have your avatar, and then when you look at the leaderboard, it shows up here. So you can see everybody's little avatar on the left. Not everybody has one. Some people play but don't. Like Evenstar didn't put one on for some reason. Weird. But yeah, you can see a lot of folks with avatars coming up. We got a lot of variety here for sure. Yeah, it's pretty rad. Some Wood Elf avatars. Oh, Toxic Fireball rocking the Deepwood Scout. I always thought that was a pretty cool one. All right, there we go. A global Empire ban tomorrow. So tomorrow there's no bans. Tomorrow is like a weird tournament because you get randomly matched. Like you could get screwed in the first round for sure. But it's a best of one tournament, but it's double elimination. So basically you can lose a game and you get another chance in the loser's bracket. So it's, yeah, tomorrow there's no bans. It's just you only play one faction and that's all you play the entire way through. And once again, we're seeing Warriors of Chaos going with this style of play. You know, what's funny is like, Enticity was expecting this, so he's going to be trying to counter this. But I think if Random had come in with like an infantry-based build and just moved in, like it would have actually caught the greenskins off guard pretty heavily for sure. A Sigmar avatar, yeah. We'll be adding more avatars. We haven't gotten around to adding everybody yet. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, so we'll get there. Warriors of Chaos meta is very Be'lakor focused right now. Well, usually they're banned, but these two players decided not to ban them, which is pretty funny. So we're going to be seeing Warriors of Chaos coming in with Be'lakor just because he's overpowered. So, you know, obviously it's super competitive, so they're going to be using the best tools they have. Azag isn't a bad answer because he can just Spirit Leech spam him. And, you know, I don't think Be'lakor has any spell resist. Let me check. He's got Missile and Physical. Yeah, so you could Spirit Leech spam Be'lakor 100%. So for the Kraken King, he's currently up 3-1. If he wins this game, the series is over. He's got a shit ton of greenskin skirmishers, so it's going to be Spider Riders into the sunset, backed up by Savage Orcs in the distance. And Azag the Slaughterer is looking to drop some Spirit Leeches, while the big Troll Legion, the Troll Toll is coming, baby. We got the Stone Trolls with the Black Orcs. Dude, they're so cool looking. So any, you know, Chaos Infantry are going to get crumped by Black Orcs, with the exception of like some of the Chosen and things like that. Especially with Stone Trolls backing them up, so I do like this. This kind of gives the greenskins a lot of agency here, but you got to watch out because Be'lakor could drop a fat Pit of Shades. One sec. Just opening my door, letting my dreaded Chihuahua out. She's being a little difficult here. Push the tourney back so I can play. Oh no, I'm sorry. Maybe I could put you in like the second round or something. I wanted to start it early because those tournaments can go a long time. So, ladies and gentlemen, Trolls are moving up. A little bit of lag going down. Black Orcs obviously on their way. They're waddling. And looks like they're going to be pulling back now. Obviously, yeah, you see the first Prince of Chaos coming in, right? You see Big Daddy Be'lakor, and he's going to be a little bit of a problem. So he's moving across. Maybe looking to drop some Pit of Shades, I would wager. The rest of the Chaos Army is going to be getting their horsemen up, and they will be trying to just skirmish and poke the horsemen and poke the Black Orcs. The only issue with the Black Orcs is that they might just get Shrek'd by Be'lakor. Be'lakor basically is like a hard counter to them. With his armor piercing and his Pit of Shades potential, there's a lot of nastiness going down there. Marauder horsemen are circling here. Both sides are just feeling one another out. A little bit of a skirmish phase. And Spider Riders should be a pretty good counter against horsemen. I mean, they're cheaper and they can trade reasonably effectively in melee with them. In the back, we do also see the Soul of Damnation coming in, and we see our first Chaos Marauders. So it's going to be basic Chaos Marauders moving in as well. And they're probably going to come up on the side objective. Greenskin's not going for the point here. Rather, the Trolls are hiding in the bushes. Very interesting. Okay, so Be'lakor alone, like his mere presence is going to be forcing back the forces of Enticity. The Black Orcs and the Trolls are like, screw that shit, I'm going home. I think Spirit Leech spam is on, though. Azag will lose horribly against Be'lakor in a fight, but he can run away. He's a little bit faster. Azag has 110 speed. He's really quick. So he could Spirit Leech spam Be'lakor all day, which I think is what's going to happen. Like, over the course of a really long, grindy game, maybe Be'lakor dies to Spirit Leech, which would obviously feel pretty good. So, no, you're not. No, you're not going for that fight. Enticity, no! What are you doing? A little bit of lag to rethink his time in life. That's so weird. We didn't have any lag in the first couple games, and then somebody pulled the dreaded lag switch here. Oh my god, that's some serious lag. Sorry about that, guys. Nothing we could do. It's Total War. It happens sometimes with certain players. So Azag's going to be pulling back, and he immediately realizes the error of his ways, and Azag is going to be taking a little bit of damage here. You can see he's at 6,300, so that definitely was not worth it. Be'lakor just got some free value. Marauders of Chaos have moved up, backed up by the Hellstriders. Obviously, no surprises there. He brought the Hellscourge variant, which are the anti-infantry one, so not going to be quite as strong for sure. They get on the point, and the Black Orcs waiting in the bushes with the Trolls, and Azag still no Spirit Leeches. Maybe he's waiting for a Buna or something on some other target? I don't really see that, though. Yeah, sorry about the lag, guys. It happens. It happens. I don't know why, though. My internet's pretty good. There are two people streaming. I'm streaming, Enticity streaming, so maybe there's like a combination of all that going down. Could be causing problems. I don't know. We might have to have like some sort of a rule where people can't stream just to reduce lag. Like, it's tricky. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Don't underestimate the lag. Yeah, I don't know what's causing it, man. I could try lowering my bitrate, but it's not even close to being maxed out. So Black Orcs and company going to be coming down to the low ground. So these guys are going to be maneuvering this way. And they're going to be maneuvering up this way. Another option, too, is I could have the players play the best of 7 and then just cast it via replays, which I think might be a good idea for the series going forward. Rehosting lobby may help. Have you actually noticed that, Hadries? Yeah. Yeah, I know a couple of Haggard servers would be a really, really good idea. Because it's such a shame. The gameplay is so great and so fun. It's just, but it can often be ruined by lag. Like, even in the World Championship, the biggest event, you know, we were having some big lag issues. Looks like it subsided a little bit. So Wolf Riders, Spider Riders, the whole crew going to be putting some shots in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're maybe back in business. We'll have to see. The Goblin Wolf Riders are going to be on their way back in, as your boy Be'lakor going to be getting shot. He does drop the Shadow Shroud. I'm really surprised we're not seeing any Spirit Leeches. And the Squig Herds do move in there, so the Squig Herd's going to be going after your boy Be'lakor as he continues to get poked. Black Orcs have given up the high ground, and they're going to be waddling all the way down and around. So Enticity going to be kind of put on the back foot a little bit. And, you know, unfortunately for him, Warriors of Chaos are going to be getting a triple cap here. So the lag is completely subsided, which is great. Not to put any sort of a curse on it. Warriors of Chaos also going to be coming down from the high ground. So the Hellscourges getting a nice charge into the Orc Boys. But Azag's going to be helping out. And it looks like, is that going to be a Buna? So some big magic. Yeah, Fate of Buna going down. But Be'lakor, the Dark Prince, is going to be moving in, going after Azag. And Azag, with his 110 speed, is able to kind of slip away there. But the Buna, not a bad idea. I honestly like the idea of Spirit Leech spamming Be'lakor. I feel like over the course of a long game, you can maybe kill him. And, you know, without Be'lakor, they probably fold like a piece of paper, right? So rerouting the Black Orcs around certainly cost him a lot of battlefield agency for sure. Savage Orcs, Black Orcs are now moving up, but it's going to take them some time. We get Squig Herds moving in. Squig Herds are just super cost effective. For 350 gold, you're getting a great anti-infantry armor piercing piece, and these guys do not mess around. Let's see if we can get any of the beloved eating animations. I don't know if they do it. And we got the Somersaults, and obviously the Marauders are getting wrecked, but you get a countercharge coming in from Warriors of Chaos using the overpowered Slanesh Cav. So it is going to be the Hellstriders or the Hellscourges. Those ones aren't overpowered. Those ones are fine. It's more the anti-large variant, which is very, very problematic. But, you know, a lot of Anticity's army is these expensive Black Orcs, and we still haven't seen them committed to the fight, right? So there's like 2,000 gold, which hasn't really been active, whereas the entire army of the Warriors of Chaos here are really, really kind of performing in the battlefield and getting good value trading. Although the value trading is very even. But a triple cap is a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. Soul of Damnation continuing to shoot. Looks like it's bombarding in. We got Trolls and Squigs, the cave army, going to be fighting against some big units here. And the Dark Prince, once again, proving to just be an unholy terror. And I think there's going to be a lesson learned for both these players about banning Warriors of Chaos. Like, I feel like until Be'lakor gets nerfed, I would probably always use my global bans on the Warriors of Chaos, because he's just so hard to deal with, for sure. And also, Enticity went a little bit heavy on the skirmish cav, which is, obviously his kind of signature style, and it's very good, but I don't know, we'll see if he can actually get ahead on value. It seems like Random is trading reasonably well. We get some Trolls and Squigs moving in, continuing to hunt down the Hell Scourges, although they're a little bit surrounded. There's actually another Hell Scourge on top of them. And Trolls have bad leadership, so Enticity is going to be paying the Troll toll here, as his Stone Trolls do get beaten up pretty badly. They are going to be getting routed, and once again, the Orcs are finally starting to move up. You could see how well the Orcish infantry are actually performing once they're getting into combat. Black Orcs moving up onto the center objective. He's almost 1/3 of the points there. Randommnix is certainly in a position to do very, very well this game. Granted, Randommnix's army is very flimsy. I mean, it's mostly skirmish cav with a couple Hell Scourges. It's not like he has really good, sustainable objective play. So we'll have to see how that works out for him as we get forward in the game. Savage Orcs doing a great job. They are crumping, they are dancing, they're having a good time. This is exactly where they want to be. They're going to be beating down some of the Slaanesh cav and also trading very well into the Marauders, because these are not devoted Marauders to Slaanesh. These are just basic Marauders. So these Savage Orcs should trade very, very favorably. More Squig Herds rampage again. We see the Greenskin Jackal line performing reasonably well. Black Orcs have moved up on the objective, but this is a classic SEM trick. You basically get someone to blob up the Black Orcs, and then you cast like an Overcasted Pit of Shades. Okay, Doomdiver catapults are now going after Be'lakor. I love that idea. He's already low. Now just imagine if he had been getting Spirit Leech the entire game. He would probably be at like 30-40%, and that could perhaps be an opportunity to get back. So Azag also going in for the charge. He does get a decent little shot. Pit of Shades going down, wrecks the Black Orcs. They're a little bit too slow to dodge. Be'lakor himself also a very scary fighter. And Azag doing some work, man. Be'lakor is getting beat up. Like, I think if the Spirit Leeches had come out a little bit earlier, he could be on his way to death, which would be pretty much a guaranteed Greenskin victory. Now, up in the high ground, we do see the Greenskins bringing in some Squigs, as well as, oh my god, a Pump Wagon! Here it comes, baby! So the Pump Wagons are on their way in. They are going to be pumping all over these Marauders. Squig Herds, Night Goblin Squig Herds into Horsemasters should be a pretty good trade for them. And the Greenskins are going to be going for a cap there. Now the wah sounds in the valley as the Stone Trolls pile into the back. Greenskins keeping that value gap around 1,300, give or take. Still a very, very scrappy game. Savage Orcs doing super well. Soul of Damnation in the back, probably generating good value, I would imagine. Only about 300 so far, so Greenskin targets are pretty cheap and haggard. In the back, Marauder Horsemasters being taken out. Nasty Skulkers do smoke bomb them out of the Vanguard spawn. Slow these bad boys down, and they're also poisoned, so their speed is very slow at 23. And now the Skulkers are going to be moving up to the middle. Meanwhile, the Greenskins doing great up on the high ground. The Pump Wagons are pumping all over the Marauders. And the Night Goblin Squig Hopper is helping to clear out some of the other chaff as well, as we do get some Orc Boys moving up onto the point. So that is going to be allowing Enticity to get a capture point, while also... Are we going to see the exact same thing we saw earlier? We saw the Warriors of Chaos player try and use his Be'lakor cheese meta, and like Be'lakor did great, but like everything else kind of just died and got out traded, and then the Warriors of Chaos just kind of lost out. I mean, the Greenskins seem to be doing pretty well here. A little bit shoved back. We do see the Hell Scourges, of course, diving about, trying to get on some of the skirmishers. Marauders, of course, will trade very well into Nasty Skulkers, so a couple unfortunate trades. And the Manticore might be able to win this top objective. I think that Random needs to really make sure he maintains the double cap for a little bit longer. We do see a second Chaos Feral Manticore coming out, so that is going to be a second one of those bad boys looking to get in there and get some terror routes going. Be'lakor is actually reasonably close to death. I mean, 5,000 HP. Not super close. I mean, if you look at it ratio of his HP, yes, he's getting low, but yeah, Azag has 4 for reference, right? So here, the objective is going to be held by the Greenskins. It looks like these Slaanesh heretics might be able to get this back. Marauder Horsemen going to be moving on to the side point. We do get the Hell Scourges coming. Nice Pit of Shades, probably not super necessary, but it does punish a bunch of Nasty Skulkers. I suppose there's not a ton of other targets, so at this point just cast it. The middle objective is owned by the Warriors of Chaos, and the high ground objective is owned by the WA, but the Orc Boys are going to get charged by the Hell Scourges. I'm really curious how this engagement's going to be going up in the high ground for sure. We'll keep tabs on this. So looking at the Orc Boys, they are getting crushed pretty badly. Yeah, barely giving any damage back. Obviously, the Slaanesh units have poison, and there's a Manticore nearby, so even if the Orc Boys had a little bit of a hope of, like, starting to trade well, the Manticore is going to be coming in to crush their dreams here. So middle objective owned by the Warriors of Chaos, high ground owned by the Greenskins. Greenskins looking a little bit beat up as well, but they still have a fair amount of annoying skirmishers back here. A lot of Spider Riders. They got several units of Squigs. You can see here 1, 2, and it looks like a third one there as well, and those are actually Spider Riders. And their skirmishers are doing pretty well across the battlefield. We even have some of the Trolls who've come back. So the Trolls are certainly making some of these guys pay the Troll toll. So, they routed earlier. They certainly shamed their ancestors, although I doubt Trolls care very much about their ancestors, but they're going to be hustling up onto the point. Greenskins are slowly losing this objective. I'm sure Be'lakor really, really wants this one. Marauders have taken the middle, and the high ground is going to be going back to the Dark Prince, as the Greenskins are, still just kind of sitting at that 1k value deficit. But again, value can be a little bit misleading because it doesn't always track everything. I hope that CA finds a way to fix that. Doomdiver catapults, dude. Imagine if Enticity had come in with like 2 or 3 Doomdiver catapults, and man, that would just be super crazy. So Spirit Leech going down on Be'lakor, the Dark Prince. He gets nailed. I think Enticity, even if he loses this game, has learned a valuable lesson. If Be'lakor is so meta and you come into 2 Doomdivers and Spirit Leech, he's probably just going to die. Like, I don't see how Be'lakor actually survives that, right? The Greenskins bringing in the Squigs and Trolls. They do get the low ground objective, and Azag is going for it, man. This is so risky. The Dark Master debuff lowers melee attack by 40, and the ward save on the Shadow Shroud. That is some nasty work. But again, Azag is much quicker. He's able to maneuver away. Very well played by the Kraken King to get the side objective with the Greenskins. And the Squigs are now moving in the front with Spider Riders, just kind of taking a very ugly attrition fight here because they don't really have too much of a choice. They kind of got to move up and do that. Be'lakor at 2,500 HP. Doomdiver catapults are still hammering him pretty good. And do the Greenskins have any play up on the high ground? It looks like they are not going for it right now, even though it's very, very possible. And Spirit Leech once again going down on Be'lakor, which is going to be taking him sub 2,000 HP. So Be'lakor could die here, but Inticity's kind of running out of time. Even though he's getting his way back into this game, it would appear, he is running out of time. And again, Trolls have healing, so there's some value metrics which aren't really kind of being measured super accurately, so we will have to see. This is probably the end. Azag going in for the kill on Be'lakor and getting, oh, the Hell Cannon shot with the steel chair. Take cover. Look at that, leadership penalty. And he does get broken off, and Be'lakor just barely lives. That is probably going to be it. The Wa is going to be moving in with some remnants of the Blackworks to try and get one last final fight in the middle. While up in the high ground, we do get a couple units of Orc Boar Chariots and Orc Boys coming in. I really like that. Should be able to clear that objective off. But Be'lakor breaking the back of Azag there with the steel chair in the end was probably too much. And it looks like the Greenskins are pretty much routed off the middle objective. So objective 1 is going to be going to your boy Randommnix here and the Warriors of Chaos. And that is going to be game blouses. GG, well played. I think that game was very winnable for Enticity. I think the initial Black Orc opening on the high ground cost him a lot of time. And I think he now knows. Doomdivers are really good here. I would honestly go triple Doomdiver here. Because Doomdiver's hard counter horsemen, they could even kill the Hell Cannon, and they can also kill Be'lakor. Azag did very well. Be'lakor actually only got 2,500 value, so it wasn't like that crazy. Yeah, that was a very interesting game. What's cool about that is we all learned a lot. We all learned that this Doomdiver catapult was a machine. 1,400 value on that thing. Imagine if he had 3 of those. My goodness, that would have been super good. GG, well played. So, let's update the scorecard here. Random is coming back. Hoping to get that reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen, as we now set up the next map. Yeah, Randommnix says, okay, now we're going in-depth math with the matchups. Let me think. Okay. Yeah, understandable, my friend, understandable. All right, so scrolling up a little bit. Let's go see what maps we got next. Broken Lake Gully and then Grove of Slaughter. Man, this is becoming a really scrappy series. So Broken Lake Gully is map. I feel like we're going to be seeing some Dark Elves here. Jonas says, Turin, I can't play in tomorrow's tournament since I have to teach karate. Hell yeah, man. But single faction format sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's way more casual. Even if you just lose a game or two real quick, it's whatever. It's a short tournament too. Single elimination, a double elimination, but best of 1 will be over very quickly. So Doomdivers felt very good. Yeah. Asherai in chat saying, I wasn't rooting for Enticity so that we could get more games. I hear you on that. I'm always kind of like that too. I always root for the person who's behind so we can get more matches. That's kind of always been my jam, which is fun. So, one sec here. All right. Perfect. There we go. All right, great, man. The good times are a-rolling. The good times are a-rolling. Yeah, this has been fun. This has been a really fun stream. I like this format. I'm really excited to see different playstyles coming in too, because so many of the people in the top 16 have different playstyles. Like Hadri's with his beloved Skaven. Houseplant's going to be really fun to watch. Houseplant's up next. So whoever wins this series will play Houseplant next. It's a short tournament. It lasted 7 hours last time. No, dude, this tournament's a whole different format, bro. There's no pick and ban phase. It's best of 1. It's going to be a way different format. Yeah, it'll probably take about 4 or 5 hours, I would wager. I'm going to go get some more water, guys. I've run out. guys, I've returned from my journey to the kitchen. I've made it back unscathed and ready for more Warhammer action. Ready for 7 hours of Vampire Count appears tomorrow? No. You know, I can see the signups for the factions for tomorrow's event, and it's mostly been like memeier factions, like High Elves. Yeah, we already have like 4 or 5 High Elves signups. Because tomorrow's event's like a fun, casual event. I mean, it still counts for leaderboard and different things like that and stats, but it's like, you know, just play whatever you enjoy. Would level weekly single faction tourney is dumb? Just for avatar grinding? Exactly. I set up this tournament so people could grind their avatars. That was basically the whole point. Yeah, so I can just grind my Empire avatars, and if I lose, I'll just blame it on Empire being bad. So they're not actually bad. Empire's like lower mid tier, I would say. All right. Man, if this goes to game 7, that's going to be wild as hell, dude. That's going to be wild. No, Faction War is a different format. We're going to be having a domination Faction War. Like, I have to figure it out. So let me get a little bit of a poll from you guys on Dom Faction War format. So 1 day, only cast top 8 for 2 days. Man, so top 8, it would be like, yeah, 1 day, cast less games, 2 days, cast all games. Because if I try and do a domination faction war in 1 day, it would probably be like a 12-hour stream, which I'm not down for. My hand skin won't last that long. Hear me out. Marcus, double dwellers cast. Oh, dude. I have some Marcus builds I've been working on. Yeah. Let me know your thoughts. Like, I would cast less games in 1 day, but it would be a little bit more, like, climactic, I think. But 2 days would get every single game. So we would do, like, the first half in 1 day, and then from there. But the only hard part about 2 day is that it's really hard to get players to commit to 2 days. Like, because then they have to commit their whole weekend to this event, right? Which I don't expect anyone to do that, so. Okay, it's still good to have your feedback, though. You know, it helps me make the decision. Ogre, thank you. We got a new member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Our numbers grow. Our numbers grow. Do people, you know, I got a quick question. Like, I know I don't do too many campaigns on the channel. I kind of want to start doing single player campaigns too, just for fun, to kind of shoot the shit with you guys. But, like, do you guys actually enjoy watching campaign, or are most of you here just here for multiplayer? Like, for me, like, when I watch somebody play campaign, unless it's like a crazy hard, like, weird challenge campaign or like head-to-head, like, I kind of already know the outcome. But again, I understand the appeal of watching somebody play campaign as a learning thing to, like, just learn how to get to that point. I don't know. So many good matchups would be missed with just 1 day. Okay. What I could also do is get 2 casters for the faction war, so I could find another caster to do like half the bracket. So then you guys wouldn't miss any. Yeah, 2 days does sound terrible for the players for sure. I don't know. It would just take so long, dude. It would take so long. Okay, let's see. I love campaigns only if it's a multiplayer campaign. Campaign is fun. Yeah, a lot of different feedback here. Thank you, guys. I enjoy it. Yeah, we'll see. I think multiplayer campaigns are the best, yeah. Maybe that's more my niche. So maybe I'll just do more multiplayer campaigns. Let's actually see what you guys prefer. While we have some time here, we can do polls. Only head-to-head, to be honest, yeah. I know Inticity's been messaging me for some head-to-heads, but I've been focusing a lot more on multiplayer and hosting these events and stuff, so that's why I haven't been doing it, but something we could do down the road. So Dark Elves, Lizardmen, Greenskins, banning Lizardmen. Okay, so Random is going for Dark Elves, Lizardmen, and Greenskins for his picks on Broken Lake Gully. I think 2 casters in 1 day, yeah. So that the caster could kind of help. Like, they could do the earlier rounds, and then I could do the later rounds. So they could, like, hand off to me. I think that'd be kind of cool. Plus, it'd be cool to just get more people in the community involved. All right. Wow, that's a pretty substantial difference there. Multiplayer campaign with like 200 players. Oh my god, that'd be anarchy. I think the most you could do is 8 in Total War. Yeah. Oh, King of the Dead, yeah. So King of the Dead, I hit him up for a multiplayer campaign. And I played a couple games with him and he was lagging really bad. And I was like, King, man, you got to get a Wi-Fi. Because he uses Wi-Fi So I told him to get like a hardwire and like plug into his router. So he ordered an Ethernet cable, which I'll happily reimburse him for if he'd like. And then in that case, if he doesn't lag, we'll definitely get him in because he's really funny. I would love to get Sparty and Pone and like all these guys. It'd be so fun. Oh my god. Yeah, head to head is really fun. I was trying to get Italian Spartacus to do a 2v2 one with us too. We need a dreaded FFA hot dog stream. I can't believe we actually did that. But how would you do a hot dog stream again? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we would do a hot dog stream. I guess we could just do FFA again. Because, like, yeah, that's probably the most fair. Because then if somebody's like a tyrant, you just team up on them and then make them eat the hot dogs. The FFA hot dog stream remains your favorite. It was a pretty magical stream. I'm surprised it didn't do better than it did. Yeah. If we can't nuke him, why bother? Corn! Oh, yeah, blood for the blood god. See, this is what's great about Best of 7, guys. You get really, really fun matchups. Like, you get the crazy things you wouldn't normally see these players play. Okay, Corn banning Greenskin. So it's Corn versus Dark Elves or Corn versus Lizardmen? I would love to see Corn Lizardmen. That'd be really fun. Hot dog if you choose to auto-resolve. Oh! Steven says we need Indie Pride in these tournaments. Indie Pride doesn't really play competitive, I don't think. I mean, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he really plays competitive. I've never seen him really sign up for tournaments or anything. Play Ikit Claw versus Pone in campaign. Okay, here's what we do. I play Ikit Claw, and Pone has to play like the shittiest faction nearby just so I can roll over and nuke him. Kevin Robinson, yes! Maybe we'll do another legendary hot dog stream here. Yeah, maybe I'll do another one. Thank you so much, Kevin. I really do appreciate that. It was an FFA stream where everyone but the winner. Yeah, so basically we had a stream where it was an FFA. They might have messed up their picks, so they're doing their picks and bans still. But basically we did a 4-player stream where everyone except the winner had to eat hot dogs when they lost FFAs. It was brutal. I mean, we got to like 6 or 7 towards the end, I think. Like, I feel like if I was gung-ho and I like had worked out that day, I could probably max out if you give me white bread buns, not wheat bread, but I could probably max out at like 10, 12 hot dogs. Maybe 10. Oh yeah, Indie Pride's got amazing thematic battles and also really good cinematics too. That's like something I don't really do, but that he does so well. Ikit versus Belgar, that would be so unfair. Although the ghost characters are pretty OP, but yeah. I don't know if it's going to be Corn. Yeah, because Enticity accidentally banned Greenskins again, even though he did it earlier, so we can't do that. So he's deciding how he wants to do his picks here. Yeah, we'll probably change the format to be like a draft format so they align their matchups beforehand. We'll find a way to do that. I don't know how, but do a Dom tournament where the point differential is the number of hot dogs you must eat. Dude, that would just be doom. Maybe if you did it like every 100 points would be a hot dog. That would be brutal though, because then if you just smoke someone who's newer, then they have to eat 15 hot dogs. Okay, never mind. Enticity went dwarves. Satisfy the grudge. They've wronged us. The dwarves are coming, guys. We got the dwarves. Okay, I'm pretty stoked on this. So Dark Elves versus Dwarves. Oh, a grudge match, dude. A grudge match. Hell yeah. So it's Dwarves versus Dark Elves. I'm super hyped for this. This is going to be super fun. Yes. Good, Anakin, good. It is going to be the Dwarves and the Dark Elves. This is a really fun matchup, man. It's always been a fun one, even in land battle. So I'm curious to see. It's grudging time. Dude, the Skyhammer comes for vengeance. The Skyhammer is going to just right every wrong that's ever been done by the Dark Elves here. Yeah. Who knows, man? Who knows? I feel like this is Dark Elf favored. Maybe on this map. We're on Broken Lake Gully, so it's not like a super shooty map. I mean, the middle is pretty damn shooty, but the top lanes are probably where the Dark Elves are going to play. I feel like Random is just going to come in with like 500 Dark Shards. He's just going to have like 16 Dark Shards march up the side lanes and just like shoot anything that comes close. I don't know if it's a bad matchup for Dwarves. It's certainly tricky. Like, Dark Elves have a shit ton of good armor piercing, so they can really actually kill the Dwarves, unlike a lot of other factions. Phil says, gotta love Enticity for using less favorable factions. Okay, so let me just set something straight here. The Dwarves are not less favorable in like this situation, and nor are Grand Cathay. Like those are both meta picks now. If Enticity started playing like Beastmen, High Elves, Empire, Bretonia, that is using less favorable factions. Dwarves are not less favorable, and neither are Cathay. Everything you've seen today has been pretty meta. Greenskins are maybe the closest, but I still think they have some teeth. Yeah. You love the Palpatine impression. the dork shards, yeah. Why don't you play AoE? So the thing is, I was kind of waiting for new factions, and Immortal Empires and Warhammer is like my favorite thing. So obviously there's been less of a focus on AoE. But I do plan on getting back into it when some new factions get added to the game. Plus, like, I invested a lot in this website, and I just love the community here, and I know everyone, so it's like, it's fun. Okay, Pwn, I got you, man. Yeah, it works for me, Pwn. I'm still able to tag you. Yep, see? High Elves are bad, for sure. Yeah, High Elves are on the worst end of things. I think High Elves can win, though. Like, I've been almost able to get decent wins with them against good players. It's hard. You always kind of feel like you're fighting from the back foot. The Phoenixes for the High Elves are really good. The Arcane Phoenixes are extremely powerful. I highly recommend them if you're a High Elf player. Have you seen? Yeah, I've seen the new AoE factions. They look pretty cool. I'm definitely excited for it. I play AoE on my own a little bit. It's nice to have a game to play on your own that you're not always streaming. So that's kind of what Age of Empires is for me. Yes. Release the Dowie. Now I have to sate my curiosity, so just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna look, see what the builds look like from both players. Okay. Some wild ass shit here. Oh my god, these builds are insane. Oh wow. Yeah, you guys are in for a treat. Don't you hate that? You have to wait. It's like just the ultimate blue balling. No, dwarves are good. Dwarves have like a solid 50% win rate, and they're really good on maps with choke points like this where they can't be enveloped and flanked and things like that. So hey, no, appreciate you, Phil. Appreciate you. Anticity's a very meta player typically. He's like the definition of a meta player. Like he usually just plays the best stuff. Like even when I played Age of Empires with him. So we played Age of Empires in the early access build for Age. Him and I were playing a lot of games together. And he immediately found the most broken, overpowered faction, which was the Mongols at the time, and he played nothing else. That was just, he just grinded them because they were the most meta and broken. Like that, there's people who just enjoy that, There's people who just enjoy that. I get it, man. I get it. When it's competitive, it's competitive. Yeah, and Mongols ended up having like an 80 or 90% win rate at launch, and we're just like nobody could beat them. Oh my god. Don't worry, we'll bring the Sigmarites back to their glory here. I really like this format though. It seems to be like a nice solid 3 or 4 hour stream. Yeah, I think it's a fun format. Yeah, the FFAs are really good in Age of Empires. A game I thought about doing on the channel was Mark of Chaos. So Mark of Chaos is that old. Would you guys be interested in seeing a Mark of Chaos like stream where I play the campaign? That's like that. It's like the early Total War Warhammer, basically. Yeah. Bolt versus Organ guns against Dark Elves are risky because they don't have long range and bolt throwers can counter them. Probably what you do if you're going to bring any artillery is a Goblobber and you hide it like out of line of sight of the bolt throwers and use its arc of fire. Harpies can always kill it though. You got to put some respect in the Harpies for sure. Yeah, so we'll see. Anakin, I'm too weak. Mark of Chaos playthrough, I think it'd be kind of fun. I saw it on GOG and I was like, that could be great. I'll just have to try it. Yeah, you guys are down? Just play the campaigns are almost the same as Total War. Yeah. I've never played Mark of Chaos before, so I think it'd be kind of fun to do like a one-off stream. I would just do like one stream. Oh my god, the Mark of Chaos cinematic is like one of the best things ever. Yeah, it's one of the best things. Maybe I'll just record a video of some like highlights of it and do like something small instead of like a full stream. Who knows? Yeah, the duels were pretty rough. Oh my god, I love the Bannerlord streams back in the day. Those were so fun. Maybe I'll try and get Sparty to do some Bannerlord. I'll go play on his channel or something. It'll be a lot of fun. I think, does Mark of Chaos have PvP? Does it have like multiplayer? I would imagine the servers are dead now, so probably not, but maybe there's a way to do it. Yeah, maybe there is a way to do it. Yeah, the Warrior Priest in the Forest. That's one of the best Warhammer trailers of all time. it just like captures like the brutality of the Empire, like fighting desperately back against the Warriors of Chaos, you know? Like there's that moment of like the state trooper getting like stomped on the ground by the Chaos Warrior, but still he like reaches the sword up into the guy's gut, and it's just like, oh my god, the combat's so brutal. Templar Knight, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. It is going to be the Dowie, led by the great Kraken King. He's going to be coming in with Master Engineer. Skyhammer is the best thing on the Dwarf roster. If left unimpeded, the Skyhammer will end you. He's got triple gyrocopter brimstone gun, so it's going to be the Royal Dowie Air Force, backed up by Longbeards with great weapons, Thunderers, and a Master Engineer. So very, very badass. I certainly love this. This is going to be super fun. Now, looking here across the battlefield at Ye Old Random, the pride of Poland, he is going to be coming in with the Mass Dark Shard build. So he's got Penta Dark Shard. Blackheart Corsairs actually trade pretty well against most Dwarven infantry if they don't have great weapons, because they're armored and they have good weapon strength. The bonus for infantry, what's not to love. And a couple Bleak Swords, and it is going to be the Witch King. So Malekith's coming in. He's got Soul Stealer. We're going to get some breath attacks on the Dowie. And where is he? Is he sitting on the front? There he is. Okay, couldn't see him for a second. But it is going to be Malekith, who's very, very meta now. Now, looking over at the Dwarves, the deployment pattern, it looks like they're going to be taking a triple-pronged approach. Maybe. Maybe the Goblobber just covers the middle objective. They're obviously going to be defending their back objective here. And yeah, the thing is with mass gyros, you don't have a ton of capture weight, but again, in the new Dom, you have a lot more time to capture objectives. So it's not like builds like this are viable now, whereas in previous domination, this would be an instant win for the Dark Elves, simply because the Dwarves wouldn't have enough capture weight and they would just get stuffed back long enough for it to be a bit of a problem. So we'll have to see. We will have to see. So the Royal Dowie Air Force is going. I would imagine that there's Harpies in play. Like, there's got to be Harpies. A couple Bleak Swords over here sitting a little bit undefended, but they don't care about that. The Bleak Swords should move up on the objective and then just summon in Harpies to chase these things. Malekith can also chase, but, he could potentially get slowed. The Master Engineer has a Smoke Bomb ability? No, he didn't bring it. He brought Restock. That's a really big misplay, I think. I think on the Master Engineer, you have to bring the dreaded Restock, or the slowing ability, whatever it's called. Smoke Bomb. You guys get what I'm talking about. So, Gyro's flying across, looking for Malekith. The Dark Elf army, I've actually played this matchup against Random, and he did a very similar build to me. Well, I think I was playing Nurgle, and he just brought like 50 Dark Shards, and it was definitely pretty problematic. So here comes the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, just to kind of chase these Brimstone guns. No Harpies coming out yet, which is interesting. What Enticity could do is he could grab his entire Royal Air Force and just do like a big collapse, and probably just nuke these Dark Riders like instantly with all those Gyros, which is what I think is going to happen. I think Enticity kind of knows this. He's going to be going to pull the trigger, and Malekith, the Witch King, cackles in the distance as we get more and more Dark Shards coming across. So the Brimstone guns doing good damage instantly, right? You see Repeater Crossbows getting a little bit beat up, Malekith getting shot, taking some damage. Again, he does have the Soul Stealer. So Druchii are going to be taking the back objective of the Dwarves, and Enticity does have Goblobbers, yeah. So he's got the Grudge Thrower, he's setting up a bunch of artillery in the back. He's got another Gyrocopter coming here to kind of threaten this objective, and we're about to see the hammering of the skies. Unless Random has a Harpy summon available, this is going to go very badly. These Bleak Swords are probably going to get bombarded into the Shadow Realm, and then you just unsummon the Skyhammer, get a massive refund, and yeah, you live your best life. Okay, it's going to be Dark Shards. So Dark Shards are the answer against these Gyros, which is really going to be testing Anticity's micro. If he slips up for even a second, lets those Gyros get shot by Dark Shards, they are going to die incredibly quickly. So, in the meantime, the Druchii army being very conservative here. They haven't moved up yet. I would like to see the Corsairs move up on that objective and threaten that. But I think he's just waiting for the objectives to open up to really minimize the amount of damage he takes. But another Gyrocopter coming up here, not going to be terribly useful. I think this build from Enticity is a little bit ambitious. Like, this many Gyros is pretty crazy. Although, it probably has caught Randommnix off guard. Random is probably, like, really, really shocked by this, I would imagine. Malekith, is he going to be going in the backfield? I don't think that's a good idea. Master Engineer, Thunder is kind of sitting everywhere. I like the idea of Malekith chasing the Gyros and kind of screening a little bit. Looks like he's going to be getting a triple cap on the Dwarves, most likely, though, going up in the middle with Bleak Swords. And we do see a little bit of damage go down on one of the Gyros here. So this Gyrocopter does get beaten up, and it is going to be running for the hills. Now, more Harpies coming in. Harpies going to be flying across, and that's what my problem is with them. I mean, if it's only one Harpy, maybe he'll be fine. Yeah, but if 2 or 3 Harpies had been summoned and Malekith was nearby, this would be a very different scenario. But now the crossbows are coming up. Harpies are pulled back as the Druchii are going to be moving up onto the objective. So, cue Fortunate Son. Well, it's either going to be Fortunate Son or Unfortunate Son here. We'll have to see. Bleak Swords versus Longbeards. Longbeards will dominate them in combat, but Malekith should be able to make his way over. Dark Shards can maneuver down here. I would wager they're going to kind of park down there. Got to be careful not to blob up too much for like Gyrocopter bombs. But with Malekith nearby, Soul Stealers, you know, can do some okay damage against these. And obviously it's not like great, but you do what you can. So high ground objective is going to be taken. We do have the Bleak Swords up on the point, so they are going to be going after this. And the Gyrocopters stand at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. So here they are. Gyros, the holy legion of the dwarves. What are they going to be shooting? So he does have some steam cannons, actually. So are these basic gyros? He's got brimstone guns and steam cannons. It's basically like a mass Dowie gyrocopter build, as we do get a big breath attack going down the pipe. So breath attack going to be wrecking those longbeards. Man, that was a really, really good breath attack, ladies and gentlemen. And the Dowie do look like they're going to be triple capped. And there's so many repeater crossbows and so many things which are just so strong here. Soul Stealer going to be going down, which it's not about the damage. What's good about Soul Stealer is it heals Malekith for 12% of his total HP, which if you look at 12% of, 8,000 plus, it's actually very, very good. So dwarves are going to be triple capped. Yes, Anticity's up in a little bit of value, but Malekith is going to heal the difference. And we got dark shards everywhere. I just don't see this going well. Evan, thank you. Greatly appreciate you being a member for 38 months, brother. Thank you so much. So the artillery is pretty good, but I mean, so many gyrocopters invested, so many, and will they pay for themselves? That's a tough question. I do like this little gamble here. He brings in a couple blasting charges, but immediately a random sees this. He's got the truffling nose here. He's going to be spotting this with Malekith coming in. Dark shards hiding in the bushes as well. Going to be generating some big damage as well on these guys. Sorry about the lag. Happens a little bit. I'll test with players next time too to make sure. And if there's any lag, I'll just have the players play the Winter Stays On series offline and give me the replays, and then we can just do it that way too. So I'll make sure to keep the series going. But today is our trial run. So big shots from downtown in the dark shards. Hammering into the blasting charges. Malekith's about to go balls deep too. Blasting charges are probably the best thing the dwarves have outside of the Skyhammer, I think. We do have more harpies in the distance. Harpies are like, the fact that one harpy is sitting here is like forcing Enticity to leave so many thunderers back here, which is tough. I mean, the triple cap adds up very, very quickly, although the dwarves haven't given up the middle objective yet, although I would wager they probably will. The Blackheart Corsairs move in and finish off the Longbeards, who got affected by Soul Stealer and the breath attacks and all that sort of stuff. And we do see the Bolt Fiends. Oh, we have the Arwar Dark Shards as well. Rocking those silver shields certainly feels pretty good for them. Yeah, Malekith gets in. The Miners with blasting charges having a really bad time. Are we going to be seeing bombing runs? We actually see a massive sniping attempt going down on Malekith. And a Thunderer as well, which is an ambitious play because line of sight is really bad here. Like if you look, they actually have no line of sight, which is tough. So Anticity's trying to shoot, but this is a mistake a lot of people make with powder units on this map, is thinking that they can get line of sight, and they can't. You can see they're currently, not shooting at all. Can't see Malekith. It's certainly not the best life in the world. So Dark Shards are on the run. Malekith continuing to try and chase these guys down. Middle objective is going to be going to the Druki here. And yeah, the Harpy's just kind of hanging out. For the most part, it's going to be tough for dwarves to wrestle this. Although dwarves are pulling ahead in value, which makes sense. So maybe if you could just value them off the map. But the thing is, the Druki will be able to really fall back and defend their last objective very efficiently, right? If they can get enough to win on 1 point, it's going to be very tough for the dwarves to crack them. But again, the Gyros might be able to. Who knows? I mean, the Gyros seem to be getting some good damage, but Malekith is healing through a lot of said damage. That is for sure. So Bleak Swords moving across. Here they come. Longbeards with great weapons are on the retreat. So 46 models. Bleak Swords with their new combat stat buffs is crazy. 36, 32, 35, 30, 38, 34. So obviously Longbeards are armored and have armor piercing, but Bleak Sword stats are very much in line with that. And here we're seeing the Harpies flying in. So the Harpies are actually shutting down the Gyrocopters. Some relative effectiveness. But they're taking a lot of damage too. Up in the high ground, we see the Gyrocopter Goon Squad starting to cause problems. But Dark Shards, Anticity's micro is really being taxed. He's actually taking Dark Shard fire across the battlefield. The Miners do get broken down by the Blackheart Corsairs. It is going to be a triple cap here. Dwarves really on the back foot. The value differential is only about 1,300, which is not good. I do love the Thunderers pushing up. I think Enticity has got to pull the trigger. You got to move in there. He's got to start going for the middle and pulling his reserve units in, which may leave his backfield vulnerable to some Dark Riders. Like a Dark Rider Vanguard up here coming around the side, that could force a Slayer summon out, most likely. And then if you can keep the Slayers back here, I think that's a really, really cost-effective play for sure. And again, sorry about the lag, guys. Nothing we can do. Some players randomly lag, some don't. I do sometimes have lag with Enticity. Usually I haven't had any with Randommnix myself, but you never know. It happens. So here are the Miners with blasting charges, potentially terrified off the edge of the battlefield. Dark Elves have managed to hold on to their point. I really, really do like this, having the two Corsairs in the bushes. Corsairs are so tough, and a huge Soul Stealer going down by Malekith. Value City, hitting 4 units. So the bunched up forces of Enticity here really paying the iron price. As you can see, the Thunderers get bunched up, the blasting charges get caught, Dwarf Warriors get caught. A lot of nasty stuff there. And yeah, the Dwarves still have not been able to get their paws in the middle, although they do have good pressure coming up. The Gyrocopters are all a little bit beat up. That means when they get unsummoned, Enticity isn't going to be getting that sweet refund. The dream for the Dwarves is to unsummon Gyros when they use all their ammo and bombs and just get that like huge refund on them. But with their HP being beat up, it's going to be incredibly tough. So Dark Shard's still shooting here, and we do have the old Blackheart Corsair sitting on the middle. I would imagine the Kraken King will be able to kind of wrestle this. Currently, we have 500 points here for Random. He's also going to be bringing up some Dark Shards as well. And the back objective is coming to the Dwarves. So the Dwarves are back in business, man. They're starting to capitalize on their value a little bit, although the Corsairs here have yet to kind of pull the trigger. They could move in. These are just Dwarf Warriors. Honestly, probably not a terrible idea to move in, although it looks like he's going to be trying to use Dark Shards to value trade before he decides to move in. Malekith is maybe looking to get on the Thunderers here. He's taking a little bit of fire. Oh, big breath attack. Nice. Ekron's Miners getting cooked there. Yeah, they take about 30-40% HP damage. It wasn't like perfect since they were moving, but even still, Malekith knows that the blasting charges are the big problem, and without the big blasting charges, the Dwarves aren't going to be able to win this fight up here. Now in the middle, it's a pretty contested little scrap. Dark Shards aren't shooting, so a little bit of sloppy micro here. We got some Corsairs and Bleak Swords kind of standing at the idle. Here we do have the old Gyrocopters being forced back, but now the Dwarves are on the board. They have their back objective, and they are back in business, ladies and gentlemen, but this is a thing of beauty. Having these two just armor-piercing missiles sitting here relatively unimpeded, wasting any Dwarvish infantry that try and get on that objective, especially if these Dark Shards get online and he starts paying attention there, and maybe get these Dark Shards like up on the hill, like here, and start shooting down onto the valley. There's a lot of play potential. And will the Dark Elves be able to win this fight? Corsairs do get engaged against the Zowie Miners here, and the Ekron's Miners, or basic Miners, I guess, just getting shreked by Malekith, but the blasting charges are just so good. Granted, Blackheart Corsairs do have good armor. They have 80 armor themselves, so they're able to kind of hold on like champs. And how are the blasting charges doing? They're trying their best. Not quite able to do it, man. Corsair infantry are just so good in so many matchups. Even against like factions like Cathay, or when you're expecting armor, Corsairs are just so good. Their stat line, their armor, their speed. I believe they have close to 40 speed. Yeah, 40 speed is just so nice. So Dark Shard's moving up. Middle objective is potentially being taken by Dowie. It would be a big misplay to not move these Dark Shards like right on the edge of this point to prevent the Dowie from capping it. Get your Horsemen up as well. Because right now, you know, it might actually be reasonably hard to get that back from the Dwarves. Whereas if they just kind of get some Dark Shards up in the point, I think they hold on to that. We'll have to see. Now, the value gap is being narrowed. The Dwarves do have about 5,800 against the Dark Elves at 41. Malekith, the Witch King, cackling and still causing problems on the side point. But the side point seems to be going pretty well for the Dwarves as they're getting that sweet, sweet blasting charge. And you could really see that. You know, the new extra time is helping. The Dowie Royal Air Force probably getting decent value as well, although only 200 on this one. The Skyhammer only 500, so it hasn't been able to drop its bombs yet. I would imagine we'll get some big Skyhammer action coming in relatively soon. So, over here on the other side, Shades are going to be the summon for Random, as well as Bleak Swords and Dark Riders. I do love the Dark Rider pick. I really would have liked to have seen him up here to go around the backside of the Dwarven formation. The Dwarven artillery is about to run out, so they're going to be running out of steam a little bit. But it looks like Dark Elves have more or less lost this high ground fight. Malekith appears to be maybe going after the Thunderers. We'll have to find out if that's the game plan. We'll have to see. Blackheart Corsair is going to be grinding against the Ekron's Miners. Ekron's Miners here paying the troll toll. As the Mighty Dragon flies across, is he going to be jumping on the guns? Probably is your best bet. Dark Elves are forced back. Dark Shards on the run. Repeater Crossbows on the run. And the Druchii have been able to re-secure the center. So they have 760 points to the Dowie's 82. So they're getting to the point where they could just win on a single cap, which is most likely what it's going to come down to here, because the Dwarves are outvaluing them, and they're getting that nice momentum. Shades, though, doing a good job. Looks like 2 Gyrocopters going to be taken out by those Shades. Dark Shards everywhere, just so cost-effective. The fact that, you know, many of them have silver shields, I think, although the Shades don't. And it looks like some Dwarvish infantry have gotten through. I think you're going to need to start seeing some, like, you know, like a Dread Knight or something, although Dread Knights will just get wrecked horribly by Gyros, as well as the Thunderers, so that's pretty tough, man. That's pretty tough. Cav coming in. Longbeards getting hammered, but Longbeards do not give a shit. They are going to be very comfortable. Bleak Swords moving down from the high ground is a very, very strong play. They're going to be able to come in and shut down these Dwarven guns. And the 2 Dark Shards might be able to rally and get some DPS here. These guys coming in to shut down, maybe. It probably would be worth it to dive these Dark Riders onto those guns just to shut them down, to be honest. Hard to say. Malekith going to be rotating back towards middle. And the Dwarves have a very, very resurgent force. So Anticity's got a lot of Dwarves that could maneuver down to the middle and maybe start to wrestle that point. At this point, Enticity does need a triple cap to win. Correct. At this current status quo here in the game. And the Repeater Crossbows, are they going to be used on the guns? It looks like the Shades are safe. They're back online. Dark Riders are here as well, currently at 856. If this game wasn't lagging, we'd actually be rather close to the end of the game at this point. It would be much better. But again, we'll have the lag issues resolved before the end of the next stream. I'll make sure the players who are playing don't have lag issues before, and we'll and if they do, we'll just play it offline and then cast the replays, which is totally fine. Yep, the Dowie, they're playing at Dowie speed right now. That is for damn sure. Shade's going to be shooting into the old Thunderers, which is good. Thunderers do have bronze shields, which is, you know, a nice thing for them. Gyrocopters, though, are kind of running out of steam a little bit. Malekith going to be dropping his Soul Stealer, which is good. It's going to be hitting, you know, the Master Engineer, the Thunders, the Skyhammer. But the Dowie blob coming from the hills. The Dowie come from the mountains, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be problematic. It seems like the lag is partially resolved. So somebody maybe has like a storm going on near them or something. Who knows? Shade's pounding into the old Thunderers here. Thunderers are going to be getting wrecked pretty good. Dark Riders do get buckled off. Really good bombardments. It looks like one of the Gyrocopters was able to bombard those Dark Riders and really free up those Thunderers. Yeah, those guns need to be taken offline. They're doing so much work. Anticity's just putting on a masterclass with the 2 guns. And yeah, he's got the high ground. Does he have anything going for the back? Yeah, so now that the Dwarves have a big value lead, the Dark Elves are going to be stretched a little bit thin. So you can see the Dwarves are now sending their excess elements to the different objectives, which is going to make it very, very tough for the Druchii to hold here. Although Bleak Swords and the Thunderers has got to feel very good. I would imagine the Skyhammer is going to come in and try and shut these guys down. We'll have to see. So they get in there with their silver shields. Where's the Skyhammer? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Big Daddy's coming. You guys ready for the unintentionally slow-mo bombardment of these poor Bleak Swords? Because they are going to get wrecked. The Skyhammer is such a good piece. Oh no, did he miss it? Oh, he needed to do that. It would have freed up his shooting. Malekith, in the meantime, though, doing a great job kind of protecting his home objective. And the Dark Elves do have some Dark Riders here, maybe going to be using those to kind of intercept the Longbeards. We do have 1,000 points to 200, so the Dwarves are really just playing an objective game. Not objective game, well, they need to get the objectives. Where Dark Elves are playing the objectives a little bit more. Dwarves are just focusing purely on value trading, but you know, the Druchii can pull back value for sure. And if they abandon this high ground a little bit too much, we get some Bleak Swords and some Dread Spears moving this direction. That could really change the momentum of this game. We also see some of the Longbeards here getting pounded. You also have to remember a lot of the value the Dwarves have is from Malekith, and Malekith has been able to get Soul Stealers to heal his HP. So the value is not quite what you think. Yeah, the Skyhammer might be out of bombardments. I didn't see too many this game, but the middle is being taken by the Dwarves. I would imagine Dark Elves will throw some cav up there to try and secure that. The back objective also in danger of being taken by the Dwarves. Some Gyrocopters do land on the ground to actually get attacked by the Dark Riders, which is kind of an I don't know how that happened. Oh, they ran out of ammo, and they probably had an attack order, and they paid the price there. Bleak Swords move it up. Definitely need to do their best to hold on to that back point. You do not want to be losing that. Dark Elves, though, seem to be kind of winning the middle trade a little bit. Malekith is beat up, but another nice Soul Stealer is going to be coming down. So the Soul Stealer is going to be jumping on the Dwarves here. And the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, once again, continuing to drop some shots. We can try, what I'll try next game is I'll have one of the players host the lobby, and we'll see if that fixes it instead of me. And maybe it has something to do with peer-to-peer. I become the host, so maybe we'll have Enticity become the host, since he's in Canada and Random's in Poland. So maybe that's like a little bit more of an easy reach for the peer-to-peer stuff. So we'll do that. We'll figure it out. Miners getting run down here. High ground, very, very dangerous. Dark Elves might be able to get this one back. I mean, the Bleak Swords and the Shades moving in, or Dark Shards, yeah, that's problematic. Although there still are some Dwarf Warriors up in the hills here, so you can see here they have the old Dwarf Warriors. Very, very tough to remove. Objective is almost taken by the Dwarves, ladies and gentlemen, but the Dark Elf armor-piercing shooting showing to be very, very strong. Up in the high ground, we do have the Dowie Longbeards. Looks like they're going to be wrestling this. And this is actually very, very scary for Random here, because the blasting charges are coming in. Bleak Swords get hard countered by blasting charges. Malekith, I think, needs to come up here. Yeah, you can see they really know this is an important fight. The Gyrocopter getting unsummoned, which I don't know if you need to do it at this point. You'll get like a refund of like 50 or something. It's going to be insignificant considering how beat up it is, but here they come, man. Bleak Swords getting ready to fight. Malekith going to be going to shut down the blasting charges. The middle objective barely holding on. Dude, Random is scrapping so hard right now on all these points. Just barely holding the middle, barely holding the top. Down by about 3,000 value as well. But again, I would say realistically, he's probably down by about 1,500. And the blasting charges do get shut down. Beautiful play there by Random. So he's able to get those two Dark Riders. He gets a nice round on the blasting charges here. And yeah, that's got to feel good. I'd probably still keep those Bleak Swords away, though, because you can go in guard mode and force blasting charges to shoot a little bit. So you gotta watch out for that. But I think the Miners will probably get broken and terror out here in a second. In the middle, Dark Elf still holding on. Corsair Infantry proving to be absolute chads. Absolute chads. And the Dark Shards just hustling in, man. He needs to hold on to this. Dwarves need that triple cap, and man, oh man, I can tell you, it's a stressful situation. And look at this, if the Druchii get this, oh man, I think that's over. If the Druchii get the back cap here, and the Bleak Sword's proving to just be one of the best chaff units in the entire game. Just so good. It looks like some Gyrocopters coming in, maybe to get a little bit of trading, but there are Dark Shards that could just turn and shoot. This objective is going to be going to the Druchii, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Malekith, the Witch King, has been able to hold the back objective as well. And ladies and gentlemen, that means this will be going to a Game 7, and we'll do our best to resolve the lag after this game. We'll try having a new host and see what's going here, but dude, Yeah, the sneaky Bleak Sword back cap. If he gets this, that is probably game blouses. I don't, because Anticity summoning here, like dwarves aren't like really good at getting it fast, and he still has the triple cap, but not for long. Basically, Random's just throwing shit at the objective right now. It looks like we got some Slayers out there, but the high ground, like Malekith is going to be able to just create a Dark Fortress up here. This is his new Black Arc. He's just going to set up and create like just a wall here with Malekith, terror routing and just causing problems. Bleak Swords just summon all day here, and he still got the back objective, which is giving him the double cap. Dwarves, what are they going to have to do to get this back? They're going to have to summon like a blasting charge or something, yeah. Like a Vanguard blasting charge. It looks like it's going to be some Longbeard Great Weapons, but it'll still take them some time to get through these units. And I just don't think there's enough time to deal with the Malekith Helm's Deep here. So, one sec here. All right, players saying good luck, have fun. I was just checking in. We'll try a different host next game and see if it worked. So, we will find out, my friends. Dark Riders swarming in. Middle objective owned by the Dwarves. Probably no point in fighting for that anymore if you're the Dark Elves. For the Dark Elves, they need another 150 seconds. Well, oh no, they have 2 objectives, so they need 75 seconds to win. So just over a minute to get the victory here. Bleak Swords, creating a shield wall to keep these guys at bay. I really love this play by Random as well. Bringing in the Dark Riders, beautiful. So that was a great game. GG, well played. Despite the lag, I think that was a really fun one. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 of the best players in the world. Now we are going to the Game 7 match. Oh my god. So let's try having, since he's between. That was a great game, man. That was a really good game. So I'm going to talk to the players. I think that's probably the best idea. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we got a 3-3 series, man. We're going to the rubber match. What is it going to be here? Enticity is suffering from the well-known problem of, well, that's the thing. You know, if you don't play the bad factions, eventually in a best of 7, you might run out of the good ones, right? So you gotta dig into the pits every now and then. Okay. Okay. So let's get the lobby up. Okay. So Enticity is going to be hosting the lobby. Should be able to find it via the code. Let's wait for Random to get in there first, so I don't accidentally steal his spot. And we'll get this going in just a second. Yeah, I really do like this format though. It's really fun. It's a good study of like top players. You know, you get to see some tricks, and yeah, Lizards might come. Honestly, they might. Dark Elves are a strong faction. Yeah, Skaven are good too. I like Skaven, especially if you're a specialist. Skaven are very much like a specialist type faction. Like the average player probably will struggle with them, but if you're like really practiced at them, you can get some serious work done. Khorne hasn't been played. Tzeentch got played. I think it's the only one of Chaos. Tzeentch and Warriors of Chaos. No Nurgle, no Khorne, no Slaanesh, obviously. Slaanesh got globally banned, so. All right. So let me go ahead and join the lobby now. Need to get the code. Power of technology. So that should pull up the lobby. Okay, I think they might be testing the lag real quick. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Join with code, gotta find the lobby, there they go. I think. Great. So they're saying they think it'll be better. We're on the Grove of Slaughter for the last map, dude. Grove of Slaughter is a wild one. I unfortunately do often crash on this map, but you know, it's a really fun one, and it changes up the meta quite a bit. So the Grove of Slaughter is like, if you're a melee enjoyer and you don't want to deal with artillery, just play this map. This one's great. Get Random and Enticity to allow all streaming. Yeah, we'll see. Ogre, that's not a bad idea. I'll talk to him about that after the stream. Rats just want everyone to get off their roof. That's true. That's true. It's certainly a very enlightening perspective. Yes. Dude, are we ready for the Skaven? I hear my chihuahua growling at something. Let me go make sure. Oh no, a fly got in the room. No, not like this. One sec, guys. Just checking on the chihuahua. Lola, you all good? What's going on? Is there a cat? All right. Lola, where are you hiding? Sorry about that, guys. I'm home alone here. My wife is currently in Poland visiting her family, and one of our neighbor's cats has like a terrible habit of like invading our backyard. We love the cat; it's very sweet. It's a pal of ours, but it invades our backyard, and if our dog's out there, she goes like ballistic. So I just had to make sure it wasn't another cat invasion. Yeah. Bye, Sigma. Wookiee swarming flies, I know. Maybe Nurgle's gonna get picked. It's certainly possible. I mean, these guys are definitely running out of factions. Oh my god. So for next time, we will do pre-draft for 7 games. Probably easier, faster as well. All right, so I'm just letting the players know because they're having trouble keeping track of all the bans they've done since it's gone to the rubber match, but yeah, Turin Home Alone like Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, no, for sure. It's weird. It's so weird. I definitely miss my lady. Yeah, she'll be back in a couple weeks, actually. Cat used to invade my old backyard and eat our cherry tomatoes. Oh, really? Yeah, it's a cute cat. It's like a tabby. It's about as big as my dog, but you know the dog is pretty ferocious. So aggression, you know, in the animal world can go a long way. Yeah, I wouldn't think cats would be into tomatoes, right? Seems like kind of a strange thing. Yeah, you'd think they'd be more looking for the goods. They're doing a lot of math. They're saying it requires a lot of thinking to play optimally. It does. Poor Random. He's like, what factions have I banned? What factions have I played? Ogres versus High Elves? Dude, that would just be suffering. Oh my god. Ogres are just such a meme faction. I think Ogres have less than a 10% win rate. Let's go look, actually. Let's see. Did Ogres breach the dreaded 10% win rate, or are they still this trashed here? Let's see. You know, it's kind of fun that we have one meme faction to laugh at. Yeah, okay. So Ogres are 2 wins and 15 losses since the patches dropped. Just absolute shithouse faction. 2 wins and 15 losses. Greenskins are the next worst, which is so weird. I actually feel like they're quite good, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah, this looks about right for like the worst factions. Like this actually looks right. Who have Ogres managed to beat? Okay, Ogres managed to beat Lizardmen and High Elves one game. Everyone else they just get crushed by, basically. It looks like they haven't been able to pull off any wins. I always feel like Ogres might be okay against Skaven with their mass. Kind of bullying the little rats, but the rats have a lot of pointy sticks. Skaven Slave Spears and Clan Rat Spears and all that sort of stuff, so yeah. Ogres are definitely a big meme. 2 wins and 15 losses for our beloved Ogre Kingdoms. Warriors of Chaos Vampire Counts obviously sitting at a very, very healthy number up there. All right. I don't know what, there's a lot of reasons they're bad. It's not even a capture weight thing anymore, because like a lot of our reasoning was like, oh, their capture weight sucks, which they did, and it still does, but that doesn't really matter that much. They just don't trade well in anyone, honestly. The capture weight isn't a big thing. Yeah, you do realize now Ogres are going to be used to win a championship. If they are, if somebody, I'll put that as a bounty. We need to create a bounty page on Tavern. I'll create a bounty page, and if somebody wins with the Ogres in like the top 4 of like a casted tournament or something, then I'll give them like an Ogre icon, like Greasus eating like a Big Mac or something. That'd be pretty hilarious. We'll come up with something special because ogres are such a meme that I think you deserve for winning with them in a competitive setting. You do realize ogres are going to be used? Yeah, I hope so. I do hope so, my friend. Oh my god, this accursed fly. Be gone! Be gone, spawn of Nurgle! Dude, it's flying everywhere. No, yes! Oh, it almost went out the door, but it's like doing circles around me. My Italian grandfather, there's like a legend about him. He was like he was like the Dark Lord of catching flies with his bare hands. He would just like grab them out of the sky like in the Karate Kid. Yeah. Just this old school Italian dude just getting in there, showing those flies who's boss. Oh my god, it's too swift. Come on, out the door you go. Come on. Come on. If you guys could see this, you'd be laughing pretty hard. Dude, there's no way I'm getting this fly. There's no way. It's not one of those flies who sit still. It's like, it's constantly moving. Oh, dude. What a pain, man. What a pain. There's literally a rot fly antagonizing me right now. All right, picks and bans coming in for the players. How long has today's stream been? Okay, so 3 hours and 3.5 hours with the best of 7 series. So if this were to be like a 4-0 or a 4-1 or something, it'd probably be like 2.5 hours, give or take. Get a book and karate chop the fly. I'm thinking so. Me versus the fly, dude. The fly is definitely winning. Definitely winning. Dude, I hate flies. They're just the worst. Oh my god. You're saying a fly is better than the moth. The moth is in my room, has chewed through 3 holes in your new shirt. Really? Oh, man. They're not doing Bretonia. They're both sitting on Bretonia. Okay, so Lizardmen, Dwarves, and Khorne banning Wood Elves for random. Enticity on the pick and ban now. So let's see what he's going to be doing. Let us see what he's going to be doing. Greasus is definitely one of the worst lords in the entire game. He's terrible. Like, the Ogre Legendary Lords are just absolute trash. Greasus especially. Scrag is, like, somewhat viable, because at least he's a Slaughtermaster and, you know, with good magic and is a decent fighter. And, you know, Gorger's got buffed a little bit, so he's got some relevance, but if it ever gets best, it should be make them play an Ogre mirror match, yeah. You're an American, Turin. Forget the books. Invest in a assault gun. They're great. You take aim, pull the trigger, and... Really? Oh my god, I've never heard of that before. Assault gun? Wow. So are we going to get a Dwarven ban? Let's see. So he has to ban Dwarves. Oh my god. Lizardmen and Khorne. It's basically Lizardmen and Khorne. And Enticity can counterpick them, but he can't play Wood Elves on the Grove of Slaughter. Oh my god, this is going to be so funny. Do you think Beastmen got a lot weaker? No, they've always been kind of haggard and dumb. Yeah. By Smith & Wesson. My grandpa was very country. He had a ton of guns, yeah. Khorne. Okay. Are we going to get a Khorne mirror match? Oh my god, a Khorne mirror match in the grand finals. Khorne vs Lizardmen would be super interesting too. I'd love to see that. So random can either do a Khorne mirror match or Lizardmen. Oh my god, it's a Khorne mirror match. Oh no, blood for the blood god. Well, you know, that's actually kind of fun. Like, Khorne Civil Wars are probably like the most lore friendly thing you could think of. Dude, it's happening. Wood Elves are banned. No, they use their ban for the series. It's a Khorne mirror match. Yeah, it's a Khorne mirror match. All right. I can't believe it. On the Grove of Slaughter, we have a Khorne mirror match. No. Was your country grandpa the Italian? No, he wasn't. No. One side of my family are all like New York City Italians. Like New York City Italian Irish ancestry, and then the my mom's side of the family are all from like Texas and the Central Valley, and they're very, very country. Yeah, like they like every stereotype you can think of. Many of them. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like I would go to visit my grandpa out in the outskirts of the Central Valley, and like he used to put me in a tractor, like in the front thing of the tractor and like lift me up, and my mom and dad would just freak out. And he also built me a go-kart when I was a kid, so he literally made me like a custom go-kart that could go like 40 miles per hour. And I was like a child, and he just like cut me loose like in this like bumpy, like big open field behind the house. It was some wild shit. But I mean, those type of experiences are very enriching. I'm going to start a podcast someday, and you guys will see. I'll tell you stories from that side of the family. There are some wild ass stories. Like wild ass stories from that side of the family that you would not believe. Yeah, it's crazy. This map is actually, it encourages different styles of play, which I think is fun. Averis, thank you. Voidlaw says, when we'll see a best of Turin? I don't think Sparty plays Total War multiplayer at all. Yeah. Alas, it would probably never happen, my friend. Averis, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, he was great. Dude, I don't remember. I was probably like 6 or 7. I was just burning out on this thing too. Your grandpa's a farmer. He used to drag us around in sleds with his 4-wheeler in the winter. Yeah, those are some amazing memories, like those type of things. The kind of freedom few children get. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, my grandpa when I was a kid taught me how to shoot as well. Yeah, he would take me out in the porch when I was a little older with rifles, and he also taught me how to ride a motorcycle. And when I first got my motorcycle, we were in New Mexico, and we would just go riding down like the big desert highways on our motorcycles together. It was super fun. His bike was way cooler. He had a Harley Road King, you know. That thing was so rad. Hey, Varus, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, Khorne Mirror Match is awesome, man. I'm going to peek at the builds real quick. Maybe Chosen of Khorne, or actually, no, it's probably just Exalted Bloodletters, I would wager. Oh my god, these builds are just foul. Oh my god, they're so foul. Both of them are like trying to game the system and figure it out. Domination doesn't lean towards rush factions anymore. It's like a combination of both. Like rush and shooting works on Dom now. Like more or less every playstyle is viable. Even SEM spam. You can spam monsters now in Dom. Like all that works. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's some serious stuff. It's some serious stuff. No, Scarbrand's really good in the mirror match for sure. I think his rampage ability can win games like single-handedly. No, I gotta save that first story for the podcast. The my great grandpa one. Yeah, because my great grandpa, he was he fought in World War II. He was in France, and there's some crazy ass stories of him. Oh man, when he came back from the war, he was a little bit like mental. You know, he had a hard time with it, and he had some crazy stories in his later years. Guys, in turn, where can I find Norska builds? Honestly, if you watch like a lot of our streams, like tournament streams, Mustafa, there's not like a build guide out because Domination's constantly been changing. So I think a lot of people are waiting for like stuff to calm down before they start putting out builds. But eventually, I will have guides on Total Tavern. I'm working on an Empire one right now. The only crappy thing about putting out an Empire guide is anytime somebody plays me, they could just like look at it and know what I'm gonna do, unless I change it, right? Which sucks because it's builds I want to use. That's pretty wild poetry, yeah. That's pretty wild. So, Enticity is ready. Random is at the ready as well. So, let's see what we can do here. Oh, no, he's not ready yet. What is Random's picture? I can't tell. It's like some sort of a chipmunk or a squirrel or something wearing a hat. Or is it a cat? Can never tell. He's got like a little fancy hat on. Oh, for sure appealing, for sure. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Looking back at those like old school pictures of like my great grandpa and my other grandpa, there's like you could just tell they like had like hard lives. Just like the weathering on their faces and the way their eyes looked, it was just like, dude. And my grandpa on my mom's side was like, so when he was in his early 20s, he was a musician. He was also in the Navy, but he was a musician, and he used to just wear like a full snakeskin like Elvis style outfit and just play like rock music. And my grandma was the drummer in the 1970s, so they would just be out there like jamming in music clubs in like the 60s and 70s, just like taking God knows what. And yeah, and then my grandpa, obviously to make money, he was a roofer too, so he used to go in the Central Valley in like 100-degree heat. He was a redhead. My grandpa was a redhead with like pale white, and he would just like go on roofs like 100 degrees, no sunscreen, just like roofing houses, just like shirtless, like getting burnt for like 6 hours straight, just like roofing houses while smoking cigarettes. Like there's just this toughness that comes with that older generation, you know? Like it's nuts, dude. It's nuts. Yeah, he was wild. He was wild. Yeah, he lived a crazy life. My grandpa on the other side was an Italian American, and he was in New York City. He was a defense attorney. So my grandpa defended, like, in New York City, he was a defense attorney, and he like defended people who couldn't like afford lawyers and immigrants and things like that. And he was in the Navy. He was an officer during the Korean War, and he also he was also a boxer. Yeah, he was pretty serious into that. All-American football player, crazy stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grandpa was a Chad for sure. Both of them were. But the grandpa who did the roofing, yeah, he got a ton of skin cancer when he got older. Like he had to get so much cut off his body. Poor guy. All right, guys. It is time. Let's get down to business. It is game 7 between Enticity and Random. Enticity is going to be coming in with Scarbrand. So Scarbrand, the exiled one, going to be looking to get some rampages. Oh, he didn't bring Rampage? How could you not do that? It's like a game-winning play. They're min-maxing so hard that they're not even bringing the best abilities. We do also have a Cultist of Khorne. Cultist of Khorne does have the Bloodletter Summon. And Enticity is going to be coming in with Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes, double Fleshhounds, as well as the Skull Cannon. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that. That's serious. Now, taking a look here at the forces of Random, it's going to be much more what you would expect. Oh my god, look at this! Oh my god, guys, he brought the Bloodbrute Behemoth as his lord to fight Scarbrand. Dude, this is like King Kong vs. Godzilla. Who wins that? You know, Bloodbrute Behemoth does regenerate and has bonus first large. It's Exalted Bloodletters and Spawn. Oh my god, guys. This is some wild shit. So a little bit of lag going on, obviously, but it's not too bad. It seems a little bit better now that we switched the hosting. We get Fleshhounds moving to the other side. They're going to be jumping up on that objective, so they'll be trying to grab that bad boy. Again, sorry for the lag. I could jump out and let the players just finish the game and then cast the replay. That could be something we could do as well, but that would probably take like 15 or 20 minutes. So, nonetheless, we will see. So Fleshhounds of Khorne are zipping up. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too bad. It's like, it's stop and go. It's definitely stop and go. The Bloodbrute Behemoth Lord is pretty ridiculous. Now, obviously, the Khorne army of Random is going to be much better at fighting in the bushes, because he does have the Spawn and Bloodletters. He does have his own horsemen coming out as well, so some Marauder Horsemen for Random will be popping out as well. Bloodbrute Behemoth going to be eyeing the prize and, you know, getting into the trees, but it does have strength from flesh, which means it heals in combat. Oh, dude, he better watch out! What's Random doing? Oh my god, I thought he was going to be sending in the Bloodbrute Behemoth. That could have been a disaster. Really good horseman play from Enticity, though. He's able to kind of secure the middle. Obviously, Khorne doesn't have any, you know, ways of punishing big blobs until they get the Sword of Khorne, which is going to take a while. So, right now, Khorne is going to be moving up onto the middle objective. Bloodbrute Behemoth is eyeing Scarbrand. I wonder if he goes for that fight. Oh my god, please let it happen. Please let it happen. Khorne can only take the ROR Behemoth. Yeah, they can't take the other Beastman ones. So this is a rare sight. Khorne is so ashamed of Scarbrand right now, running from a fight with another big monster. That's why he's the exiled one. So the Bloodbrute Behemoth is going to be hunting down Scarbrand. Scarbrand pulling back to his missile cav. Anticity's build is definitely not very Khornate. It's more of like, yeah, it's embracing I suppose more of a Tzeentchian style of play. We'll have to see. So we do have the Fleshhounds and the Hounds or Horsemen of Random going to be pursuing into the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. And it's going to be 2 Fleshhounds guarding this objective, while on the side we have some Marauders of Khorne for Random looking to jump up on the point. So now the hard part becomes, for Random, is getting the objective advantage, right? So probably, I would wager what you do is get some Spawn and Exalted Bloodletters over there with your Horsemen and just leave your Bloodbrute and some of your other elite units in the bushes, right? Because, like, this objective, there's no way Enticity is going to be able to wrestle this, but Enticity is just going to be playing the side points and trying to, like, pull these guys apart, right? Bloodbrute Behemoth does also have the trait for the Forest, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it has the Woodsman trait. So this thing can pass through trees, and it's going to be a little bit of a better fighter in the bushes, although it did take a little bit of damage in the process. Now, Random's going to be grabbing the objective, but, you know, Enticity is going to be double capping him. This is the problem with going all in with, like, a big kind of blob, is you can be pulled apart a little bit. You know, your opponent's just going to take the mobility on this map. It's not like a map with choke points where you can just kind of, like, sit back, defend your objective. There's, like, 2 neutral points, so it's a very, very different playstyle here. So what I can do is I can perhaps jump out So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I jump out of the game and let him play without, like, with less lag? Because when you have 3 people connecting, it's always worse. It's always worse. So I could just get the replay from them and then cast it afterwards. I think that probably sounds like a little bit of a better idea. So send me replay after. I'll just play a ladder game while they do that. I'll let you two duel. And I'll cast it via replay. So I'll quit the battle right now, just to reduce the likelihood of lag. Those two can play that game out, and yeah, we should be good. So for now, let's get in, do some matchmaking, and let's play. Let's have some fun, guys. Very good. All right, so hopefully they saw my notice and they didn't leave the game. Yeah, we'll just do the replay, because then we could just get through it fast and you guys won't be suffering, and we get to have some fun too in the meantime. I've been wanting to practice with some Bretonnia, so let's lock in some Bretonnia here. For the lady! It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so they're going to send me the replay afterwards. Let's do it. A cheap server costs like $800. Come on, CA. I know, dude. I know, it's painful. I really should make a video about it. What is a good Tomb Kings build? Oh, I mean, Tomb Kings, you just spam their infantry and any number of other things. We'll see what he plays. We'll see what he plays. I like the underdog faction, so we're going to go. Yeah, no, the lag is going to stop. When you have 3 people in a game, it's always increases the likelihood of lag. Oh, shit. Grand Cathay? This is going to be hard. Okay, let's get the Wookiee blocker up. Come, Wookiee. Ride. Ride out and meet them. Okay. So I kind of like that approach. Alberic is pretty good. Anti-large. Lewin is also nice because he heals himself, so that's probably pretty strong as well. Alberic imbuing anti-large, though, is pretty sweet. Although against these guys, it's not a huge deal. Probably going to go Lewin, I would wager. Okay. So let's get this going. I think that's a little bit overkill. So the Lion Shield, yes. Foe Seeker, we don't really need. Beloved Son and Ladies Champion. Okay, let's get his mount. And as far as magic against Grand Cathay goes, you can do Beasts, Heavens, or Life. Dweller's Blow is always very good. Oh, the dreaded ready up for my opponent. This man means business. Okay, I better just get it going then. So we're just gonna do this. Let's do that and that. Keep you. Put you on this. Well, people ready up pretty darn quick here on the old ladder. That's for sure. So peasant mobs. Do we want to do questing knights? I honestly think this is the way. All right, so let's get the reinforcing army now. Probably want to get some of you guys, and man, oh man, this is gonna be pretty memey for sure, guys. I think that's like pretty much all we can do there. And shields against men-at-arms, like I feel like if our archers are getting shot, it's just not gonna do anything anyways. So we got 19 seconds left. So questing knights for sure, questing knights for sure. And peasant archers feel like they're gonna be more or less useless, right? So throw some yeomen in there. And then for the main army, I need to throw in some dudes. Peasant mobs and a single spear. Yeah. Oh shit, I just took a random ass paladin with all of his gear. Oh no. I kind of handicapped myself here a little bit, guys. I took a paladin with his full kit on foot, so he's gonna be basically useless, but yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Never enough blessed trebs. Trebs are pretty good against these guys for sure. It's definitely the way you want to do it. So my build isn't. I didn't have time to do it. He readied up super quick on me, which it's such a shitty thing, dude. Because some people just bring the same build. They don't actually play based on matchup, so then they just ready up right away. Yeah, but they'd have to listen, Massa. Yeah, I just brought a paladin. It's only 1,000 gold. I'm down. I'll only be playing 1,000 gold behind, so I think I should be okay. All right, so I brought you some fun stuff. We have the dreaded 6 trebuchet build. We'll put like one of them down here as well. Okay, that looks good. Blessed field trebuchets. I actually have no idea how this is gonna go. We got some peasant mobs to go contest. Let's send some spearmen at arms over here with the peasant mobs. So they can just go on the side point, and then these peasants can move up. So we're going in, baby. We got Lewin, we got our lady. We got 4 trebs here. Let's put them in guard mode so they don't overextend. You can sit there as well. Just move up. And yeah, seems pretty good to me, man. Seems pretty good. I don't know how he's going to handle this blessed blessings he's going to get here. That's for sure. Okay, so let's get you guys to move up. Do this. Do this. Get this trebuchet waddling, like, right here. I could just get this treb down under and, like, bombard him on the side objective. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Okay, it's going to take a while to get it over there, but we have time to kill. So Miao Yang looks like a cannon. And I don't know what else he's got. Oh, I guess he's got, like, iron hails, things like that. Yeah, so we'll get our caster over there. Alright, so the peasants are on their way. We'll get the trebs. And this is where it's going to get very real for him very quickly. So we want to, like, make sure we have precise targets. Yeah. So double shooting on the Celestial Dragon Guard is probably a good idea. King Lewin is the King of Bretonia, after all. Foot Squires, we can bring some Foot Squires up. They'll be okay against Cathay Infantry if I can soften them up a little bit. And this can start shooting at the Iron Hails. Alright. So we basically need to just, yeah, juke the cannon shots. I could go in there and try and bait him in, but I don't want to get caught by a bunch of stupid Iron Hails. Definitely don't want that. You're about to see why Bretonia should always bring trebs. They're so good. What is he going to summon in? What did he bring back here? Ooh, more slow-moving infantry against treb spam does not seem like the way. Alright, so we'll keep you guys back. Iron Hills are there. We're going to wait for them to step. Okay, you ready for the Blessings of the Lady? Oh, yeah, dude. Just give me that. Just give me that shit. That's so good. Like, because I can take my time. Like, no problem. And what we can do here is we can get some... Yeah, these trebs are shooting. This trebuchet is, like, waddling around. Get it like so. Do I want to bring some questing knights over here? Let's get some yeomen. And the yeomen can potentially dive. So he's getting cannon fires exchanging back on me here. That's fine. That's why we have like a million trebs. So I'm going to go get a Dweller's Blow on those guys. So the peasant mobs are holding the objective. I'm saving some resources. As far as this goes, yeah, we got the Dune Dragons. Those are actually the Dune Dragons. Yeah, we should probably try and blob them down here. See if we can do this. And then you can go up the side here. In the meantime, if he advances up, I could be in a little bit of danger. You know, I do have my own heavy cav, though, so we can bring in some questing knights to kind of screen this out. Looks fine. He's taking quite a bit of work, but so am I, unfortunately. We're going to go jump on you. Get you guys around the side here. Should be able to take out those Iron Hills. Questing Knights, oh, a little bit late to the party. Do I have any more yeomen? I only brought one. See, this is like where having my build screwed up isn't good. All right, let's get you. Let's get on those guys. Keep those trebuchets bombarding the Dune Dragons. And then we can kind of prepare for a Dweller's Blow, essentially. So the Questing Knights will crump here. I'll pull you guys in. Unfortunately, I'm gonna lose a couple trebs maybe. So yeah, that was the problem. I didn't bring enough yeomen. This feels good. This definitely feels good. Trebuchet, let's get you back. Let's get you guys over here. And how are the Questing Knights doing? Did they finish that one peasant? Oh shit. Okay, let's get on you guys. Wow, those guys are holding on mighty long. That's for sure. I guess I'm gonna need to get another. I think the trebs will come back online though, for sure. Let's get you around here. Let's get you up here. Got the two trebs just blasting into the Dune Dragons. You guys move up. And it looks like the trebs are more or less okay. Like, we should be able to get those peasants for that, and I don't know, hopefully it's worth. So, Dweller's Below, once he kind of figures out where he's going to be going, we're going to go threaten his cannons back here. Let's get our trebs back online. That one got blasted by cannons. And these Questing Knights are still chasing here. We're definitely going to need another one. Let's get another Questing Knight moving up. Peasant mob's doing God knows what. Let's get in the backfield. Get you guys back online. And the trebs will be back online in a second. These like guys, like their aggro, the way it's like tethering is very weird. Okay, so let's get back here. Get Lewin kind of juking a little bit. Peasant mobs are still just chilling out. And let's go back here and wait for them to situate themselves before we go for it. Okay, so trebs, let's get you guys back online. That shouldn't happen again. Definitely shouldn't happen again. All right, let's get you guys positioned here. We do get onto the archers. Let's loop around. Lewin's coming here. And do we want to get a Dweller's Below? Hard to say. Points are still pretty close. Yeah, so these guys are causing a fair amount of disruption. I need to get it on something here. Casting it on just the Jade Warrior feels pretty bad. It definitely feels pretty bad. All right, so trebs, we got you and you. Let's start bombarding them again. So let's go after the Celestial Dragon Guard. Start softening up those units. These Questing Knights need to retreat back a little bit. Yeoman, we don't want to do anything with them. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so they've kind of set up shop here. So let's get closer. And we can go ahead and move in some Foot Squires at this point. Get them ready to party, and we'll start to wrestle this side objective. Do this right on them. Lewin is back. My Questing Knights are chilling. And despite the Haggard Treb play, I still managed to get a couple of them online, I think. Oh no, he actually has some units back here, so. I did not see those units that came back from route. That's pretty terrible. So I just gave him a free treb. That might have lost me the game, actually. Like, whereas with clean play, I think we're okay. Did Dweller's Blow go off? Yeah, it looks like it did. Great. So let's get you guys up in the point. Yeah, so I might have just thrown the game there with that sloppy play, but the lady wills it, so I think we'll be all right. Let's go get you guys to kill them. Can't believe I didn't see the stupid peasant horseman that came back from route. We can resummon the trebs in time. That's for sure. We have the 2 questing knights in the backfield, and let's get you guys back here. We still got the trebuchets bombarding in. You guys go here. You guys go here. And the foot squires are on their way. Do we have any more questing knights? Man, that stupid paladin is going to cost me for sure. All right, let's go after the Jade Lancers. Seems okay. We got one treb back online. Lovely. We'll take these guys up the wing. Keep you kind of center here. And how are we looking on the side point? Let me do a little Earthblood here. A little razzle-dazzle. Let's dive on that. Foot squires are on their way. Good, good. And maybe just a big, scary something or other. I don't know. We'll unsummon you so we have like that in the back pocket here. All right, let's go here. How are the trebs looking? Now we need to get the trebs going after these Iron Hails. Lewin is trying. He's routing a lot of my haggard peasant mobs, which is whatever. Don't care too much about that. Talons of the Night. Did I dodge it? It looks like I did. Just barely. Okay, that could have been bad. That could have been very bad. Let's get some heavy hitters out here just because they're cool. And I have them. So we'll battle against Meow Ying a little bit. The Storm Dragon. Let's pull these foot squires back. And how are we looking on the side point? Looks like we're going to get this one. Let's get you to engage. You guys engage up on that point. So that's going to give us the 2 cap, which will give us quite a bit of agency on the battlefield. And now we should be able to start resummoning trebs soon. Like our blunder trebs. We still have trebs bombarding him from downtown, so that's really good. Okay, foot squires will defeat Jade Warriors, if I'm not mistaken. Looks good. And get you back up, move you up to the point. Lewin is getting some work done, although now there's, I think, cannon shooting at him and stuff. Is there any way we could like weave the seam here? Like come up here, get Lewin there. These Hippo Knights kind of come down here, and these Quest Knights can just kind of chill back a little bit. We definitely need to get our Bombards back online. Alright, let's get on the Iron Hails. Lewin getting caught is a really, really big mistake. He's pretty strong, though, so he should be okay. Do we not have the capture weight on this yet? Oh my god, we don't. Okay, let's get you, let's get you. Looking okay. We did shut down many of those units. Let's go after Meow Ying with these 2 here. See if we can get that, and then now we can get the trebs. Alright, let's get the Blessed Trebs back online. Have him start shooting out pretty much whatever we need to. Questing Knights were able to shut down one of his guns, which is good. And where are those Questing Knights at? There we go. Okay, this is where shit gets bad for him. If he doesn't shut down these Questing Knights and they're able to just party. Let's get you guys. Do this. Let's get you behind. Meow Ying is actually losing. Oh, look at the Chad Hippogriff Knights. Look at the Chad Hippogriff Knights. Yeah, baby. Let's go. They're such a cool unit. I'm so glad that units like that are actually good now. Alright, Peasant Mobs. We get onto the cannon. He's going to be losing his cannon back there. Foot Squire is actually having a place is also kind of cool. Okay, so let's do that. Let's move you up here. Is there any sort of Yeoman action we want to summon in? Yes, I think Yeoman could be good. And get these trebs to finish off those Iron Hails. Okay, so we just beat up. We just took a lot of HP off Meow Ying. Like a lot. We'll keep hunting. Because if she dies, then they're probably just dead, to be honest. Let's get you back. Questing Knights just chill in reserve. We got the Blessed Trebs, even after my shitty mistakes earlier. We're still kind of on our way back. Yeah, buddy, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, Meow Ying's going down to the beloved son of Bretonia. That's what I'm talking about. Do we have anything we can get down here? Probably more foot squires. Oh my god, I just misclicked on Men-at-Arms. Because it refreshed the pool right as I was clicking that, so it screwed me up. That's unfortunate. Alright, you guys come out here. Meow Ying has paid the iron price. And our Questing Knights also got shut down in the back, but now we just retreat back and hold our 2 objectives. We have a ton of magic too. I should be using this. Let's do a Dweller's Blow while we're here. Yeoman, what are these? These are Peasant Horsemen, so let's pull them back in, sandwich these guys a little bit. That Dweller should do a lot of damage. Let's get you. And do I have any Questing Knights I can summon over there? Not really. That's a shame. Yeah, the mobility isn't the best this game, that's for sure. Let's send some Questing Knights down there. Yeah, they can help out. I think we can hold this one with our trebs and stuff. And once again, looks like he might get this one. So that one's going to pay the price. Yeah, we have like no mobility, so we'll just we'll unsummon this one if we get the opportunity. So the Hippogriff Knights just get a massive route. He doesn't have any shooting here, so I think we should be able to get like big routes on these guys. And let's come over here and just jump on these Peasant Spheres. I need to hold on to the side point. That's going to be very important. So Foot Squire's doing the work of the lady. Let's get in here. Oh no. Oh no. Dropping Earthblood. Going down. Let's get the Knights in there. How are the Hippos doing? Yeah, we get a mass terror route on his spears. So like all these little like shitty spear formations are just getting the business. Let's unsummon you. We'll just leave these Men-at-Arms to guard this for now. It's not like, you know, the best unit to be guarding, but you know, it's not bad. All right, foot squires on their way up. Lewin and company getting some nice DACA in there. So we're starting to pull ahead in value. So he's going to run out of steam 100%. Questing Knights just get in there and fight. Lewin and the Hippos, which are actually very, very good. Now it's time to just go deep back here and give the biz. Okay, you captured one of my victory points, so boo-hoo. Okay, he didn't kill this Treb, so I'm just going to keep shooting with it until he does. Alright, let's go after his shooting. Foot Squire's doing the work. And I do need a Dweller's Blow up here, probably. I think the bottom objective is safe now. And these 2 points. Okay, so he, like, went on and then they, like, shattered against the crew or something? Very strange. Anyways, let's get on the Jade Warriors. And the Blessed ones, I don't have any, like, cav in the pool, I don't think. I have some Questing Knights that should come back eventually. Let's see if I have them nearby. Oh, yeah, I do. Cool. So we can at least shut this down in a moment here.
Ready for orders.
So we're shutting down missiles. Let's just keep bouncing about. We need to make sure we don't lose that, because he somehow has a triple cap on me, which is wild. I don't know how that's possible. Let's go ahead and get a big heal here. What are these? These are just all, like, crappy infantry. How do we not have the cap weight here? Man. Okay, so we gotta get this triple cap going soon. Or at least get to the point where we could win with 2. What are these, archers? Yeah, we are. Okay, so these trebuchets just keep getting knocked off for some reason. Oh my god, the way they're bunched up is just so haggard too. Okay, so let's just unsummon these and get a little bit of a refund. We can bring the damn paladin that I didn't want to have to use, but you know, we got no choice here. And the home objective, yeah, we should get our foot squires up there. We should get that. We got our questing knights to get that. Let's get some men at arms moving up as well. Cathay just tar pitting with like crappy units, essentially. This objective should 100% be ours, though. I didn't get a chance to unsummon these. That sucks. That big sucks. You know what? We can use it as a bait, though. So wherever these guys land, we can pop it. So let me see where they go. All right, your sacrifice will not be forgotten by the lady. Don't worry. All right, so the objective here, we got the units coming on. The questing knights are moving up. We don't have that much time left, but we are going to be getting that. The dwellers below there, the bait actually worked pretty well. We got quite a bit of his stuff. And Lewin and company are just absolutely causing havoc here. So let's get back here with you guys. These other questing knights are grinding. I'm starting to see a lot of the inefficiencies of the army for sure. Because he's closing the value gap. I think he's got this game, actually. Just super shitty play. But hey, it was still a fun one, so it's all good. So the bottom point's going to go to us. We for sure get this. Maybe our knights will be able to scream across the top and get a cap going. It's hard to say. Lewin is just doing work, though, man. He's doing some work. Okay, let's charge into this. Yeah, we just don't have enough, like, on this point. Do we have any Vanguard? Yeah, we have our Yeoman, I guess, which I guess could come in and get a big surround. Let's get you guys to hammer into the back of these Celestial Dragon Guard. Maybe that'll do something. We'll see. Alright, so you guys are coming in. The Dwellers Lady's on her way. We do get a leadership buckle there. Iron Hills. Yeah, we need to go get them. I don't think we have enough time. I don't think we do, unfortunately. Okay, let's go get that cannon. Yeah, this game was very winnable, though. You could see, like, if I had played well, Bretonnia for sure can win. I did not play well. Yeoman, sure, why not? We get back to the Iron Hill Gunners. Let's, like, retreat back now. They're obviously going to be a problem. Like, just, I need more cav. I need, like, cheap cavalry. That's something that I don't really have. I'm just having to, like, summon crap units. The Trebs are basically just dead weight. Okay, so, yeah, we got the big surround. The questing knights are doing good, but they are fighting into halberds, which is not good. Let's go get this. Just keep hitting units over here where we can. These guys unsummon, try and get a little something. Move back there. And can we get back there? Yes, please. That would be great. Just leave you guys to defend, or just unsummon you so we can get the pool back. And maybe we can snake this objective with a little bit of KG weirdness. Like, maybe we can. We're going to have to get all 3, though, which is going to take a while. We still have not been able to break the Cathay units off here, granted. We do have the capture weight and foot squires and whatnot, and men-at-arms. Yeah, you guys need to get back up on the point. Jeez, what are you doing? Okay, Lewin is causing a little bit of havoc. I don't think he sees the point, though. Does he? Seems like it. Okay, and then these guys are hustling, but I don't think we have enough time. The trebuchets were just too much. I thought 4 trebuchets would have been enough. Like, having 6 trebuchets is just too shitty. It's too much. Okay. So we got your boy here doing this. We actually do have the capture, which is pretty hilarious. Maybe some of these guys can make it. I'd have to get my home objective somehow. I love this Treb is just like moving into melee. Were we gonna use the Trebs as melee capture weight? I think so. Like, we have nothing fast to summon. It's all just bad. It's all bad. Like, all of our summons are irrelevant. Look at this shit. It's just like, whatever. Let's just do that. Come on. Get up on the point. Get up on the point. Are we going to take this? Oh my god, that's so funny. I don't think so. Yeah, GG, well played. Sorry, guys. We tried to get a Bretonian W. We tried. But it just, yeah. We brought too many trebs. GG. I can't say GG to him, but GG to you, man. That was a great... You played very well. But 4 trebs are very good. And so basically, if you had gone 4 trebuchets and then get some like Knights Errant and not bring this stupid Paladin, which basically cost me a cap summon, defend your backfield and just trebuchet bombard them, you can actually win that for sure. It's very winnable. But he played very well too. Okay, let me see if I got the replay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Here we go. Yes, we got the replay. Hold on, guys. I gotta get this up. I'm so hyped for this replay, man. I want to see how this goes. Okay. So, lady, this is game 7. No, game 7. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I'm so hyped for this, guys. This is the grand finals between Random and Enticity. Okay, so 1 second. Let me get this loaded up. Hold on. Okay, almost there. Prepare thyself. I'll do a stream sometime in the next few days of me actually playing in games. Yeah, I will. Replays. It says it's on a different version, which is weird. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Enticity on the forces of Khorne versus Randommnix on the forces of Khorne. This is a rare occasion in which you actually see the dreaded Bloodbrute Behemoth brought as a lord, which is super, super exciting. I think this is going to be really fun. Yeah, Garrick, maybe so. Maybe so. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. But we have basically Enticity coming in with like a mobile build. He's got a Skull Cannon, which actually isn't bad at killing enemy horsemen and, you know, bigger targets like Chaos Spawn. Yeah, Skull Cannons are reasonably viable now. We got Chaos Cultist of Khorne. He's going to be there for the summons. Skull Cannon, all sorts of fun times. Scarbrand, obviously one of the better duels in the game. But he is facing off against the forces of Random. So Random is here, Randommnix. He's going to be coming in with the Bloodbrute Behemoth as his lord. So this mighty Khorne Bloodbrute has risen amongst the ranks and has taken over a Khorne Warbrand. We can kind of give it a little bit of lore as well. Now, Random's going to be coming in with a much more traditional army. He does have the Hellforged Host, he's got some Chaos Spawn, a fair amount of stuff that are just very good at head-up fights, whereas Anticity's army is more mobile, kind of sticking and moving, and it is all good. Yeah, Nakamura, I'll do a tier list at some point, for sure. I'll do a tier list. Yeah, the Behemoth is pretty cool. And he does also have the Woodsman trait, so he can move through trees, which, if you're having a big SEM fight in the bushes here, that is actually going to be very, very strong, which I love. But the Behemoth's taken a little bit of work. Enticity with some very nice skirmish. He's coming in with the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. Going to be throwing some of them javelins there and or throwing axes and getting some damage in. Every little morsel of value does count. As the Horsemen do claim initial dominance over the forest, but there is going to be some Horseman play coming in from Randommnix as well. Looks like he almost gets ambushed, but he pulls back at the last second, does avoid the massive shock charge, and should be able to kind of get back there. So we will see. They are on the run. Now, looking at the side objectives, it's going to be owned by Enticity. He does have the 2 Fleshhounds of Khorne, and on the other side, we have Fleshhounds of Khorne as well. So Enticity with a really mobile build, obviously, on a map like Grove of Slaughter, is going to be having some, good dynamic battlefield control with his mobile advantage, but that doesn't mean that Random can't start summoning in mobile elements to try and contest that. We'll have to see. What I would wager is going to happen is Random will control the middle with his big blob, and then he'll probably just maneuver over to the side and control 1, and try to hold these kind of 2 points here, and we will have to see. We will have to see indeed. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes are going to be on the run, being pushed back by Anticity's massive mobile legion, and we do have Scarbrand, the exiled one, exiled for not taking an epic duel with the Bloodbrute Behemoth, which his stats are better, but the Bloodbrute Behemoth does have anti-large and regeneration, so it kind of goes both ways for sure. It does. Bloodbrute Behemoth standing by. 572, anti-large, very good. Stats are 81. I guess he does have better, or not better, but similar melee attack to Scarbrand. So really with that bonus for his large kicking in, that could be a big, big variable for sure. Now, as far as the initial game goes, we do have a 2 cap for Randommnix, or excuse me, for Enticity. He's got the 2 outside points, which is pretty much to be expected with a mobile build like this. And we do have the throwing axes of Khorne throwing into the bushes. Imagine looking into a tree line and seeing all these like terrifying demons of a blood god. That would be quite an experience for sure. So they're throwing in there, going after the Hellforged Host. Hellforged Host certainly does not want to be the one eating this. Probably keeping the Hellforged Host back is the play. A little bit of a misplay here from Random, but we'll see if it costs him. Perhaps. They continue to push out. Not sure what he's looking to accomplish here. They could even get potentially charged, although I don't think that's going to happen. Just going to continue using the throwing axes. And it looks like Random is kind of pulling the trigger. Now look at this crafty play from the Kraken King. As soon as Random pushes out of the forest, he takes his hounds and his skull cannon and he comes to start to steal the objective. That is really, really, really annoying to deal with. And you can see Random is actually forced to send an Exalted Bloodletter back to get the capture weight back on the objective so he doesn't get jacked here. So skull cannon is 3. Hounds are 3 each, and the skull cannon is 3 as well. So it's 3, 6, 9 versus 5 plus 3. So Enticity has 1 more capture weight on this point, essentially. And, of course, the Exalted Bloodletters are going to be doing their best. Look at the skull cannon, Micro! The skull cannon's, like, juking and pulling back. But the Bloodbrute Behemoth does get a really, really nice attack on the skull cannon. And the objective is ever so more going here to the Kraken King. But Random is going to be pulling in some horsemen to mitigate that. And we do also see some Fleshhounds of Khorne coming in the back. Crafty plays on both sides. Now, Random is going to be grabbing this point. He obviously has the bully army, so he's going to be moving in. And look at this. Enticity is moving all the way around. He's got his Scarbrand going all the way up and around. And he is going to be hustling across, avoiding conflict at any cost. But again, accruing value as well. You can see the Khorne army of Random is taking a little bit of a punch. And yeah, these old spawn of Khorne going to be getting quite beat up. And the Fleshhounds of Khorne taking a little bit of damage as well. But that does mean it's now a 2-cap for Random. And the score differential is very, very close. The Bloodbrute Behemoth was able to finish off some of the Fleshhounds. So Enticity did lose some Fleshhounds on that little escape there. So that's going to be a nice value grab. So now it becomes a very interesting question. Where does the mobile army of Enticity hit? If you look at Random, he's got pretty good control here. He's got a big screen. He's got basic Marauders guarding against the Batcap. He's got the Bloodbrute Behemoth, the dreaded Strider in the forest, waiting to strike, right? With Exalted Bloodletters camping. And are these going to be Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons? Though they won't do terribly against the Bloodletters who are lightly armored. I mean, Exalted Bloodletters are just designed to kill any infantry in the game. Spawn of Khorne here are a very good choice. Spawn of Khorne have super high weapon strength. And you can actually see it's working out pretty well for Enticity here. He does have Fleshhounds coming in, looking to get a fight going. And the Bloodbrute Behemoth versus Scarbrand is on! Check it out. Oh yeah, dude, just absolute claws going down here. This is what we all signed up for, seeing the 2 Lords of the Armies. One being one of the coolest anti-large monsters in the game fighting. How about we just don't care about tactics, which is a very Khornate thing to do, and we just watch these 2 fight. Oh, the Bloodbrute Behemoth getting the Godzilla jump. Look at this. Oh, they have a sync animation. Look, he like jumped and swatted him in the face. And the Bloodbrute Behemoth kind of getting smacked up a little bit. Scarbrand doing like a somersault right there as he attacks. And guys, this is a little bit of danger here. Bloodbrute Behemoth is steady, but he is losing the fight against the Exiled one. But now all the horsemen are coming in to help out with their throwing axes. They could potentially do some big damage against Scarbrand. Bloodbrute Behemoth, of course, is a little bit cheaper if I'm not mistaken, but the Behemoth is going to be broken. Of course, it's healing. Scarbrand is at 4,000 HP, taking some of those shots, but for the most part, the Behemoth has lost the Godzilla duel. Now, looking out to the rest of the battle, though, we do see it going very favorably for Randommnix. The Hellforged Host, I don't know how it's possible, but they caught some horsemen, and horsemen getting caught here. So many of the elements of the fight going quite bad for Enticity right there. And the Bloodbrute Behemoth should be able to come back and potentially heal. Scarbrand himself is at about 3,300 HP, so he is now helping out on the flank to take down some of these Exalted Bloodletters. And now Enticity has summoned in his own Bloodletters. And Randommnix does have the value lead. His Cultist is going to be dropping a summon as well. So obviously there's the Cultist of Khorne for Enticity, and that's a beautiful play. Kraken King seems to be taking over a lot of the fights in the center. However, Spawn of Khorne are still here. There's still a fair amount over here, and the Skull Cannon's kind of dead weight, really. It's not doing a whole lot. It's just kind of sitting there and dropping some shots. Whereas Random is going to be summoning in more Horsemen, maybe to try and pick off Scarbrand or finish some fights, but it really looks like the Horsemen are going to be on the run here. Now, Scarbrand is actually pretty healthy, I suppose. He's got 3,000 HP. Bloodbrute Behemoth has about 2,000. I think the Bloodbrute should get in there and go after that Cultist, maybe get a little bit of fighting to regenerate. We'll have to see. The Exalted Host, so the Exalted Bloodletters that were fighting out on the periphery, now making their way back to the objective. Capture weight is going to be going to Enticity here, but I think once the Bloodbrutes and these other units kind of get back on the objective, maybe it won't work out so well. We'll have to see. Chaos Furies, interesting choice. Are they going to be going after the Behemoth? It does look like it. So Enticity looks like he wants to go after the Bloodbrute Behemoth, so he's going to be going after this bad boy, really trying to lock it down. But yeah, there's Fleshhounds nearby. Probably, ooh, that's a little bit of a mistake. He does land after the Behemoth right as the Fleshhounds arrive, and that's basically going to be giving about 500 value. as well as net healing, because now the Bloodbrute's in combat, so it's going to be able to heal in a fight that is very favored in, and that's going to be good. But Enticity does get the middle objective, not quite. He's very, very close to getting it, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, if we look at Random, he owns the outside objective, and he owns the outside objective here as well. So Random does have the point lead. It looks like a Skull Cannon's coming over. I do like that play. I think the Skull Cannon going after the Marauders of Khorne is nice. It can replenish its ammo, and it should be able to do well there. But the Bloodbrute Behemoth actually did net HP from that fight, and now we see Exalted Bloodletters pushing the forces of Random out of the forest. So is Random going to have to become the one... Random is now the exiled one. He's exiled from the forest here, and he's going to be able to kind of, you know, move and play the side objectives, I would imagine. Skull Cannon has 6 kills, ladies and gentlemen, rocking 113 value, big money. And it looks like it's going to be trying to get the Bloodbrute Behemoth. Let's see if it can hit. Oh, the shot! And the dodge. Random with the MLG Micro is able to dodge that. Fleshhounds of Khorne going after Inticity's Horseman here. Should be able to clean those guys up. And again, even further healing. I love how the Bloodbrute is like kiting these dreaded Exalted Bloodletters. Nice shot there, though. That was a beautiful shot. Right in the face of those units. And Scarbrand's coming for blood, man. He is coming to try and finish this one off. I wish I could see the values, but alas, in replays, for some reason, you can't really see it. But Bloodbrute Behemoth are just hustling and running. Fleshhound's going to be jumping in, attacking Scarbrand, as well as the Fleshhounds of Enticity, but Enticity should basically get a freebie there. And the Bloodbrute Behemoth, is it going to retreat into the trees? No, it's going for it! It's going for the fight with the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon might be able to do some work. Scarbrand's like, screw this shit, I want the King Kong Godzilla fight. I don't want to be the exiled anyone. I just want Dad to love me. So Scarbrand's going to get in there. The big steel chair. Oh, and the Bloodbrute teleporting back to the warp. Now, that doesn't really make that big of a difference because it had like no HP. It does prevent the Lord death penalty, but that's basically it. So that was so sweaty. Now, back in the middle, we do see a point lead, and it looks like Bloodletters of Khorne are moving in to try and take this objective. Meanwhile, Random is going to be moving about, and he's got the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne maneuvering. He does also have these Marauders of Khorne getting some nice picks in the backfield, but Enticity with a pretty solid response here. The Fleshhound's going to be hunting these bad boys down. And looking on the back objective, this one is also owned by Random. He does have the dual weapons here, but the problem is Enticity seems to have a lot of capture weight around the battlefield, and maybe he's going to be able to grab this. We will have to see. We will have to see. Do the Bloodletters have the capture weight? I don't think so. Looking at Random's army, it's looking a little bit bare bones. He does have some more Marauder Horsemen coming back in. He does also have the point lead, but it looks like he's in a position where he might potentially get just triple capped and just stuffed here a little bit. It's going to be hard to see. I love the Bloodbrute pick, though. It's so funny seeing it battle Scarbrand. Now, Random's going to be moving into the middle with a couple Bloodthirsters. The Kraken King sitting happily with his beloved spawn, as well as the Cultists. So those guys are all chilling out. Looks like the Fleshhound's moving in, but the Horsemen actually can fight back okay. Exalted Bloodletters maybe going to be trying something. But it looks like it is going to be a triple cap soon. The side objective, this one is actually... Oh, wow. This objective is... Oh, no, I thought it was owned by Random. I was like, how the hell is that possible? There's so much. Enticity kind of maneuvering on the sides of the objective to make sure he doesn't lose it. But the capture weight's coming in, and Scarbrand is getting hunted by Horsemen here. It's actually not good for him. If the Horsemen get him with those throwing axes, they might be able to kill him. We'll have to see. Scarbrand at about 2,400 right here. Throwing axes generating decent value. The point lead for Random is quickly dissipating here as Enticity does now have a triple cap, so it's going to be a very, very dicey one. Looks like he's going to be going for some heavy overload in the middle, and it's getting an okay trade. Spawn of Khorne, though, trading so well into the Bloodletters. And it looks like the Marauder Horsemen here do get Scarbrand down to about 1,500 HP with their throwing axes and their melee, but Scarbrand does get some help from another SEM, which is probably going to lead to a terror route here. These guys, of course, do have Frenzy, which means they're ITP when their Frenzy is active, but if their leadership drops below 50%, their ITP is basically in the trash can. Now, no plays on Objective 3 happening here. Middle objective is most likely going to be going here to Random. He does have a lot of infantry here, and Enticity does not have a whole lot of infantry himself. Mainly the big scary SEMs. Horsemen going to be going over here, trying to pick this one. There's plenty of time for both sides to come back, that's for sure, but it's looking scary with Scarbrand still being around, although Scarbrand only has 1,400 value. A little bit of a miss micro here. These Marauder Horsemen do get caught. Easy mistake to make. They get some nice damage in, and Exalted Bloodletters, the Hellforged Host, as a matter of fact, is going to be coming in for Kraken King. And that will probably be the straw that potentially breaks the back here of Random. We'll have to see. Exalted Bloodletters moving up here, and in the pit fight, we do have the Cultists battling. I think that's going to be it. I don't see too many comebacks for Random. I would be pretty shocked. Enticity having, you know, Scarbrand around with 1,400 HP, 2,000 value, he's done pretty well. Looks like some flesh hounds or something. Wait a second. Oh, for a second I thought this was an objective. I was like, wait a second, did he just summon right on top of that? Oh my goodness. Now, Enticity with the triple cap right now. He does now have the points lead. Hellforged Host coming in to kind of secure the objective. There still are some Exalted Bloodletters for random fighting, but his forces are looking far and few in between. And with Scarbrand just beating on everything, it's going to be so tough. We basically see the flesh hounds being spammed in on all sides. And whenever somebody starts spamming hounds out, it's kind of a desperation thing because, you know, they're like, they need something quick. Hounds move in. Get a little bit surrounded there, but Scarbrand's still doing it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Enticity is going to win the rubber match 4-3. What a series, man. Our first winner stays on goes to Game 7. What an epic match. And again, apologies about some of the lag earlier. It just happens randomly. When you get 3 people in a lobby, it almost always lags. It's pretty rare. Like sometimes if they're all in like the US or all in one country, but yeah, that was some wild stuff, man. That was a wild, wild game. GG. And my game crashed just to close things out, so we'll miss out on the value a little bit, but let me get this back up. And we need to make it official. So I am going to go to the back end of Total Tavern, and stick around, guys. I'm going to play a couple ladder games. I'll play like 2 or 3 ladder games. Long and hard-fought series. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. All right. So we're doing it now. GG, well played. Enticity winning the $50, and now he is eligible to stay on for next week's cash prize. I'm on the back end of Total Tavern right now. I am going to update the page. The winner stays on. Let's do this. Okay, and then we have the current queue. So next up, Houseplant, and then Hadries. Any other top 16 players, feel free to reach out. Randommnix will be eligible to play again in the Winner Stays On series after 3 other players have played. And we are good to go. All right, so now it's updated on Total Tavern. We can go to the front page. Should be updated now. And let's see it. No, that's not the right one. There you go. So the first one, you can see who's coming up. We got Houseplant and Hadries next on the old docket. I'm probably going to have the players play it offline and just so we can have lag-free commentary, and well, I think it'll be more fun. Live games are very cool, though. And we have Enticity versus Random here. Yeah, great game. Enticity with the 4-3 win. GG, well played. So let's get a lobby game in. Let's get a little bit of action in. We'll play some underdog factions. How's that sound? All right, looks good. And let's set this up. It's a very fun format. I definitely like it. I definitely dig it. I know we need servers, man. It's so bad. I was trying to see if CA was doing anything about the what's it called? About the UI blocking your summons, and I kind of got ghosted on it. I made a message to the devs and they didn't answer me. I was like, oh. Are you guys working on this? Because you know how like if you play Domination, when you summon units, it blocks your like Lord and your bar. So it's like, okay, we'll do a little like we'll bring smarter builds now. We'll play. Yeah, live games are better. I agree. The Nation Calls. I have some Empire builds I've been wanting to test out, but we might get Land Battle too. It's like, yeah, we got Black Ark. Okay, so let's make sure the Nation Calls. I've been working on builds for the Empire, so let me show you guys. Look at these. I have them for a lot of matchups now, but not all of them. I wonder if we were just going to run into like Slaanesh and Vampire counts and things like that. Yeah, I agree. Live games are better. I agree. Well, next week it's going to be Houseplant versus Enticity, which is going to be a super, super heavyweight duel. So this is actually Grand Cathay versus Empire. This is for sure Cathay favored, but I think I can win it. So I do have a build that I just made, and I wanted to try it out. So let's get Wookiee up. Thank you, Wookiee. As always. Now, will this build work on this map? I think so. I think it will. Yeah. I schemed this build last night a little bit, so I'm hoping it'll get the job done. Yeah, it is missing a couple things that I normally really, really like, though. That's my only complaint. It's a new tech. I have some fun units in here. Oh, I didn't mean to ready up on my opponent. I'm going to unready so they have time. Wookiee's just blocking here. This gives me time to kind of evaluate the build a little bit. Yeah, I think that's good. How much money can we find? So this we can probably just cut, actually. I think I'm like finding inefficiencies with the build already. I'm like, you know what? I actually really don't like that. Let's get that, and then from here we just get you. Yeah, perfect. So that looks better. So we got 2 of those. Yeah, Cathay's tricky. Empire, like, they're like dwarves, but with magic and mobility. So it's like dwarves already are a hard counter against Empire, but this makes it hard for sure. The Haggard Wookiee Claws here. He is. He is. Yeah, so hopefully they'll fix that. They were ghosting me though. They were ghosting me on the feedback. Yeah. Demogryph Knight Halberd, probably a good idea to have one of those. Antler's Reiksguard might just be objectively better though than Demi Halberds. Well, I think you need demis to deal with like longbows and things like that. Okay, already up now. It's been a while, so I think my opponent might be ready. I don't know if they're waiting for me. Sometimes people don't ready up. They just like sit there and then, 10 hours later, you're just hanging out and you're like, oh, this is great. So, thank you, Wookie. So this is normally I use like Boris in this matchup, but I found that he kind of just gets shot to pieces by Iron Hills. Doesn't really do much. So I started bringing Marcus. So we're actually using a Marcus Wolfheart build, which will be very fun. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Wookiee Claws here. I think you could use Gotrek and Felix. Maybe not in this matchup. Yeah. Felix would be okay against Cathay. He's armor piercing, bonus for infantry. Match to unlock the Avatar must be domination. Yeah, it's for domination. Yeah, correct. We don't have a land battle leaderboard set up at the moment. I will do that at some point, but it's expensive and takes time, so. Yeah, we'll do more faction guides. Once we know how domination is as like a mode, once it's like finally set. So basically, you have the Hellstorm rocket batteries, right? That's like your breadwinning play. One of the things that Cathay players love to do is they love to just like come in and cheese your artillery with summons. So basically, you have like a little air force of your own, and you net them with Marcus, and then just try and kill them if they do that. We got you back here. Honestly, we could even send you down there with some spheres or something. I feel like I like that play. Yeah, let's pull you back. All right, let's do it. Good luck, have fun to my opponent. I'll give him a second to set up. Yeah, Marcus is cool, man. He's one of my favorite characters. He's rad. Like, look how badass he looks, dude. He's got some cool animations as well. We can just sit and take a look at him. This is definitely Cathay favored, though. This is definitely Cathay favored. So, Jamar, I do have a land battle coming up on the channel. It's Ogres versus High Elves, which is a really funny one. I played it with Professor Pone. On top of that, I'm going to do a stream sometime this week where I just play games on quick battles, and I'll play both land battle and domination. So whatever, tickles your pickle, you're going to be getting it. So, all right, looks good. I think my opponent's had enough time to set up, so we'll go ahead and do that. Marcus is also okay at sniping artillery. Amber Bow, what's the range on that? 250? Yeah, you can get up there. This one has 250 as well. Yeah, so very meta build. Looks like it's going to be some sort of a flying character. Marcus needs to just chill, and we need to get the fire rain rockets moving up. Does he have cannons? He has a great cannon, or a grand cannon, I should say. Yes, let's get you. Let's move up. Marcus and company. And you guys can go here. It's more about value trading. What do we got? Yeah, Jade Warrior crossbows. See, I don't like that. Like, I don't like any of this. So we're just going to, like, I think move up to the center and play this. Like, this is pretty... We'll leave these guys. We'll leave these guys as, like, an ambush piece. And then when he gets, like, comfortable, we'll try a little something. All right, so we need to start fire rain rocketing this bad boy. We can even go capture his home objective. As far as summons, I think I'm just going to save. I could send some greatswords down here. Greatswords are something I'm experimenting with. I feel like generally they're not very good, but we're going to give it a try and see what we can accomplish here. Oh, I mean, Cathay is favored against the Empire in almost every way, in my experience. Yeah, it's not good. Okay, Marcus is going to keep creeping up. We'll use the Amber Bow. I think the Amber Bow will actually potentially kill an artillery piece. So we can get you to start shooting at that, and yeah, and then the other fire rain can go after these guys. Okay, so we have that objective. I should have put maybe a third fire rain rocket down here. Is there anything I can summon here? Let's go ahead and get some greatswords and move them across. And we can even do the silver bullets over there. Okay, so he's shooting at my infantry, which is whatever. Not a huge deal. If he wants to come close, Marcus is sneaky and can get a net. And if he screws up with his caster, I should be able to just kill it, like, straight up. Okay, so I don't know how these peasant horsemen potentially see me here, because those guys do have stock, but we'll have to see. And, yeah, how does he know I'm there? Does he know I'm there? Or he's trying to, I don't know if he does. Okay, so do we have the Hunter Snare? We do not. The Marcus needs to come this way. We go this way. Fire Rain Rocket doing its thing. Yep, looks like that cannon could be in danger. So if we manage to net this guy, he's probably toast. So let's see if we can just get him with a net and get lucky. Peasant Horsemen here do get wrecked. Great swords are on their way over. So 2 are the crane gunners. Okay, that's not going to work. But yeah, the fire rain rocket's doing great work against the grand cannon. And you need to just shoot at whatever, just peasants. So Marcus is going to do that. Let's go ahead and overcast the Spirit Leech over there to finish it off. So his grand cannon has been punished, which is great. And now we can move up our swordsman and grab his objective here. How are we looking here? Great. So that went pretty well. Let's go ahead and reform ranks a little bit. We got peasant horsemen coming out to shut down my artillery, which, oh, I didn't bring Zentler's Reichsguard. That's actually bad. Well, anyways. Let's make that same mistake again, shall we? Do I have the Hunter Snare? Ooh, can't quite get him. Can we get him? Can we get him? I don't think so. It's okay. The Empire Knights aren't too far behind, so I think we're okay. So yeah, they're going to be there in just a second. I could unsummon the Sunmaker. Let's get some swordsmen back there. Down here, how are we looking? Let's get these great swords moving in, although crane gunners are a problem. Yeah, we need to like avoid that at all costs. So these peasant horsemen might get on the Sunmaker. I should have just had like demis back there, like waiting. Let's get some demis for the future. All right, so they get hammered. He's obviously taking a lot of damage. Let's do a focus shot here and get the goon squad coming over here. You can go ahead and defend. And yeah, the Sunmaker's fine. It survived. And he just lost the peasant horseman. Demi's coming over with the other one, so we are up on value, which is good. We're just gonna ignore that bottom point, just play the top. Okay, let's go get you. You guys screen out. You guys go here. Demi's on your way. And now we could just keep, you know, rain rocketing these guys. Okay, he's gonna be using the blob punishment spell, the Talons of the Night, which is pretty clever. Okay, so let's get this character. Demogryph Knights, head you off. Sunmaker might live here, it's hard to say. So we're gonna go ahead and Spirit Leech you. Marcus, unfortunately, didn't have any nets active, so let's get these swordsmen moving up. Dude, if the Sunmaker lives through all that, I'm gonna be super impressed. Okay, so he sacrificed 2 cav units. Sunmaker, I think, is still in line, so let's do that. There should be a button to just reman your artillery piece. That would be super clutch. Alright, so let's get back. We don't want to get caught and wrecked. Marcus is chilling. We've been able to take these guys out. Let's move up to that point now. And we go take this. We go move up and take this. Demogryph Knights are hanging out here. Spearmen are unsummoned. And what we could do is we could like start positioning silver bullets. Just move them up. We have our goon squad as well. So yeah, we're a little bit behind on points, but I feel pretty decent. Okay, so moving up. And you can just start nailing these guys. And you, Rocket, need to get back online and start nailing the crossbows. We need to just kill all of his shooting, basically. That's basically that. Great swords are on standby. Let's go get these guys. Head them off. Demogryph Knights can just be on dedicated guard duty. Marcus Wolfhart just with that. And let's go ahead and overcast Spirit Leeches and start killing his character. Cool. Yeah, so we're not going to get the objective, I don't think. Let's just sit back and value him a little bit. We do have Sterling's Revenge coming up too. Yeah, he's got a lot of shooting, so it's going to be kind of ugly. So great swords can creep down this way. I guess we just have to win like a land battle fight against him here. Demis are on standby. That's good. So let's get this. Let's do the Amber Bow. See if we can target his character. Demogryph Knights stand at the ready. Let's go head these guys off. And in reinforcements, we can summon in some more Empire Knights to replenish that. Because that's basically everything, right? Like, we need to win that fight. Otherwise, we're just toast-a-roo. Where Marcus Wolfhart is an absolute Chad. We can lance these guys down and surround them. Great. Demogryph Knights peeling. Let's get you up. Sterling's Revenge doing great work. Sunmaker, and let's just get you. Continue to shoot. And the Empire Knights should be there. Yeah, it looks like Demis are on it. He's definitely having to sacrifice quite a bit to get these. Great swords here. It's a little bit tough. Let's go shoot. Marcus Wolfhart and company do lock those guys down. Let's get our Sterling's Revenge back. And now we intercept these Jade Warriors. We're up on value, but you know we do run out of time, right? Time is a factor as well. Let's drop the crew and run. I think it might be time to unsummon here. All right, Marcus, let's get the bow. Let's start shooting you. Overcast some Spirit Leeches. And maybe this battery survives. We'll have to see. Without it, it becomes very hard. Those are basically the glue that holds together your faction in this matchup, in my experience. Got great swords coming here. Start shooting here. We can get some grenade launchers to kind of try and route that. And do we want to get some Empire Knights of some sort? Okay, let's just move you guys up. All right, great. So we got a couple units. They're very, very low. Marcus Wolfhart can just start shooting at Jade Lancers, whatever. Pull you guys back. Let's get the Goon Squad to come in after these guys. And yeah, without our artillery, this becomes very difficult. Let's get the Demis to go on the side of the map. But we need to wrestle this side point, 100%. Yeah, grenade launchers were a dumb idea. Yeah, it was a really dumb idea. I don't know what I was thinking. All right, so let's get you guys around the side. And do we have anything else we could do? Yeah, we got grenades. Could do more great swords, but yeah, it just feels so janky. Great swords are just not a good unit in general. They're just a little bit on the weaker end of things. But, you know, we're going to try our best here. Like, we're up by quite a bit of value, right? But it still just doesn't feel like it. Okay, let's get you guys. These spears, finish off these Cathay warriors. Maybe get some magic down here. Yeah, you see great swords just get wrecked. That was just a mistake. Well, maybe they'll get through these guys. Who knows? Empire Knights, pull you down. Get you guys down here. Definitely need to do some sort of a big flank overload. And, you know, honestly, it's one of my only Vanguard options, so I'm just like, screw it, man. All right. So how are we looking at home? Holding okay. Demogryph Knights need to pull back here. Empire Knights need to come under. Yeah, just look at that, man. They just got wrecked so bad. All right, let's Spirit Leech overcast here. Silver Bullets are still getting some DACA in there. Grenade launchers with a little bit of shot. Let's go ahead and attack. Power Stone. Get some swordsmen moving up. Demogryphs, there's really not too many good targets here. There's really not. I think it's time to summon up another artillery piece. We're gonna have to like try and bunker bust in that way. Okay, so you guys fight. Crane gunners are almost out of ammo. He's catching up in value. Yeah, this matchup just sucks, man. It's so hard. I'm trying to think like what I could be doing just way better, army comp wise. It's kind of like dwarves in a way. Let's get some handgunners in case he does overextend. I might be able to do something there. There's going to be some ancestral warriors here. All right, let's get these Empire Knights back. We still have our two characters doing God knows what. Despite the value lead, we just can't crack them. Let's get those halberds here. Sterling's Revenge doing good. Maybe there's some vulnerabilities here. It's hard to say. We can go ahead and do the focus shot and make it like the cinematic trailer. Spirit Leech you. Maybe we got something going there. Yeah, like another unit of greatswords gets in and it just gets shelled by cannons. Greatswords just suck. Every time I try and use them, I'm always disappointed. I'm just like, man. Because he literally got back on value because of the greatswords. Crossbows are here. Yes. We can get these peasant horsemen. Come down this way. Get the peasant horsemen here. Okay, well, I'm glad I tried this before I played in a tournament, because now I know that the greatswords are just not worth it. Like, they're just basically useless. You guys, just screen them out, keep moving up. And I think it's just time for fire rain rockets. It's really all we got. I could summon one down here, too, to just shell this position, but I have no capture weight there. I only have capture weight in the middle, so unfortunately I'm kind of forced to go for his objective. The fire rain rockets are basically the only good thing we have in this matchup, I feel. Okay, let's go here. Grand Cathay has plenty of counters, but Empire is definitely not one of them. Oh my god, my casters. Yeah, see now everything's kind of falling apart a little bit. Okay, so we grenade launch those Cathay infantry. That feels pretty good. I believe his lord is dead too. So we have that. Do we have to just get lucky with fire rain rockets here? Maybe so. Maybe we just summon in another one. Although, I mean, yeah, it's obviously not luck, but, you know, shoot these guys, get these guys parked here. Keep grenade launching. Marcus Wolfhart can keep shooting. We did successfully kill his lord, which is nice. And you guys can just take down those Jade Lancers. Hopefully our Deathcaster comes back, so we still have some utility out of that. Okay, let's head you guys off. Crossbows are at the ready. Grenade launchers just kind of getting wrecked. Getting into his backfield will be very tough. Okay, that's fine. So they won't. Peasant horsemen don't do much on the charge, so we should just kill them. Like after that. As long as the fire rain rockets stay online, then we're money. Okay, let's get you. Let's move over here. Yeah, this whole position is just a disaster down here. Let's go around the side. We crush the peasant horsemen. Fire rain rocket is shooting. I would imagine both fire rain rockets probably got good value. Oh yeah, great swords are terrible. Yeah, I always like try and make them work. Like, oh, maybe their armor will save them, but it just ends up not being the case. So we got to go back to the drawing board against Grand Cathay. This is not the way. Okay, come around here. Let's get the cannon. He's probably going to unsummon it, but that's fine. He still gets rid of it. And do we have anything we can summon back here? Got some spearmen with shields, I guess. They can go stand on this. In the meantime, Empire Knights will hunt them down. Handgunners can move up, start shooting. Mark is still causing problems. And the grenade launchers, the dual grenade launchers, can go look for some low-hanging fruit here. And yeah, it looks like there's more stuff coming in the back as well. You know, we'll have some spears guarding it, though, so it's okay. Okay, so let's do this. Drop it, run, move up.
To battle!
Just do a little something like this. You have the crew drop the artillery piece, and then they just run into spears, basically. Yeah, so that's good. That's okay for us.
Swordsman!
But it's just we don't have enough time to capture objectives. Paladin, let's get you over here. Get that sword of anti-heroes. And now we get the Sunmaker and start bombarding this side here. The Haggard Greatswords tried their best. I don't know if he's going to notice that. But looks like the peasants are offline. That's good. So they broke. Our Hellstorm's fine. And let's go get back on that. Somehow we're still holding on to this point, which is wild. But we're rapidly reaching triple cap territory. Yeah, Sunmaker is so good, though. Okay. So I think this is a matchup that if you're playing Empire, you probably just want to ban. Like that in tandem with Dwarves. Like, I feel like you can fight a lot of factions, but those ones are just so tough. Okay, let's get Grand Cathay. Yeah, Marcus is... How much value did Marcus get, by the way? We have a focus shot. Yeah, it's only usable in characters. Okay, let's drop some grenades here. Keep scrapping, keep seeing what we can generate. And, you know, if something doesn't work, let's try it 10 more times. See if we can get some value out of those guys. Pull you back. The fact that he's not advancing is pretty wild. Alright, so the other horseman unit got wrecked. Okay, great. So they're just getting hunted by those heavy cav. They'll probably route off the side of the map here. We can summon some spears to defend. If he does manage to get close, we'll summon some spears. Go grenade launchers. Use the dreaded line of spite. Yeah, spearmen with shields are one of your best units, but Cathay's infantry crushes all of those, basically. Marcus gonna get you, dude. We're gonna net you down. Okay, grenade launching, Sunmaker. Maybe we needed more Sunmakers on each side, because we did shut down the cannons well. He did a really good job pressuring, for sure, but we still managed to keep our artillery on for most of the fights. Great swords are on their way, obviously. Not gonna get there super quickly. We could drop a Buna on these Jade Lancers here. Do we have any Empire Knights we could just like rush over there? We do have some. Okay. Here, it's time to come back. You guys ready? Peasant Horseman getting it. Looks like he's coming back here, but again, we just have some spears. So we could just pull those guys off and should be okay. And yeah, Sunmaker's offline. Our Empire Knights will get it. Sunmaker will get back online, for sure. The spears here should be able to buffer off these peasants. Okay, Handgunner's doing it. He's going for the triple cap. Yeah, his armies we started to catch up in value at the end. This opponent's a very strong player too. They're playing very well. I'm very impressed. Yeah, grenade launchers didn't feel super good. Because we don't have like a cheap cav, maybe pistoliers to go harass his backfield. It just feels so janky. Yeah, GG, well played. We tried, guys. We tried for Sigmar, but that matchup's hard, man. That's hard. Oh, Vampires crush Empire, yeah. Empire has some good matchups. Grand Cathay, though, we got good value. Sunmaker paid for itself. After we resummoned it twice, though, is the thing. So we shut down the cannon. We killed his lord. But just we couldn't clear the Cathay infantry. And it's kind of the same problem with dwarves. If you bring greatswords, look at that. 47 and 0 value. Oh, God, it's brutal. I don't mind playing Cathay Loopy if you're playing the right faction, but if you're playing Empire, it feels bad. The Fire Rain Rocket. Okay. Ooh, a land battle here. The Punisher. Okay. What do we want to see in land battle? Let's do something a little different. Oh, the Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, the Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, dude. This is the only place you're going to get to see Ogre games, so let's make it happen. Okay, Lizardmen versus Ogres. What the hell do we do here? Volkmar will die horribly to Crane Gunners. But maybe you could make a Volkmar build work. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you actually handle that. I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board. I feel like on some maps it's winnable. Black Arcs is a little too hard. Because, yeah, it's just like you can't fight them. It's time to continue the losing streak. Do I meme? Do we meme or do we do something good? I don't know. It's a tough choice. Memeing is always fun with ogres. I'll try something good, I think. Something that I perceive as good. What are we on? The Compass Reach, Cathay Wastelands? I don't know what this map actually looks like. Asherai, you have to suffer. Hey, HTM, take care. Are you saying bye-bye as in I'm gonna die, or? Okay. Let's get this. Let's get that. That looks good. And what else do we want to get? I have a build that I think is going to be pretty fun. I don't know how well it'll work. Huh. Okay. So obviously you want Iron Fist Bulls here because they chameleon skinks and things like that. Ogre Kingdom's nothing but Noblars. Yeah, Noblars do things though. They're not a joke. Powder Guts. They want the Powder Guts. Yeah, they feel decent. Okay, so we got those Chunguses. Now I need some more punch here. Pterodon Riders could be moderately annoying, but I feel like I can just punish them with a little bit of DACA. So we'll get you. Yeah, Skinks are a pain in the butt in this matchup. Get a Saber Tusk. And Man-Eaters? No, they're too vulnerable against the... I feel like the shooting of the Ogres is good. Let's get you guys. I'm going to bring some fun shit. Yeah, we got a cool-ass build here. This is going to be great. It's like a little bit of everything. Thanos will spam spears and that is sneaky. Yeah. I'm expecting spear spam, though. I'm definitely expecting it. Yeah, that Cathay is tough to handle with Empire, man. I'm trying to think who's like quite good against Cathay. Yeah, factions with... I still think a lot of the old Warhammer... like Warhammer 3 launch stuff is good there. Like I think bringing like Fury type stuff can actually shut them down. I don't mind playing Cathay with like Vampire Coast and Dwarves. I feel like Dwarves can trade well into Cathay because they're like more durable. You do lose out on the magic though, so you can pay the troll toll there. Tomb Kings obviously wreck everyone, so that's something to consider too. Once on ladder, I had a game versus as Dino versus Ogres. He locked instantly, so I picked Spears and won in 2 minutes. Well, Cathay and Dom isn't like dominant. They still lose to the other high tier factions. They're like they're good, but Cathay also is bad on maps that have like weird line of sight. Like they're unplayable on like Grove and a couple of those maps. Yeah, but Empire you just can't trade with their infantry, and Cathay outshoots you and they kill your infantry. The only advantage you have against Cathay with Empire is your what's it called? Is your Hellstorms, which they can usually shut down by just spamming magic and summons and things. Like, my opponent played really well there, but he didn't even do the most degenerate shit, which is dropping summons on those. You guys ready for the dreaded Ogre Kite build? This is what it's all about here. This is the spice of life. Okay, and we got some Mournfang Calf because they're awesome. What am I playing? Lizards? Okay. Oh, look at that power ready up from my opponent here, dude. He is good to go. Got you. You guys here. Trying to figure out how I want to deploy, really. Alright, so let's get all of you guys. Put you in group 5. 6. And looking good. It's kind of a kite build. It's mainly just there to deal with like Saurus and those sort of things. Yeah, because like, if I just fight them head on, I just die to spears, right? So... yeah, I definitely don't like that. Iron Blasters are actually still good, I think. Maybe, I don't know about Ndom, but... ooh, that was actually some good damage. Nice. Okay, let's see how they do against Croxagors and things like that. That's going to be interesting to see. Oh my god, I forgot. I was like, how could I... I was like, this is far too easy. Too many things are going well for me here. And then suddenly just this shit emerges here from the shadows. Let's work the side angles a little bit. Okay, so the big boys are coming after us. Shoot some Croxagors. Shoot that guy a little, if we can. Yes, move you up. No problem. We have the Mournfang Cav. Let's get you guys over here. You guys over here as well. Powder Gut's getting some nice value. Let's see if we can lure him back. Let the little Noblars just get punished. And yeah, look at that. We actually killed some Croxagors. So let's move here. We're going to have to kite with these Iron Blasters, I think. We can just move them back here and here. Great. Okay, Powder Guts, kind of light of sighted. There's like a weird hill here, so it's not like great for us. That is for sure. Let's get the Noblars to come in. Let's see if he slips up and lets us like catch some of these. We really don't want to take a normal engagement until we have to. We need to get these Iron Blasters shooting again. All right, so let's shoot one of you here. One of you here. Take down his mass so I can like kind of bully him a little bit more. Get these Powder Guts back. All right, so looks like there's some Temple Guard back there. He does some sort of witchcraft on us. Don't really know what, but yeah, so far we're getting some good DACA. Croxagors have overextended, so time to go kill them. We are going to use the dreaded Mournfang Cav. Throw some Noblars in there, some Bulls. We can fight with the Bulls for a minute. Not too long, though. I could probably kill Mazda, but killing Slons is always a mistake. Okay, he did overextend with the Croxigors. I think we get good value there for sure. Iron Blasters seem to be doing good work. We do have the heals, but I don't think we need them yet. Okay, let's drop that. That's gonna hit those units. And let's see if we could pop you in the face a little bit. How's this fight going? Badly, obviously. Badly is the way of the Ogre Kingdoms. We still haven't been able to kill these Noblars to save our life. Here are these Croxigors, excuse me. Might have to retreat here in a second. We did get the Power Fist, and it did some good damage. Let's get some more chaff in there to support a little bit. Pull you guys back this way. Like so. Should be okay. Gonna try and lure them apart. And let's get the Ninja Stars going on these guys. And yeah, we need the Powder Guts. Oh, they actually got caught in a net. That was potentially a nice play for my opponent. Let's see what fruit comes of it. All right, so you guys keep hustling back. Do I need mass here? Yeah, I do. There's a giant T-Rex on my ship, so we're gonna have to just sacrifice some ogres. All right, so Powder Guts, we need to get you back here and have you go after the big T-Rex man. You keep doing this. You keep going after these guys. You guys come here. Powder Guts down here. And unfortunately, my Cav are just doing absolute shit. They are just getting wrecked by these Croxigors, which I'm surprised about, actually. All right, so let's take down the big dino if we can. Let's shoot him here, and then we can shoot across. Croxigors, ogres, keep doing it. We got bulls on parade. Saber-Tusk's Rampage didn't do as much as I thought they would, unfortunately. Oh, that was a nice shot, that Iron Blaster shot. And of course, these guys are like, you know, I just feel like blocking you today. We're not going to help. So yeah, the Ogre Bulls, someone had to be sacrificed to the Great Maw. You know, the Maw had to eat today, so. Let's get Noblars hunting over here. Powder Guts picking apart the Croxigors. Giant T-Rex man causing problems. But we do finally catch some of his Chameleon Skinks, which I have to say feels quite good. Oh man, dealing with those big dinos is going to be a pain. Especially since my Cav are basically, well, I guess they're still functional. Alright, so let's hunt these guys down now. Keep going after the Temple Guard. Pull you guys back this way. We do have Dismember, so we can slow things down in that way. So let's position you here, run back this way. Like, trying to fight him head up is going to be super hard, right? Alright, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Noblars, just one at a time. Get these Ogre Bulls to come back up. You know, every last Ogre matters here. Hey, look at that. We got some scraps back. Okay, so now we want to shoot at God knows what. Maybe from downtown we go over here. Yeah, that guy's a pain. Powder Guts, I guess we could just shoot these things. Because we need to wipe them out. The skirmishing is taking its toll. So we've worn these guys down. Our Mournfang Cav still getting some okay work in, but not as much as I would like. Like, Powder Guts are basically most of our army here. Get one of you guys to shoot here too. So let's get our scrappy units back. You know, the battle's kind of being reset in a way. We do have the Dismember too, so hopefully that'll do it. Oh, they rampaged. That's nice. So we could Power Fist them, but I think saving up for the heals on our dudes is probably better. So they're actually shaken. You might be able to go in and just Alpha Strike them, although but shaken by Lizardman standards is literally like 1,000,000 HP. Alright, so we need to shoot the big boy here. I don't know if we can get line of sight on him, though. That's problematic. Alright, let's just take these guys out, then. So scrap launchers. You know, I actually think they might be able to beat these Chameleon Skinks. Hey, we got some ogres back, too. Alright, you guys come down there. Okay, so I would imagine they're probably close to death. Let's get in, let's rout them, and then if we rout them, we can just chase them with Noblars, right? That's like that's the magic of this. Alright, let's dismember, slow them down. So Homeboy's gonna be slowed. Hopefully the big boys will get some shots there. Oh yeah, right in the face. Let's get the shots going, baby. Come on, the ogres need a win. They never win. Alright, so let's go here. Get a fat troll guts on this thing. Pull you guys in, pull you guys in. Take down all those like little skirmishers so I have complete agency on the battlefield. Let's go get those damn Sora Spears. Okay, he's broken. The Iron Blasters have done it. Now we need to kill all his mass. We still have a little bit of ammo. Dude, Powder Guts are so good. Such a good unit. Okay, we pulled ahead on the bounce power. Let's go like distract him with like a little charge here. The dreaded ogre kite continues. So now this is so funny. This is like kind of how ogres have to play. So like there's just this kind of shit. Okay, so we're getting some attacks on the big Salon. I need to get my, like, screen in front of me again. So let's shoot, and let's get you over here, buddy. And it looks like his big T-Rex is being chased off. I need to shoot that thing again to make sure it stays off. Oh man, the Croxagore is just getting pounded here. You guys ready for the Chad Iron Guts? Or the Chad Powder Guts? Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, just bump those guys into another dimension. Alright, so from here we have Noblars in the back. We don't need to engage with those. Homeboys here. Looks like these have stabilized a little bit. Let's start shooting at the Star Chamber Guardians there. And we did break the Croxagores, and we also have a surround on the spears. So that's going to be pretty money. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, ogres are better in land battles, but you could also do this to someone in New Dom for sure. Yeah, we need to wear these guys down. I love the Haggard Ninja Stars. We just can't break these guys, man. They just won't go quietly. Okay, so he's really bunched up right now, so let's do the Power Fist. Power Fist of the Great Maw, although unfortunately are my units going to break right as it goes off. Nice, nice. Dude, these Saurus Spears just are not taking no for an answer. Let's get you. Let's go run these over in melee. That's going to probably kill him. There still might be too many Saurus Spears for me to win. I'm not sure. Let's just Alpha Strike these. Iron Blasters probably go after the Battletoad at this point. Let's get close and try and no-scope him. Okay, so we break those Saurus Spears. Now there's a healthy unit coming up. We still have powder gun ammo, which is great. Okay, let's do that. And bring these guys back. Get the rest of the goon squad heading over here. So we're going to do the same thing we just did. Let's go ahead and dismember these guys. It's going to slow them down. Ogres attack! Okay, let's get that damage. Without his blessed anti-large. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. So we need to get the Noblars fighting the Saurus, like the shit units, and then we just pile in with the ogres. It's the way of things. Star Chamber Guardians are probably not happy about the current state of affairs. They're just being blasted. Iron Blasters are still very good, actually, I think. Alright. Let's get into the back. Here's a nice cinematic shot for all of you guys. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We did it! Look, the ogres can win games! Value 1415, okay. Not bad. Powder Guts 2200. Warren Cav were probably a mistake. That was something, man. I think that was a good one to end it on today, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed that. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good stream today. I got wrecked a couple times on Q, and then we got our vengeance at the end. And crazy matches between Enticity and Random, dude. Those games were super fun. I'll have a stream sometime in the next few days where I play exclusively quick battles. So I'll do both domination as well as land battles. So it'll be fun. Whatever tickles your pickle, you know, it'll be there for you. It should be fun. Ogres, the best faction. Yes, all day. I should just play ogres. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow we have the single faction tournament. So for anybody joining, we'll just close out the stream with this little bit of information here, ladies and gentlemen. So tomorrow we have the single faction tournament where you only play one faction the whole time. And yeah, so you can sign up for this. You just have to declare what faction you're playing in Discord, and that's pretty much it. And then on Sunday we have a major Dom tournament. So it's just going to be like a big, heavy, long tournament probably. I don't know. It depends on how many people sign up. We'll see. We will see. So I just want to thank you guys for joining. It was a lot of fun. See you on the other side. Take care of yourselves. You guys are the best. As always, appreciate you all. And big thanks to Randommnix and Enticity for playing today. It certainly was quite a fun show to put on. GG's, and until next time, that's it.